Welcome everyone. It's a little bit past 6. We are going to get started, and as people trickle in, they can be filled in. Just an overview of tonight's agenda. We're going to be looking at all the state's updates, an update from North Star, be looking at the panel legislative change draft, and also reviewing the draft annual report. Does anybody have any amendments to the agenda tonight? Seeing none, we're going to introduce our panelists. Chris, we'll start down at your end and work our way around.
Chris Camp, Executive Director, Wyndham Regional Commission, and proud alumnus of Louisiana State University, which is playing in the college football championship tonight.
Representative Laura Sibilia, House Energy and Technology.
Use the mic.
Representative Laura Sibilia, House Energy and Technology.
Representative Sarah Coffey, and I'm here at the appointment of the Speaker of the House.
Emily Davis, citizen appointee, Senator Pro Tem Tim Ash.
Lissa Weinman, citizen appointee from Tim Ash also.
Bob Leach, Governor's appointee.
Josh Unruh, Governor appointee.
Brett Long, Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Economic Development.
Emily Bodecker, Commissioner, Department of Environmental Conservation.
Bill Irwin, representing the Agency of Human Services, work for the Vermont Department of Health.
Corey Daniels, I'm the Senior Manager for the ISVIZI installation with North Star for my Yankee.
David Pearson with North Star.
Folks on the line, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hi, this is Bob Gustafson, State of New Hampshire, appointed by the Governor to represent the 6 communities in New Hampshire that were part of the EPZ.
Very good. We will review and approve the December 2019 meeting minutes. There were a few spelling errors that we need to get correct, and also a vote fix that we need to do as well. Tony, if you want to run through those for us, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. Sorry.
I think this has gone dead on me.
No.
Oh, okay. There's 2.
Try now, Tony.
There we go, finally. The original configuration. Okay, so on page 6, we have 2 typos. And these are both on line 41. There's an is towards the end of the line that should be an R, A-R-E. And then also, I don't think we need the on that same line, so I'm recommending that be deleted. That's pretty minor. On page 9, line 15, we have a reference to one of the Issues Committee meetings noted as being on June 24th. That was actually on July 24th, so that needs to be corrected. And then the significant one on page 10, lines 13 and 14, in one of the votes, we had originally listed that Corey Daniels and Emily Davis voted yes, when in fact on those votes they had abstained.
I think, Tony, there was another vote that I abstained. It was the October meeting minutes.
Okay. I can go back. Actually, I don't have a set of the minutes here. I'm kind of winging this.
Right.
But I can go back and change that. So you abstained on the meeting minutes vote.
The vote of the October meeting minutes. I think it said that I voted yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to accept the minutes as corrected.
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Let's go down through the list.
Aye.
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 Abstain.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. No. Abstain.
Bill Irwin, abstain.
Aye.
Aye.
On the line?
Aye.
You catch the abstention?
Okay, I just want to review the abstains. We have Commissioner Bodeker, Dr. Irwin, and Deputy Secretary Long, so abstaining. And any others? I think the rest were all ayes, is what I heard. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda is North Star update.
All right, good evening and Happy New Year. Next slide, Tony, please. So this slide will be a repeat, and you'll see it with a few different photos that was taken out the window when it was still cold out, which clearly that will change from day to day. Our project schedule, macro view, this is a recap, also has not changed. Our dry fill storage is complete. Our large component removal is in progress. Our decommissioning and decontamination efforts are ongoing, and the spent fuel management will happen ancillary to all that effort. Next slide. A slightly more granular view of that macro schedule shows the large component removals, including alongside the reactor vessel and internal segmentation, the large component removal moving through the steam plant and continuing to take advantage of large targets of opportunity, which include the main warehouse and our advanced off-gas structure for demolition. Next slide. So it's only been a month since the last meeting. Our safety performance remains acceptable. We've had 0 lost time accidents to date with our North Star staff, with over 300,000 hours of work on site. We've reset our dose goals for 2020 after meeting them for 2019, and we're looking forward to, again, testing those targets and showing good performance from a dose management perspective. Our regulatory performance remains good. We had 0 cited and 0 non-cited violations in 2019. Our QA audits and self-assessments, along with peer benchmarks, confirm our safe and compliant operations and conservative performance. Overall, our production remains on track and in a couple areas ahead of schedule. We are a little slow with some of the reactor vessel work, and some of that is attributable to the later start we got and some of the conditions that the site was in at the time of the transaction. But overall, the bulk work remains on or ahead of schedule, and we remain optimistic that we'll complete the decommissioning well ahead of the target schedule of 2030. Next slide, please. At a request, and I know there'll be subsequent slides from some of the departments discussing it. There's some specific volumes and locations for materials that have been removed from the site and shipped. As far as radiological materials, we've shipped now approximately 122,000 cubic feet of waste to Texas. As far as non-radiological items go, our construction and demolition debris to Massachusetts, we've sent 1,521 tons. That went to sites in Wilbraham and Millbury. And as far as asbestos-containing materials, to Ohio and New Hampshire, 537 cubic yards. That went to Weinsberg and the waste management facility in Rochester, New Hampshire. And we have sent a good amount of scrap and recycled material to Matsushio Scrap Metal in Everett, Massachusetts, 237 tons. Additionally, we've sent 8 rail tankers of intrusion water in from our turbine building, about 181,000 gallons, 4 tankers each to Waste Control Specialists in Texas, and 4 to U.S. Ecology in Idaho. Next slide, please. The macro of our vessel segmentation overall won't change. The arrows along the bottom show the general path of the way that is decommissioned, and it's basically working from the top down. The containment head is complete. The reactor head is now segmented and shipped. The steam dryer is also done. We have flooded up, and we have commenced the separation of the steam separator. There'll be a little more slide and detail on that. Ultimately, as a reminder, there are a few select components that will get cut up and stored separately and shipped in a specialized container at some point in the future. We consider those greater than Class C waste. It's a small amount and it will only be one container, and it should be one overpack style similar to the ones that are already on the independent spent fuel storage installation bed. Next slide. As you can see here, an overhead view, seeing the reactor, the large round pool area, all flooded up with water. To the left, just out of view of the slide, would be the spent fuel pool, and you can see the bridge and crane system that was originally used for moving fuel from the pool to the reactor and back. And to the right is a new bridge assembly working platform for the activities that happen in the dryer separator pit, which is also connected to the reactor vessel. That is actually broken into two discrete volumes now, so separate activities can occur within there. Next slide, Tony. This slide shows a large amount of trident clamps. These are effectively long poles with specialized fasteners on each end that will be used for the steam separator dismantlement. It's a large component with, if you would consider helical cyclones, from a top plate to a bottom plate, and as we cut that in half, it will basically dangle a little bit. I'll call it like a chandelier, and these poles will clamp those through those tubes or near those tubes and hold it into discrete components, so we can cut it effectively into 4 separate pieces and then in half, so ultimately it'll be 8 parts, and then those will get boxed up in special containers and shipped off. Next slide. This is just a photo of the water in the reactor. It kind of shows the clarity of the water that is there, and that's actually an instrument that is being used to perform a radiological survey. It's just kind of a neat photo. We threw it in. Next slide. This demonstrates the working bridge with folks on it who are actually performing some of the underwater work, prepping the steam separator for segmentation. You can actually see the steam separator that came out of the reactor vessel, the hole that we just saw the photo of with the instrument into it, which is towards the top front of the photo. Thanks, Tony. And it's been lifted up and slid back into the first half of the dryer separator bed. You can see the wall separating in the backside there. There's actually another working space behind it. And that is where that steam separator will be basically cut in half axially and then cut into 4 pieces from the top, if you think of it kind of like the way you chop up a pizza. Next slide. Kind of a close-up of some of the underwater cutting equipment. You can see we're actually removing some of the lifting lugs that would be in the way for the removal operations that we're going to conduct. You see the saw blade going through the material on the left and then a cut clean through on the right-hand photo. Next slide. So while that work is happening up on the refuel floor, we continue to work on the turbine deck. The turbine is missing. On the right-hand photo, you can see the large hole and opening that is the main condenser below. The large pieces of equipment on each side. On the left-hand side, these are the combined intercept valves. It's kind of hard to see if Tony can pull the cursor directly below the steam pipe that is cut opening. There's a small water spray bottle right there to kind of give scale to how big this equipment is. But if you understand the robustness of the steam plant and how big this piping is, this is all Schedule 80, so it's 1-inch thick steel pipe that is 24 to 30 inches in diameter that runs basically from where the turbine was all the way to the reactor building and then into the reactor. So we're working our way backwards and removing all that equipment. There are 2 of these on each side of the turbine, and you can see the one on the left is had the pipe cut off of it. The other 2 on the right are still awaiting further dismantlement. Next slide. In addition to the work that's happening in the turbine building, folks have been interested in the ingress of the water into our lower levels of turbine structure, which is below the water table. We've put some intercept wells in place. We've developed those wells. We've tested the water outside of the turbine building, and it is clean. And we are currently trenching and installing some piping to connect that so we can sample and batch it. And we're working on the permitting so we can utilize the ability to send the water away before it enters the turbine building and gets any radionuclides or radiation to it. This will effectively be like a footer drain around the front corner of the turbine building, and it will eliminate some of the cost and improve the controls for any of the water that ingresses into the building. We haven't installed the pumps yet, but we have a good plan moving forward, and we're working with the appropriate state agencies for the permitting, and now we will conduct the discharging of that water. Next slide. So the other significant demo opportunities coming up, to the left of the large white structure in the bottom is the warehouse and what we called our combined maintenance office building. That all is scheduled to go away in the first part of this year into the spring. That'll be somewhat weather dependent. Final permitting and the start date for that will also be impacted by our resource allocation. The teams that we use out of Boston have other work to do, so we'll arrange that when it makes sense. And then the other small red circle you see, or square, is what we call our advanced off-gas building. And this is a very robust structure. The thinnest walls on that building are 4 feet thick with 2-inch rebar inside of them. And at the base, they're over 7 feet thick. So this is a pretty big target, but we plan on working on that as well. And again, the resources and the weather will help us decide when we actually start that, but it's scheduled to begin the first part of the spring. Next slide. A couple of photos of the inside of the warehouse, like we would with any demolition. All combustibles and materials have been removed. The final removals will require us to pull the light bulbs and the exit signs and all the universal waste, and then commence the permitting, and then the 90-day clock will start as long as we're all set up to go, and then we'll start knocking down the structures. Next slide. So, along with the actual physical work, and this slide hasn't changed much from when we were here last month, we've conducted the phase 1. The site model is complete. So we know historically what's happened on the site all through its years of operation, combined with the history of the property before it and any legacy components that contributed to that. We've shared all that information with our friends at the Agency of Natural Resources. Their specialty consultants have weighed in on all the information. We've incorporated all their comments and made adjustments to that program. And we're working through that, and we're going to finish up a final report of that at the end of this month. It'll likely get turned around mid-February to late February, and then we'll continue to work on any plans for remediation or activities that will require cleanup for any sites that require it. Additionally, we've conducted 3 rounds of groundwater sampling, and I'm sure the other agency reports will talk about this a little bit. Next slide. So a reminder, we have all the information from previous activities that occurred at the site, even before we owned it. The last presentation was kind of long, and it got towards the end of this. I think I rushed this information a little bit. My apologies if any of it was confusing. The 17 areas of concern that we described previously, they're not new. They're not particularly exotic or exciting. They are just areas of interest that we understand would require additional look and sampling and characterization and potentially remediation. And of those, we had a couple that we determined will require some degree of remediation. Some of that will be natural attenuation. Some of it will be a small area where we will excavate and then check the margins and then apply the information discovered through the permitting process and determine if we can close those areas out. We're working through the sampling plans to finalize the scope and determine what remediation will occur on those. And the other state agencies, again, will be able to speak to that in some detail. We also have a subject matter expert with us in the audience today who also can answer some questions if there are more detailed questions. Next question. Next slide. Thanks, Tony. So now we're updating that site investigation report as I described. We'll design the remediation plans, and in the couple of areas we've determined that we will need to remediate, we'll work towards doing so, and we'll continue to support all the permitting and any additionally determined sampling or remediation activities. And again, this process is very iterative as we conduct it. We work with all the agencies and their specialty consultants often doing split samples and performing any correlation for the collection and analysis of the results, and then applying all the information learned into the remediation plan, and then hopefully completing the closeouts for each of these areas independently. So as we approach the end of the project and want to perform final site release, we're ready to do so with all areas. But we found nothing surprising. All the areas that we did find contamination of any type, and it was mostly areas that had some diesel fuel oil spills. We will conduct those remediations. One of those was the connecting lines that went from the old large 75,000 gallon emergency diesel fuel oil system tank to where the fill connections were underneath of the slab of the warehouse. So as we remove that, we'll be able to discover exactly how far, if indeed there's been any migration, and determine the depth and size of the excavation or remediation that will occur. Next slide. One small note, we have finalized a contract with Antioch University to perform a site study and an inventory for use of the property for potential redevelopment options. As everyone on the panel and most of the public is aware, we have an MOU with the state of Vermont that has us look at certain characteristics of the site and consideration for leaving some of the infrastructure, even though it's of limited scope, and the ways in which we can best do that during our not redevelopment, but our remediation of the site will let us leave it in the best condition efficiently, so future redevelopment can take advantage of that infrastructure in the best manner possible. We've also been in discussion with the Friends of Vernon. We have another meeting with them on Thursday. They've recently been bequeathed the Governor on House from Entergy. It's a historic property at the front entrance to the site, and some of the ancillary and adjacent spaces are on our current properties, and we're looking at the best ways in which that can fit into that whole process of making sure we're able to let the local stakeholders take best advantage of those. Next slide. So with that, I'll leave it open for questions. And Chris?
Before I know, you guys have a stormwater permit for the site and prep in the works. Where are you guys at in that process? And I know we've asked for, Wyndham Regional Commission asked for a public hearing. Do you guys know about when that'll be?
We're looking at submitting some of the paperwork on Wednesday for the permitting for the intercept wells, and then there'll be public notice associated with it following that, Chris. Does that answer your question?
I guess I thought the stormwater permit was for the whole site more than just the wells.
There is a stormwater permit that's for the whole site.
And you don't have that permit yet, right?
Yes, we've had a stormwater permit for the whole site the whole time it's been in operation.
Have you petitioned for a new one though?
There'll be one for the discharge of the intercepted water with the intercept wells, okay. And that will be separate. Yes, Bill.
Under production, it says here that the reactor removal was slightly behind schedule following transaction delays. Do you mind telling me what happened there, or us what happened there?
Sure, Bob. Some of that is we originally, and if you recall, the original schedule for the transaction was to happen in the middle of 2018. We originally had intended to receive the site from Entergy with the spent fuel pool already cleaned and empty and dry. That work did not occur until after the transaction occurred, so North Star had to conduct all those activities, set the refuel up in a manner in which it could support some of the vessel segmentation and commencement.
Thank you.
That's kind of the big rock. There was a few other things, but in the pre-work that we had originally determined that would benefit setting the site up for instantaneous moving forward, it wasn't quite in that condition.
Go ahead, Laura.
Clarification on the stormwater and discharge that we were just talking about. The water that will be discharged, what is happening to that water now?
The water that was developed when we tested the well to see how much came out of it was collected into frac tanks, and it's being stored. That water will likely be stored interimly in the large basin that the cooling tower was originally sited over on the west side. So we have about a 1.4 million gallon concrete vault there, and we will likely store the water there until we can batch and test it and make sure it's suitable for overboard discharge.
So, as I'm sure you probably can guess, my question is related to the water that's been trucked off. This is not the same water.
That is correct. It is not the same water.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions. The first is about the demolition of the advanced off-gas building. If I recall, that building has below-grade space. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I think that this may be the first of your structures to be demolished that does go below grade. Is that correct also?
That is correct.
And this is also the area where there was a condensate leak, and it was discovered in 2009 and then mitigated over the 2010 timeframe. And it is a building that goes to, I assume, bedrock for its foundation. And the question I have is, are you planning to do some exploration of the space up gradient of that building up against the foundation to see if there are any reservoirs of water that have collected? Because that's been the source at other sites of reservoirs of contaminated water. And it would be, it seemed prudent, and it wouldn't surprise me if it's in your plans, to evaluate that before you actually started to remove that wall, which functions as a dam to prevent the down gradient flow of water into the river. Am I correct in those assumptions, and are those a part of your plans?
Bill, you are correct in those assumptions. We also have sentinel wells that are located up gradient of that structure as well as down gradient of that structure, quite a few of them actually. And we've been monitoring that, the information that is there for quite some time. The source term that was originally available from that leak has diminished as expected to very low levels, but we will continue to do so. It's part of our regular quarterly sampling.
Great, appreciate that. And the second question is about the non-radiological areas of concern. I think it's really benefit to the panel that you have presented both in December and again tonight your definition of these areas. Specifically in December, you actually had maps that showed each of those. And I understand from my previous review of the preliminary site assessment that was negotiated among the parties back in the early stages after the plant shutdown, that the preliminary site assessment also came up with radiological areas of concern. Are you able to present the same sort of map of those radiological areas of concern and then give some sort of status as to the nature of those and what plans there are? Because I think it would benefit the panel to see both the non-rad side as well as the radiological side, which obviously for nuclear power plants becomes more problematic oftentimes than the non-radiological characteristics.
I can certainly look to update future presentations to include that information. We're not prepared to speak to it right now, but what I did describe at the last meeting was the initial assessment that we did on the site. With the instrumentation, we were able to drive around and take over 1.3 million discrete samples. We found 2 locations that were both explained as not areas of concern. One was a toolbox that we just had not recognized where it was, and we understood what it was. It was properly labeled and marked, and we just picked up, we'll call it a false positive reading, that we had to validate what it was. And the other one was from the operations that were occurring right in front of the turbine loading bay, the little bit of shine that comes out of the building from the radiological materials that were in there. We also picked that up and noticed it, and then we were able to validate that in fact it was from the building where it was expected. So right now I don't believe there are any areas of concern radiologically, but I will definitely make sure we include that in future presentations.
Great, thank you.
Hi. Just back to the non-radiological areas of concern. Can you, you said there were only 5 that were needing remediation, but I don't need I'm not asking for a long description, but if you could just give a description of a typical site, one typical area.
Sure. So we found a spot out of the cooling towers that has a little bit of what appears to have been a small diesel fuel oil leak, and additionally some potentially some herbicide materials. It's a small location. It would likely be no more than a 10 by 10 foot area that we would likely remediate down to about 18 inches. A typical remediation effort would be we would excavate the soil. Take that soil, obviously collect it and package it appropriately for disposal. Then we would sample the margins of where we did the excavation, and then per the docket 8880 agreements with the MOU, we would bring in clean fill that meets all the criteria, and we would reload that, and then we would work with the agencies to do a release of that particular component. And then the one that I mentioned for the large fuel oil tank where the lines run under would be a little bit larger, but it's effectively the same process.
Okay, thank you.
And that's in compliance with the IROL and the state agencies' oversight and, of course, a collaborative effort to make sure that that meets all the requirements. Thanks for the question, Derek. Good question.
Follow-up question to that. When do you anticipate all that work to be done? Like, what's your timeline? And I guess also I'm thinking about what is the timeline for the design of those remediation plans with agency input?
So those designs are occurring right now, and we will ultimately intend to do those remediations on an individual basis as soon as possible. So weather dependent, and once the plans are approved, and again, like we mentioned, it is a highly iterative process. So once we conduct those and do the additional sampling, determine that we are complete with it, we'll work with the agencies to close those out. But the goal is to, I'll use the term whack-a-mole, but to go after them one by one until they're all done as soon as reasonably achievable.
Just like spring 2020?
Absolutely, for some of them. And then some of them won't require remediation. Likely that it's potential that natural attenuation will be the preferred method for them, and then that will just require continued monitoring to some level, and that'll be finalized with the specific agency involved and the plan as it's developed.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any more questions for North Star. Let's move on to A&R for their update.
Good evening. So as I think you're all very familiar with, the Department of Environmental Conservation's responsibility is for the non-RAD elements here on the site. And if you go to the first slide, Tony, this just overall is the timeline that we've been on. And so as has been mentioned in the North Star update, by the end of January is when we're expecting the results and the report from the supplemental site investigation. And as Corey mentioned, this was additional investigation that was required based on the first site assessment and the identification of areas of concern. The questions that Emily Davis was asking about each of those individual AOCs and where cleanup is required, that will be the step following when we have the full site investigation report that comes in at the end of the month. Each one of those will have its own plan and will be governed by the I rule. And the I rule is our kind of short way of saying the one rule that rules them all related to any hazardous site cleanup in the state. So this site will be held to the same standards and will follow the same cleanup process that any of our hazardous sites in Vermont goes through. Next slide, please, Tony. So of those AOCs that were identified, there were a number where we wanted to do some initial analysis. You can see the list here, site 3, 5, 7, and 8, the cooling towers, AOC 16, the rail line, and 17. And I want to just point out there, AOC, that is for the groundwater. So rather than it being a specific building or location where there have been a likelihood of spills of diesel or whatever it might be from past operation, this is looking at the groundwater underneath the site. And just want to point out here, as well as the petroleum byproducts, VOCs, TPH that we've looked at, we looked at metals and also PFAS here. That's a question I believe has come up in relation to other PFAS concerns and testing that we're doing statewide. So if you go to the next slide, please, Tony. So there are 4 rounds, as noted with the dates here, 4 rounds of sampling that began in May 2019. Those results were included in that initial investigation report. From the August 2019 sampling and November 2019, split samples were taken. So at times, DEC's engineer, Gerald Noyes, has been on site, and at other times, ATC, which is the contractor hired by the state to be additional expertise and additional eyes on the ground, has also been on site. And literally, split sampling is when you take a sample, you split it in 2. One gets sent off to the laboratory and monitored by ATC on the state side. The other gets sent off the laboratory, monitored by North Star on the other side. So what we have found comparing these samples is a great degree of similarity between the samples that we have. We do note that we found low-level groundwater contamination from the split samples we've looked at in August 2019, but I do want to note what is in low-level. And so that low level is metals that we found, but they are all below the MCL, the maximum contaminant level that's allowed. And there were no VOCs or TPHs found in that. So I wanted to note there was some, but I also wanted to explain what low actually means. And so the split samples from the 3rd round, again, they were taken by ATC. They're currently under review. The results from those will be in the end of January report. And the 4th round from February 2020 as planned, obviously they won't make it into a report deadline cutoff for the end of January, but we'll be able to report back on those after a certain passage of time when we've compared the results from the 2. Next slide, please, Tony. Thank you. So as was reported with the groundwater intrusion into the turbine building basement, the water that has been taken out of the interior has been shipped to facilities that can accept that kind of RAD waste, and it's been going to both US Ecology in Idaho and WCS in Texas. So this kicked off the effort to ensure that further groundwater was not intruding into the building itself, into the basement. So where we are with this right now, Haley and Aldrich, on behalf of North Star, has submitted permit applications so that that groundwater that is collected, that is from the 3 wells, that's collected, that is sent through the discharge system, that's being held in the basin, as explained, that will be held there until we actually have a permit for the groundwater discharge. It will be discharged through the cooling system pipes and out to the Connecticut River. For that discharge to happen, then we need to ensure that while it tests today at drinking water standards, and while it tests today that there is no RAD component to that, we need to ensure that it is monitored and tested on a regular basis. The fact that it's being held in the basin before it's discharged enables this monitoring. so that if anything should change as other excavation or remediation occurs on site, that we can understand what's going on. And the Department of Environmental Conservation is working with the Department of Health to develop those groundwater testing criteria that will then be in the A&R discharge permit, which is the authority, the jurisdictional mechanism that we have to require any additional remediation that might be needed. And just to reference back to the question that was asked about the stormwater permits as well, thank you for that. Then what is our typical practice is to wait until we actually have all of the permit materials in so that we can review those permit materials. And then when we're confident we've got everything we need, at that point in time, when we issue a draft permitting decision, we can then notice the public meeting. And in past, not with this applicant in particular, but with past applicants, there can sometimes be an insufficient amount of information that's provided. So we make sure we've got all of that in hand and that we review for the draft permitting decision before we actually set the public meeting. So that is all in process at this point in time. And moving on to the next slide, Tony, about the asbestos abatement observation. So again, the state has contracted with ATC to provide additional expertise that the state does not happen to have on hand or utilize every day, and to have additional eyes on the ground. So the observation for the asbestos abatement has continued at the turbine building, the advanced off-gas building, and at the cooling towers when they were demolished. And a statewide asbestos review plan was conducted by ATC and Hillman, who's actually North Star's asbestos contractor. There have been a few situations where we have asked for additional samples. They have been collected and analyzed without any issues, with concurrence from North Star and their contractors. Next slide, please, Tony. And so these are the amounts of material that have been recovered and disposed of appropriately. Again, the non-RAD components. As you can see, it's quite substantial, and this was mentioned by Corey in North Star's presentation as well. 1,500 tons of demolition and construction debris. It's actually a Vermont state policy to try and recover as much construction and demolition debris as possible. This, in fact, did go to an out-of-state facility, both of them in Massachusetts, and so then Massachusetts laws govern what material is accepted. Same for the asbestos. As you can see it in New Hampshire and Ohio, 537 cubic yards of asbestos material and 237 tons of scrap metal, again going to a facility in Massachusetts. So again, a Vermont policy whereby we want to encourage recovery of materials, but once this is shipped out of state, it is receiving facilities state regulations that manage exactly what is received. And to the last slide, please, Tony, in terms of where we go from here. Obviously, there's a continued sampling. There is the supplemental site investigation report that is due in the end of January. All the remediation will then be governed by the I-rule. But just one note on a procedure that was required, that was established in the MOU, and this is the site restoration protocols. So this governs overall all of the non-RAD. And so this site restoration protocol essentially governs how we work together with North Star and the contractors, with the oversight of the state and ATC, to accomplish the non-RAD materials and remediation that is needed. So within this is now a signed agreement, and we are operating under this procedure. And I think one of the important things to note within that is there is a bi-weekly call. Things can change on a fairly rapid basis with a site of this kind of complexity. So we have a bi-weekly update with North Star and with their contractors. So as anything does change, if there are additional eyes on the ground that are needed, if we get sampling results, etc., that are back that need more attention, we are checking in on a bi-weekly basis. Thank you, and I'll leave that time for additional questions.
Go ahead, Chris.
Just a quick one. Commissioner, on the, I don't remember the exact language in the MOU, but basically if something is found that is either going to change the schedule or cost of of the process. That's supposed to be, the state's supposed to be notified. So is this one of the vehicles by which the state could become aware of something that's going to be an issue in terms of money or time?
Absolutely, yes. And so with a bi-weekly check-in, then it does enable kind of real-time adaptation as needed for the management of that. To date, we have had, certainly not on the side where DEC is responsible, we've not had many surprises in terms of the operation of a site where we have diesel generators running. So the kind of non-rad contamination has been pretty consistent with the experience that we've had with other sites for this type of contaminant. So this absolutely would be a mechanism by which we can be quickly alerted to any issues that do arise. We'll certainly be keeping a very close eye on this, especially as any other deconstruction activities might start to disturb any of the site and disturb kind of below the surface level. So that's a point at which we want to make sure that we've got regular and very real-time communication.
Commissioner, this is just really a curiosity question. So in terms of the biweekly check-ins, what is that? Is that an on-site check-in? Is it on the phone? Approximately how long is it? Just what does that look like in general?
That's a phone call. There are various site visits that are scheduled in and around these, so we certainly have regular eyes on site, or I'd say frequent rather than regular, like every single Tuesday. It's frequent. So this is an opportunity to check in. It's on the phone bi-weekly. On that phone, we have both the engineer who's assigned to the site, Gerald Noyes. We have other of our site's management staff as needed. For example, if there are concerns about PFAS, we bring in one of the PFAS experts. We also have on the phone Chuck Schur, who is the director of the division. And we also have Jordan Gonder from the legal team, who actually was working on the MOU and the protocols. So we can have an engineer at the staff level, management oversight, and legal staff who are reviewing what information comes in. And in addition, there are the times that staff from DEC are on site and the ATC is on site, and then ATC is obviously communicating with us directly outside of these bi-weekly meetings with anything that they're observing.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll move on to the Vermont Department of Health update.
Yes, thank you. I'll wait for Tony to get the slide up. If you could put that on presentation, that'd be great.
Yeah, if I can get this to work.
Slideshow? Top middle, slideshow? It's a word.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing it right now. I have the wrong slide.
The very top middle.
Oh, got it. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that.
From beginning?
There we go.
Great. With all that, I only have a picture of the site, which I thought was interesting because it is a picture of a photo of the site that is more current. Most of the images you see on the internet are old images. This is fairly recent. I don't know exactly how this came about. It was not me, just so that folks know that. Next slide, please. So we are working with our state partners to oversee the decommissioning and have been since Entergy announced the expected shutdown of the plant in 2013. And the twice monthly, actually 2 to 3 times monthly calls that Commissioner Boddicker mentioned were a part of those calls at the health department. In addition, there are other meetings that are held of the various agencies of the state each month. So there are numerous meetings throughout each month. And we also do conduct site inspections. I conducted one today and just last week, and they're very helpful to be able to see some of these things that you're seeing photographic images of. We also are reviewing all of the reports and schedules that are generated by North Star and its contractors. We do independent monitoring of the environment. We have for since before the plant actually started operations. We were collecting air samples, water samples, and direct gamma readings to establish background in the very early 70s, and then after startup in 72 until still today, we collect these environmental samples, and you can see those results at the website that is shown there in that URL. We also maintain radiological emergency capabilities for the state. Our state hazmat team, the Vermont Hazardous Materials Response Team, trains twice a year with exercises here in the local area where they simulate either a transportation accident or a fire that might occur that could create concern among residents as well as others that there was contamination that had left the site. And so we maintain our readiness to respond to those kinds of incidents. And we track radioactive waste shipments with the assistance of the shipping department here at Vermont Yankee. Our environmental surveillance is extensive. We collect water, air, milk, and direct gamma radiation measurements. Most of our samples are off-site currently. Primarily, we're looking at the gamma radiation at the property boundary. We also have extensive monitoring at Vernon Elementary School. We have air sampler. We have multiple dosimeters. We have an online or a constantly on radiation detector in the principal's office. And we also do 2 of the local farms, the Logic Farm, the Miller Farm. And we sample the Connecticut River upstream and downstream for water. And we sample private wells near the site, and we sample Brattleboro drinking water. We also do get some on-site samples that contractors at VY have over the years provided us samples of sediments, fish, and we have also been getting groundwater samples from wells. There are 4 wells that we've consistently been getting samples from in a leach field spreading area. And recently we actually received some split samples of some groundwater wells that are within the protected area, which is of course that area that we're especially concerned about, with our goal, as you can see here with this image, to try to evaluate all of the constituents that could contribute to radiation dose in our ingestion pathway in our everyday lives to ensure that they are always within the very low limits that we have for both the health department and by our confirmation also those that are used by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. I mentioned that we track radioactive materials shipments, and this is a graph of those shipments over the year 2019. And we do this, each of the shipments that goes out from Vermont Yankee, the shipping manager sends a report to us. We are tabulating each of the volumes and each of the amounts of radioactivity in each of these shipments. And we also notify all of the law enforcement agencies so that if there were some sort of incident on the roads or elsewhere, or they stopped a vehicle and it had radioactive materials as a part of its bill of lading, they would be expecting these shipments. We do this with all of the entities that transport radioactive materials through the states, and Vermont Yankee has consistently done this over the years. You can see this is a graph that somewhat shows what's happened over the year 2019 in the updates from the team at North Star. And that is that over the months starting in March, there's been a consistent growth in the number of shipments of radioactive materials offsite to licensed disposal facilities. There have been some upticks periodically. The most important one is the most obvious one is radioactivity. That was in April when some very radioactive filters were removed from the rad waste system. and shipped to disposal site. And then also you can see that back in October there were a lot more shipments, and obviously that's probably like us with our firewood. We're putting a lot more firewood into our wood sheds in October. They're getting them off the site before the winter comes. We expect to be able to provide these kinds of updates to you not only in our annual reports but at these meetings ongoing. And I'll take any questions.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for the report. I have a question just about the water testing and the private and public drinking water. How large of a area out beyond the footprint of the plant are you testing?
We have focused on the immediate drinking water in Vernon in particular. We obtain water samples in, I don't want to say hundreds, but dozens per day from all around Vermont for sampling, because our laboratory does radiochemistry on all kinds of environmental samples for many different reasons. People are concerned about radium in their water, or uranium, or radon. We do that testing. So we have great background levels, and also we understand what the rock, the geology does to water throughout the state by taking all those samples. What we're really focusing on and what we report on is what's happening here in the immediate area that could be the result of transitions from activities on site into the bedrock and then potentially into the drinking water aquifers that are, for example, used by the school or local residents. So they're really pretty close, other than the Brattleboro water supply, which is the largest water supply, which we feel is useful for us to test on the basis of the population that uses it.
So just for some specificity, distance, is it within?
Yeah, within miles.
Within miles?
Yes, maybe 2 miles. Mostly. As far as the Blodgett Farm to the south, Brattleboro to the north, and West Brattleboro to the west, as well as the river. Yes.
Okay. Let's move on to the Public Service Department update, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The briefing will be given by Jim Porter, the Public Advocate at the Department.
Thank you. So I've got my reading glasses, and I think everything is a little bit either too far away or too close, so bear with me a little bit. But, so Tony, if we can just go to the next slide. Just a reminder of our kind of ongoing role in this oversight. Primarily, it's reviewing the financial performance and the work as it's done and as reimbursement is sought. And I'm going to go through these fairly quickly. We may have had some of them at the last meeting. I wasn't here, so I'm not positive. But Tony, if we can go to the next one. Just talks about the department's activities related to this function in 2019. I think you know most of this, and it's been gone over. But we have 2 lawyers internally who deal with this matter. We have a law firm in Boston that we keep on retainer. We have Tony, who you all know. Our internal finance and economic division reviews certain of everything, and then we have hired consultants this past year who do an ongoing review of all the financials. And I think you all know this. If we can go to the update since the last meeting. Not too much. One thing, we did have a site visit with our technical consultants in late December. And then Representative Sibilia submitted some questions to the department, and a letter was sent to her and I think to all of you. But we were also going to deal with some of those responses in this slide presentation. Got major activities on site. I think those have been gone over in earlier slides. Financial updates, the trust balances, and then the next one is disbursements from NDT. The next one, disbursements from SRT. Kind of financial status of the project is the next one, with some little pie charts. We also, that go along with these, have fairly detailed spreadsheets. I did not put them in here, but they're on our website and they're updated, I think, monthly. And then if we go to the one, Tony, yeah, department's financial review. Are you interested in you just want to look this over and see if you have any questions about? Seeing none, let's move to.
Mr. Chair, I think this is the end of the presentation until we get to my questions. May I ask a question on this piece? So, just one quick question with regard to the disbursements slides. I know we have a date of notice and the amount requested. Is the amount dispersed always the same as the amount requested?
I think thus far it has been. We have the ability to object to a disbursement, and we have not done that thus far.
So, yes, thus far it has always been the same. The amount requested has always been the amount dispersed thus far. Okay. That's my question. Thank you.
And I think it may have been questions about one of the disbursement months that precipitated the site visit with the consultants this past month. So, but as I say, no.
I'm sorry, would you?
So our consultants had some questions about some of the items in one of the disbursement schedules that we received, and they actually came here to meet with North Star people, and their questions were answered, but they do monitor these every month.
And so what was the nature of the question? Was it about the cost estimates, or whose is that? Okay.
I believe it was the cost submitted and the work that went along with it.
So was it a look back or something going in front? So something that had already happened or something that was
Like I said, it already happened because I think it came about from a request for a disbursement for repayment. So
okay, and the consultants found that there was no
thumbs up right after their site visit.
Okay.
They were very pleased, I believe.
Does anybody else have any questions regarding the update before we move on to the responses to the questions that were laid out by Laura? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to those responses.
Great. And everyone got a copy of the letter. Okay. And so if you go to the next slide, Tony, estimated cost to complete the project. So, and as this indicates, this was based upon the record that was before the Public Utility Commission when this transaction was approved. And I believe the total estimates were about $811 million. And then you've got a breakdown below that. Any questions about this? So if you go to the next, I think one of the questions was, is there uncertainty built into the estimated cost? And as you know, there's an extremely detailed model that was used for this. And I think the first bullet talks about the 900 line pay item disbursement schedule. I think there's a 10% contingency built into each line item. Broadly speaking, North Star bears the cost if there's a shortfall, but obviously the idea is for them to make money with this transaction. The next slide really goes to kind of what was about 90% of the context of the transaction that was before the PUC. And it was, I think, fairly early on, the parties believed that North Star had the expertise to do this. The question was, did they have the financial wherewithal? And there was much work done with financial assurances and essentially everything that could be thought of that could reasonably put together to ensure that the funds would be there to complete the decommissioning. And then this has, I'm sorry, I really can't see, but this has bullets of the various components of the financial assurance package. Estimated percentage of the work complete, I think approximately 14.9, 15% complete. Current schedule, looking to the end of January in 2027. March 31st of each year is kind of a big reporting date, kind of, you know, the yearly reports of various things. This will be the first complete year that will be analyzed and put together. So I think that piece will have a lot more information on that at the May meeting. Our consultants, 4 points. They, you know, thus far believe everything is on track as it's supposed to be. I think one of Representative Sevilla's questions was, what happens if there's a surplus when all the work is done? I think 55% of surplus funds would go back to ratepayers. And then some piece would go to North Star as successor in interest to Entergy. And then the question I think she may have been more interested in was what happens if there's not enough money. And that, as I think the commissioner wrote very nicely in her letter, truthfully, nobody knows. To some extent, again, every effort was put in to see that that doesn't happen. And with the various monitoring, I certainly think, or the idea is that if something was not going according to schedule or that was of concern, that we would see it, you know, long before it became a problem. In some scenarios, as the letter says, it could be go back to safe store, which we all remember that. But there are many scenarios, and it's a little bit hard to answer. We talked a little bit about the annual reports that'll be coming in at the end of March. Excuse me. Please ask me some questions.
I'm writing a list.
Okay, thank you.
Are you done?
If you're ready with your list, I think
Sorry.
he's ready.
Okay, sorry.
Thanks.
Excuse me. And they're not, I don't think they're anything, thank you. This is a helpful report. I appreciate the care and attention that went into the letter, and I think the explanations were really helpful.
Great.
A few questions. I heard you say that with regard to the surplus, 55% would go back to the ratepayers, and some piece would go back to North Star. That's a fairly imprecise.
40, I think it's 45.
Okay, thank you.
I was having trouble deducting 55% from 100, but I think it's 45.
Okay, and with regard to the.
Can I just a follow-up to that real
Sure.
quick? Just for the watching public, could you just briefly describe what the Vermont Yankee Nuclear Power Corporation is? Because since we have a shutdown plant, people may wonder, well, why does that thing still exist and what is it? And why is only 55% going to Green Mountain Power Corporation?
So the 55% to Green Mountain is most of you know, the plant was originally owned by our electric utilities. We had Central Vermont Public Service and Green Mountain Power each owned a piece. When Green Mountain Power acquired or merged with CVPS, you know, those entities became one, and that was a larger percentage. Does that help? Okay.
Okay. With regard to the now the annual reports that are coming in March, these are really an analysis of the financials, what was said and what is happening. Is that right?
Financials, balances, where the money's invested, work completion, so all of those things. From our perspective, this is just from our perspective, what we look at.
And so in terms of some sort of warning or red flag that there is an issue, since we've established that we can't really know for sure until we get to that place if we have enough funds, what types of red flags would the department be looking for in between marches?
So let me answer that from the least technical person that touches this project from the department. But I think if you saw big overruns in line items, if you saw a big decrease in any fund balance, anything, as I say, and the experts, there's so much information and it's so granular that I think they're able to monthly kind of look at the work, how it's being done, is the work value of the so I think you would start to see something financially fairly soon. So from my perspective, that's the type thing they would see. If North Star, not North Star, 4 Points were here, I'm sure they could give you a lot better detail as to what they might see.
If I could offer something on that point. We will be getting these reports March 31, as the presentation shows, and the department is happy to look into having 4 Points attend in May, I think it is, to take your questions at that time. And that would be an excellent question to ask them from a technical perspective. What we're able to tell you is that, for instance, with the December 12 site visit, when they see something that gets their antenna going, that's the procedure that we follow. So that monitoring is ongoing through the year. And then again in May, once the comprehensive reporting is complete, we're happy to make them available for your questioning.
So I do think that would be helpful, Mr. Chair, to have them come when we get that report here.
And Laura, and then there's also the MOU with that
Right.
Emily was talking about.
You're pointing, and that makes me nervous, Chris.
Sorry.
No.
No. But what Commissioner Bodeker was talking about, that's another opportunity to catch something.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah, and I should have said, I'm really talking about the money, and of course, you've got the whole A&R contingency, and they're on site doing visits, they have their own consultants.
Right.
So I'm really was talking from the financial perspective.
We're also, in trying to answer your very appropriate question, we are dealing with hypotheticals. So I would offer this one to you. Let's say, for instance, that with A&R's work, an unanticipated environmental attribute is discovered that materially alters some of the financial assumptions that have gone into planning this decommissioning. So that would be a noted or a material event. If the experts from our shop see financial consequences that attach to that, for instance, that it would lead to a precipitous withdrawal of a size from the trust fund that is not anticipated, that would be the kind of thing that that they would want to analyze, and we would want them to as well, in order to ascertain whether there's some sort of reconfiguration of the 900 item schedule that needs to be considered. If that helps you.
That does help.
That's reported within 7 days too, per the MOU, as I recall, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's a very intricate mechanism, but yes, in a nutshell, you're right.
So thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate again all of the time and care. That's really all of my questions right now with regard to the financial. And what I have learned through this process is how important and necessary it is to continue to have these public opportunities to understand how we're progressing. I want to be clear that at this point, I have no concerns about the finances, but I think that given that we can't actually know until we're done, I think we have really underscored the need to have regular reports on this. I do have one other question after.
If I could just add something to your comment, though. I could not agree with you more, because I think the transaction and really the plant itself, I cannot recall a time in doing this work, and I've been doing it for 20 years, where folks were not asking the question, one day when this plant no longer operates, are the resources going to be there to decommission the site? And there have been a variety of combos about, is it just decommissioning, or is it restoring it, and to what degree, et cetera, et cetera. This is a long, storied conversation that has occasioned much discussion, and I think the fact that this panel was preceded by yet another panel tells you how personally the public takes the topic. And so I commend you, Representative Sibilia, for the attention that you continue to draw to these conversations and the monitoring, and the other panel members who have been in touch with me about this. And I can assure you that the department is fully vested in not just reporting to you as we did in the letter, but also committed to this public forum. I mean, this is very Vermont. And it's something that catches the eye across the nation, really, as other states start looking at these processes as well. So you can certainly count on the department to continue to make fulsome public reports. That has been our custom all along, and we'll continue to do that.
And could I follow up and ask the committee kind of a process question? So I've not been to one of these meetings in a while. I hope to start coming to these regularly now. We have a very smart, highly technical lawyer who understands all that, who loves to make these PowerPoints. We are putting more and more information on our website. If you want to look at spreadsheets, if you want to look at the details, they're there. What do you like in the way of slides? Those of you who know me, I'm a little more colloquial. I'm a little more interested in, do you have questions? Is there something bad going on? What are you guys doing on a monthly basis? Do you enjoy the technical piece of the slides or a little bit more of a narrative for these?
Well,
you can think about it.
May I will speak for myself and say I don't think that we are the sole audience. So I think that that's something to take into consideration.
And I would just like to add that this is great. And in addition to your website, I feel like the ENDICAP panel in and of itself is the primary way for the public to engage with all of this material. So in these slides, if there are links to some of that technical reports that might be buried in your site, I know that there's a lot of care. I've dug in there and there's a lot of information there, but this is yet just another way. This is the mechanism, I think, that the public gets it, because we get through BCTV and there are all sorts of links. So I appreciate you asking the question.
Could I follow up on that? As a matter of curiosity, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, because I'm mindful of our time tonight, did you find it difficult to find the materials on the website?
Not most of the time.
Okay, but some of the time.
Some of the time.
Well, if I could ask if you want to contact us and let us know, that would be most helpful. We always want the feedback.
Sure. Thank you.
This might not be a question you can answer. There might be someone else that can answer, but it's not on. Okay, there you go. The spent nuclear fuel management fee, the almost 288 million. Until what date does that presuppose the management of said spent fuel? Do we know, does that end with the projected end of decommissioning, or up to when does that management go on in terms of this budget analysis?
That's an excellent question, and I expect that different parties see the answer in a different way. What we have right now are the known resources. That's the number you're looking at. What we also have, if I'm not mistaken, is federal law that says that the federal government is supposed to take title and possession of this waste and dispose of it conclusively. And as you well know, maybe better than I, the federal government has made interim arrangements at best. And so when that question is going to be resolved is something that I don't know. And I will not sit here and tell you that I know whether the number that you're looking at is sufficient to cover until that day comes.
Well, no, what I wanted to know is up until what date does this number presuppose?
I don't think the number does presuppose. I think rather the number is the number. And it remains to be determined how long it's going to be necessary. And I think that logically points to a question all of us ask, which is what happens if the end time is not achieved before the money runs out? End time meaning the final disposal of the waste.
So this number was projected without an end date in mind, Corey?
I think that the number exists to reflect what we know to date.
And do we know how much on an annual basis spent fuel management is expected to cost moving forward?
So I would not be the person to answer that question.
Kind of asking Corey.
We can start with the company and see what their view is. Tony, unless you have a number on that.
Well, to answer the first part of the question, I don't remember the exact date for the spent fuel management, but the projection, if I recall correctly, and I think Corey or David can correct this, is out through the end of what was originally the safe store period. So we're talking to approximately the 2060s at this point, but Corey's going to update this.
I can shed just a little light on that. So that number, I believe, was generated with the original projections, and it was an estimate that the DOE would be able to execute on its commitment to retrieve the spent fuel by 2052. So the original numbers were
That's
built
what I was
out
looking
for
for.
that.
Okay.
We cannot give you an exact number for the year-to-year costs, but that's a great question, and what I can share with you is the historical average for the last few years in the New England region, considering the other independent spent fuel storage installations that exist, are around $9 million a year.
Yeah, I had thought it was 10, but, okay. Well, that's interesting. One last question, may I? My understanding is that the decommissioning of Vermont Yankee is the largest industrial project currently at play in the state of Vermont. Is that correct? And if so, what's the next largest?
That's a good question. I don't know.
And frankly, I don't think either one of us is in a position to answer that question. I don't know what the definition of industrial is, and there are limits to what the department can responsibly say on something like that.
Okay. Well, if anybody
Is
gets
that
any
okay?
information on
'Cause
that, I'd be interested to know.
I'm seeing looks down the panel, so.
Well, I wonder if that's a question for Commissioner Bodek, or is it more of a cleanup question? Is that what you meant, Lissa?
Yes. Well, just
Like an industrial cleanup? Is that what you meant, or what did you mean?
just in terms of the raw value of the work being done.
Oh, no, okay.
I know there are some other large hazardous sites like the Pine Street Barge Canal in Burlington. Work kind of occurs at these large sites intermittently, and a lot of that is based upon when federal funds become available. So just an example, we've actually finished out this year $6.2 million of work at the Pine Street Barge Canal, but that wasn't the first. So once you actually have a full site remediation plan, you then kind of have to get in the queue in terms of when you can get federal grant funds. So to total up one of the large sites like the Pine Street Barge Canal or like the Superfund sites, certainly if it'd be of interest to the panel, I can get a total for you for Elizabeth Mine, what's been spent over the last 30 years. So you can get an idea of the magnitude. So we are fortunate that we have very few Superfund sites. Elizabeth Mine's probably one of the most well-known. Those that are downtown, Pine Street Barge Canal is a really good example. And we have very few, but we do have one site like VAG, which is the asbestos mine up above Morrisville and Hyde Park, that was never designated as a Superfund site. Therefore, there has been no cleanup as a result of being designated as a Superfund site. So I can certainly get some examples for you so you can kind of put this work in context. This is, to the best of my knowledge, by far the largest and by a very substantial amount.
Largest what, though? Largest hazardous waste cleanup site?
Yeah, largest hazardous waste cleanup site. Okay. Obviously, with this having a radiological component on top of it. If you have a look at it in terms of the other hazardous materials that are non-RAD, that are under DEC, I don't believe it would be the largest, but I'd be very happy to get you some context for the next meeting.
No, it's not necessary. I'll look into it myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I just want to echo what Representative Sibilia said, that when anybody's presenting, whether it be your department or previous departments, please understand that you're actually representing to the entire public and not just this board. Panel, do we have further questions for anybody? This is kind of our time to, if you thought of anything between, the start of North Star's presentation to now, to ask those questions before we move on to the public. Go ahead.
Of course, I have one more, but I think this is it, Mr. Chair. So with regard to the March reports that we're going to get, and I did speak to several of you today about this, would it be possible for us to get an overall update on the progress with the MOU? Not just the finances, but the MOU itself.
Oh, yes, we would have, that's what we would plan as a matter of course, and I think that's a really good thing to keep doing. So.
And I would like to just make sure that we are understanding each other. So for me, that would mean kind of walking through the MOU, and these things there's no issue with these things are done.
Correct.
Are there any confidentiality issues that would arise from kind of a progress update on the MOU?
The way I would handle that is that we will report on everything that we can within the public sphere. Anything that's confidential, we would identify it as such and explain why it needs to be confidential. I don't think that will be the overwhelming bulk of it. It should be really minimal, but there is some confidential material, yes. There are aspects of that in the case.
So, Mr. Chair, I would, given the number of reports that are coming in, I would ask that we maybe think about an interim meeting between now and May, or that we move up that May meeting. Thank you.
If I could just add one thing to what you said, Representative Sibilia, with the number of reports that are coming in at the end of March, we anticipate that, certainly from our perspective, that our consultants will probably take a month to try to look and digest. So, thanks.
And I mean this as respectfully as I can possibly say it. These reports are also going to be posted as soon as the department can put them out there. And we do need folks to read them and, process them so that the time spent here can be this kind of engaged discourse. And I appreciate your comments, Representative Coffey, about how this panel is the primary access for the public to assimilate the information and understand the information that we're sharing here. But I can't overstate the importance of actively engaging as well by going to our website if that is the interest that the public has, because a lot of resources are going into making that website user-friendly and comprehensive. It's a lot of information to digest, and I think we need to make our peace with that.
Anyone else on the panel have any questions before I open it up to the public? Seeing none, we will take public questions now regarding the North Star and state reports. Seeing no questions from the public, we will open it up for general public comments for those folks that can't stay through the end of the meeting. And we do have one. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Ann Darling. I live in East Hampton, Massachusetts. I used to live here for a very long time, raised my son here. I wanted to know if it sounds like there isn't, but is there a schedule of meetings of NDCAP for the next year, let's say? It's a regular schedule? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, May is our next meeting. We have not scheduled them out. What we typically do is schedule the following meeting based on our needs. As Representative Sibilia mentioned, there may be a time where we need to move up our meetings from, our normal 3 or 4 month schedule. So no, there is no exact schedule. It kind of depends on the needs of the panel.
Okay. So I was notified of this. I'm on the list to get notifications, and I was notified on January 8th of this meeting. So it may have been in the minutes or something from the last meeting, but I didn't hear about it until a few days ago. And it is a tremendous amount of information to digest for people like me who have a full-time job and other things that we do. I'm probably not atypical for people who are, having a hard time keeping up with all of it. And I'm really interested in it. Not everyone is, I will admit. So I would, you may have met the qualification or the standard for noticing a public meeting, an open meeting, but that really isn't enough time to get people here, and there are very often very few people here, usually very few people here. And it is a problem, I think, that this is so complex, and so you have to read so much and know so much to understand it. And I don't really know how to deal with that. But this is not what I would call real engagement of the public, because there's so few of us here. I know in the MOU it does talk about some form of public engagement. I see that North Star is working with the town of Vernon, which is fabulous. Absolutely should be working very closely. But beyond that, how to pull people in and do education in the community so that people can understand these complicated reports. It would be really nice if that could happen. I know it takes money, and I don't know that there are resources for it. There are groups in the community that I'm part of and other people are part of that might be able to be allies in getting that information out to the public, or getting people in here, so that you're not talking to yourselves all the time. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne, for bringing this up, because we don't always know how the information about the meetings is going out. And I'm curious, because that's news to me that people would have heard about this meeting only on January 8th. So, because we set this meeting date at our last meeting in December. So what are the mechanisms? Is it just that this gets posted according to open meeting law, or is there a mailing list? Maybe Tony, would you mind? You might be able to answer that better than anybody.
Yeah, I can, and I appreciate the question because this is something I'm trying to emphasize more. The NDCAP does have a website through the Public Service Department. As soon as we know a meeting date, we do at least get the meeting date on that website. Now, what Ms. Darling is referring to is we typically get a press release out. We try to do this about a week in advance because past experience was that, well, if we went 2 weeks, 3 weeks, people would forget and we weren't getting turnout. We can attempt to do that earlier, but I would just emphasize to people, do check the website. We keep it as up to date as possible. And that will always have what information we have available. Now, with regard to the technical information that was put up on the website this week, I will point out that this part is a new process for us. Really, with the exception of tonight's meeting, we very seldom had the technical presentations available prior to the meeting themselves. So this is something that we committed to at the December meeting, that we would make an effort to get this done earlier. With the time of year, I did not get any of the presentations until this past week. So we got them up as quickly as we could, and I thank everyone who made the effort to assure that we had them in advance. But I think with the next meeting being on May 4th, unless the panel decides to have one between now and then, we can push that effort a little bit earlier to assure that there is at least maybe draft presentations available, say a week or a week and a half prior to the meeting. But that will depend upon the individual authors of the presentations.
Tony, is there any notification that goes out when there is any kind of a, and I don't mean minor, when there is any kind of a major update or information, a new report, new documents, or a new meeting? Is there any automatically just an email that goes out that says, the site's been updated to the interest list?
At this point, no, but that's something that I think we can consider. June, we may have to talk about that just to set up a ground rule, because right now, any type of release that would go out, I have to run through her office for approval. Some of these, if they're very routine, I think we could just send out automatically, say, hey, the website's been updated with this.
Yeah, I think there's a distinction between the press releases that you're talking about,
Yes.
Tony, and what you're getting at, Representative Sibilia, which is, for instance, if a letter comes out from the NRC, is that fair? Or if one of the congressional delegation does something, or something that is of interest to the NDCAP and in turn to the public that follows the NDCAP, and what you're asking is, do we have a mechanism by which we push that out automatically to not just NDCAP, but also to our website? I think, I'm sorry to have to say this, but the department is not the sole source of such information. There are other state agencies as well, and arguably legislative developments as well. So now we're talking about how do we best aggregate all of that and push it out. And I do not have a person who could staff a web content management function in a way that would, I think, satisfy the ideal of what you're saying.
So I think this is probably something that we should stick a pin in to explore further. I've noted that you've stressed the importance of folks maintaining their knowledge with what's on the website. And I certainly recognize that the department is not swimming in staff and time to do all of this, but certainly someone is uploading a report.
But
And
you're
it
thinking
seems
of
like
something like a news
may I
feed,
finish,
right?
Commissioner?
Yeah, of
It
course.
seems like there should be some mechanism that minimizes risk of inaccurate information going out. So if something is permissible to be posted, that there's some sort of operating procedure that is established that can be pushed out. I recognize that there's information that comes from all sorts of places, but if that is our focal point, the NDCAP website, it seems like that might be something we should try and work on in terms of some sort of standard operating procedure when there's something, a new report.
Yeah, I'm
or a
hearing two
meeting
different
date.
things. I'm hearing that you want a standard operating procedure, and I'm hearing that you want a current, constant feed of things as they go up on the website. Am I hearing something wrong?
So I think when the website is updated with a new report or a new date is put up, I certainly, there's 10 reports that were put up for this meeting, so I wouldn't expect 10 notifications. But
That was what I was hearing, so that's not what you expect, and I agree. We should be able to do something in an aggregate way.
Yeah.
But what I was hearing was that you wanted it to have it happen every time we do something.
So what you should hear me say is I think this idea merits some investigation as to what is reasonable
That sounds
to
fair to
increase the
me.
transparency. Is this something that we can maybe take up at a future meeting?
What I'm noticing is that my fellow state agencies aren't weighing in on the question, and it has implications for them as well, so perhaps they'd like to speak to the point.
Do they post on your site all of the information?
The entire NDCAP, including the business of the other members as well, if you have any. For instance, your query to us, if it had come in writing, that's something I would expect to put on the website.
Yes, it did come in writing.
I'm trying to remember that. I don't recall that, but I'll take you at your word, as I always do, Representative Sibilia. Do the other state agencies have anything to say on the point?
I think it'd be an opportunity for us to talk with our IT folks. I have to confess I don't know the full capabilities of the website, but if there'd be a way to automate notifications once files are posted and a way to batch, we can go onto multiple sites these days and give me once a week an update. I confess I do not know what capabilities we have within the IT website system, but we can ask the question.
Yes.
May I just offer a simpler solution? I'm mostly concerned with the comment that was made about people not knowing about our meetings. So I would like to tease that apart just separately. And maybe it's something that's triggered by the issues committee meeting, that we do in advance. And if we do that, we would need to do that regularly. But I do think that when people know about our meetings, then we can have more robust engagement, and I think that's really important. So if there's a simple way, I don't know if there is a list that exists for an email list of interest groups, but does such a thing exist is my question.
Yeah, I can answer that quickly. The short answer is yes. There is a public interest list that I believe Kate O'Connor actually started, but I have inherited and maintained, and I think we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 people on that list right now. And if anyone is interested in joining the list, contact me. I actually have a slide I plan to put up during the break that has contact information, how to contact the panel, because it hasn't been put up recently.
And I'll just speak to one thing. Your question about the lack of participation in the public currently. I believe it has a lot to do with the sale being complete. Prior to the sale being complete, this room was fairly full on a regular basis. And I think the interest in the public has waned since the sale has been complete, because now we are really, as you mentioned, starting to get in the weeds of very technical things in these reports, and I don't think it really interests the general public in a lot of cases, except for someone like yourself and obviously this panel and the folks that are here. So I think that's part of the lack of public participation at this point. But if there is a better way that we can disseminate information, especially our meetings, we will definitely do that, and in hopes to find more people like yourself to attend.
I kind of am a dog with a bone, I will admit. I think you may well be correct, but I wouldn't. And yeah, I think people feel very relieved after all the years of conflict that things have calmed down and they don't want to really be in the middle of it anymore. But I do believe that this is very important for people's lives and well-being, and that they may not understand some of the basic things that are happening right down the road, and that if they did, they might be more engaged. I wouldn't want to see you say, well, people just aren't interested, so we don't need to try.
And I didn't mean to come across in that manner. As I mentioned, if there's a better way for us to get out the information, we absolutely will do that. I was just making a generalized observation from the time we started, really getting engaged in the sale till now.
No, I didn't take it that way. Yes, this room used to be full. I was there too. All right, thank you very much.
Well, there was also the issue of people feeling endangered, which is no longer the case largely.
Come on up.
Hello. I'm just here to introduce myself. I think you might have heard at the last meeting about the possible project that Antioch University was going to be partnering with North Star and with the town of Vernon. And so really we've just begun the project. The contract was just signed among all the partners, and we're assembling the graduate student team right now. So I just wanted to give you a quick little introduction. I'm Krista Daniels. I work at Antioch as faculty right over the border in Keene, New Hampshire. And we've been assembling the graduate student team, which is great. We have 2 master's students that are GIS advanced students that are going to be working on this project. We actually also have a doctoral student that's going to be doing some of the photojournaling and documenting of the decommissioning process. So there's that part of the project, and then the other part of the project, which I find very exciting. I have nothing to report on yet, obviously, since this is just the beginning. But the students will be doing that landscape suitability analysis, which is really looking at the whole site and putting together layers of the site in GIS mapping. So they're going to look at hydrology, physiology, microclimate, and really it's basically to just say, here is the site, here's the ecological characteristics of the site, here's past human settlement, here's the history of the site, and it's to give more of a foundation as a basis for what you might do with that site, what the town might do with that site moving forward. So it's to give as much information on that as possible. And so I find that very exciting. We've looked kind of around the country to see if there were any other examples of this partnership, and we have not seen that yet of all the sites that are being decommissioned, where you're seeing the actual decommissioning site, the city it resides in, and an academic institution coming together to say, let's work together to look at what's going to happen next, or what information we can produce for people to make a good decision moving forward. So I think that's very exciting. I think it's going to put this area on the map. We've already been asked, just from mentioning the project, to present at national conferences, so that's exciting too. And so hopefully, once we get the students together and we can start looking at all the information, there'll be a time for us to figure out, we know we'll be presenting to the town of Vernon and North Star on regular basis, but maybe we can come back here and kind of showcase the results to you all as well as we move forward.
So, very excited about this project. One thing, and we do have Deputy Commissioner Long is here from ACCD. I hope that there will be opportunities to keep both the state and regional economic development and planning commissions kind of apprised of the work as you're going along. I think it's groundbreaking, innovative, really exciting, and kudos to all of you.
Yep, we will. And the good thing about the first part is that it'll also be accessible, very accessible to the public, because part of the project will entail not just creating these GIS maps that we're going to bring to events like this, but we're actually going to do a storyboard, which is where it can be linked off the town website, it can be linked off of our website. Anybody, any member of the public can just click on the link, and it'll look like a storyboard. It'll show the mapping that's been done, and it actually has text along with it that's very user-friendly for people to understand what the site looks like and what we found so far. So it'll be a good also area of engagement for folks to kind of see what's happening very quickly.
So I'm Chris Camden, Executive Director at Wyndham Regional Commission, and we're the GIS resource and mapping resource for the region, but also the towns. We have lots of town maps, already all kinds of data layers, so you don't have to, if you don't want to reinvent the wheel unless it's just part of what you want the students to learn, we've got all those data layers, so just feel free to reach out to us, and we're happy to help provide resources to you guys for your work.
Sure, thank you.
There's a lot of excitement at this end of the room, but anyway, I've been hearing about this project brewing for a while, so I'm really excited that you did it, that you were able to get the funding together. And can you remind us where, like, I think it's, did the town get a grant from ACC, the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, to match some of the funds with North Star? Is that true?
Yes.
Great, that's great. Well, congratulations. It's a really exciting partnership, and any way that we can be helpful.
What is the budget and timeline for your work?
So right now, ANIAC's portion of the work is really from January through December. So it's just 1 year project, just kick it off and see how it goes. And right now we're working with a budget about $35,000.
Have any students been assigned to the project yet?
We have, yes, we just signed, they're called work study forms. They're actually not part of federal work study. We're paying outside of federal work study, but they're work study forms. They have to be full-time students matriculated at Antioch. So we just signed contracts with 3 of the students for the spring semester. Some of those students may continue into the summer and fall. Some might be graduating, so we might switch out students, but we'll have at least 3 students through the spring, at least 1 over the summer, and then 3 again in the fall, maybe the same 3.
Can we anticipate they will be at these meetings?
So they will be, the way it's written in right now, depending on how many meetings there are, I know that they will be presenting to the town of Vernon twice in the spring. And so that's written into their project and their budget right now.
I'd like to also suggest that you present in the town of Brattleboro some of your findings at some point, and I'd like to offer you a space to do so downtown.
Okay, I think we're all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to take a general consensus of the panel. Do we want to take our 5-minute break, or do we want to push forward?
Go.
Can we take a 1-minute break?
Sure, we'll take a 2-minute break. How's that? We'll reconvene literally in 2 minutes. Okay, we are reconvened. It is 8 o'clock, which means we are exactly on schedule. The next item on the agenda is to review panel legislation changes draft, which you should find in the packet that we handed out at the beginning of the meeting. This was introduced by Representatives Coffey and Sevilla.
Mr. Chair, it has not yet been
Has not
introduced.
been introduced. Okay, apologize. So if we can take a look down through the draft, you'll see the things that were removed, and anything that's underlined are the additions to the draft. And this is something that we need to have done so you guys can introduce it. We need.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. We wanted to wait until this meeting, but we remind the panel that deadline for introducing any legislation, we have to turn this in by the 15th. So we would like to be able to have a clear sense of what the panel would like to do so we can move this forward as quickly as possible. Sound good?
Yep. So I am going to assume everybody has taken a look at this at some point. So I'm going to open it up for questions, comments, concerns about the changes that were made, things that were struck out of the legislation, and things that were added. And if nobody says anything, I'm going to assume that their draft is perfect.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to say something. I thought the changes reflected faithfully the discussion that we've had to date. The one thing that is not in here that I've been holding in reserve, and I'll defer to the panel as to whether it's a today or another day issue, but we are amending or purporting to amend section 1700. And I've tried to do a quick look here to see whether that's the same section that also covers who pays for the support of NDCAP. And my quick look says, yes, that is the same section, at which point, to borrow Representative Sevilla's phrase from a moment ago, I'd like to put a flag in this issue, a pin in this issue, as to who pays for this, because I think it's time that the company assume that cost. And the statute right now doesn't read that way. The statute right now provides that the funding comes out of my budget.
May I?
Go ahead.
So there are two ways that we can handle that. And this is the way I would recommend that we handle that. That we don't put that into this draft, and that the Issues Committee, working with the administration, makes some sort of recommendation, if that's the case. A financial support recommendation would need to, really should be flagged pretty soon, I would say. The governor's budget hasn't come out yet, but we probably would want the Issues Committee to meet and make a recommendation. There will be some want for a recommendation. So.
I just want to make sure I understand, because I'm not talking about using state funds. The law right now says that my agency's budget has to pay to support this committee. What I'm suggesting is that the law be changed so that North Star pays to support this committee. And
So,
this is a combo that we've been trying to have for about a year and a half.
So do we have a recommendation on the amount?
I would simply say that it ought to be couched the way it is now. It's just that the language right now reads the source of funds. funds for this purpose shall come from the monies collected under 30 VSA 22 for the purpose of maintaining the Department of Public Service and such other sources as may be or become available. So I would suggest that that ought to be changed to simply say that funds for this purpose shall come or shall be paid by North Star. And just leave it at that. And I appreciate, this is probably giving Corey a heart attack and Mr. State as well, who's sitting in the audience. But, you know, if we're going to launch this legislative train, my experience is if you go in and open the can, make sure you put everything in there that really matters to you. And this thing really matters to me, which is why I'm putting a flag in it.
Mr. Chair, may I respond? Thank you, Commissioner. At our last meeting, we decided, I took notes, we decided to not put that in here. That was the decision that this panel made. So that's why it's not here. It's not that we're not opposed to it. There is another way to get this, there is another way to get that into this piece of legislation, and it's as it goes through committee.
Understood. Then
So,
I'm satisfied.
so I just want you to know that it wasn't that it was oversight. It was a decision that I tracked, but I'm not sure if that was the full intention of the whole group, because we were moving kind of quickly at that point in the meeting. So
I will defer to your memory. I'm just making sure that the flag gets put in the issue.
I don't recall a vote either, but I was kind of sick and on the phone. But I think it's prudent that the panel vote on this issue.
we can't get it in at this point to the language. Yes, we can. Okay.
Well, no.
I would just recommend that it has been something that's been discussed. It's a large burden on the department. It's in other cases of decommissioning, the corporate entity has paid far above and beyond what we've been, allotted in this VY process. And I would just say that I think that as a panelist, I'd like to see that represented in the legislative change.
So I would expect that with this, that this is a general request, that there's no limits that have been put on that. My guess is that North Star probably will want to see, will have something to say about this being an unlimited amount. And so
Having lived with that very burden, I agree. It hasn't been easy for me to handle either.
So I think that, Mr. Chair, that it will be important to try and get a good sense from the committee of the direction. And that may be hard to do this evening, but I think it's something, again, that would need to be done quickly. It will need to be amended in my committee with the dollar amounts. And so...
May I ask, you offered a moment ago that there is another path, and I understood that to be that that path could be through participation in the legislative process, at which point it would be very helpful if the panel itself simply gave direction on the issue, and then we could pursue that path, if you think that would work.
I do think that that would work. I have not been a legislator for a long, long time, but long enough to know that in this are people, so let me ask, may I, Mr. Chair? I would like to know if the department and North Star have previously discussed this and have come to some sort of ceiling on this, or some language, some sort of limiting language that is agreeable to both of them before we leave this meeting.
No.
So that, to me, I think would be the prudent...
I disagree. I do. The statute right now doesn't have such a limit, and I don't see a need for a limit. I see a need for the cost driver to bear the cost.
And I recognize that, and I'm not advocating for there to be a limit. What I am trying to share with the panel is the reality of the legislative process. And so this can be worked out here, or this can be worked out in the legislature. And it would be my guess that probably the panel would all be an interested party, and there should be some orderly process in that, is what I am suggesting. Mr. Chair, may I ask North Star if they have any, if they're willing to comment on this? I'm sure they're not, but may we ask them?
Yes, please.
So that was a surprise, but I understand the concern, and I understand your point. You know, for us to accept an unlimited obligation would be unusual. For us to accept or negotiate some reasonable settlement that would support this panel, we'd be open to that. But I think, and I understand you have an open-ended obligation. Whatever we would support would certainly be before any obligation that you might have. So, you know, if we said we will give $10, that's $10 you know you don't have to spend.
No, I think what you're doing is rewriting the statute on the fly, which I understand. That's not what I'm looking for, Scott. I'm looking for this statute to reflect reality, which is your business is driving costs that Vermont ratepayers are bearing, and I don't think it's appropriate for Vermont ratepayers to bear it, especially given that you're going to be taking what is left of the decommissioning trust fund that was fully funded by ratepayers if you execute on the schedule that you have had approved. So I guess my point is, this panel, one way or another, has tried to have this conversation for a year and a half. It shouldn't be surprising to you that I'm asking for this, because you've been in the room before when I have mentioned that this needs to happen. And I think the legislature, in its first iteration, chose not to put a limitation on the exposure that the department and with that ratepayers have, except for the judgment that the commissioner brings to bear on what is reasonable. And I'm happy to continue to have that role in making judgments. But I think it's entirely appropriate for the company to bear the risk, if you will, of what those costs are. I don't see a negotiated settlement as being the tack to be taking when we're talking about statutory language. But I am one member of the NDCAP, not the NDCAP itself.
Understood. I hope that this panel and the community at large view our interactions here to have been fair and reasonable and transparent. You know, we try to present as much information as we can. We want to be reasonable about how all of this works. Accepting an open-ended obligation for a public or a private corporation such as ourselves is a pretty unusual thing to do without any control over what those expenditures might be. And I understand, I'm not intimately familiar with the statute, but you know, say the statute allows this group to involve 2,000 members and a trip to Las Vegas. Do we pay for that? I mean,
if I say it's reasonable, yes. If I say that's reasonable, I'm probably out of a job.
So I mean, that's the sort of thing I wonder about. Now, you've got an unlimited obligation to cover this, but you are the sole decision maker of what's reasonable and what isn't, and many of those things, or have more input than I do as you know, a private citizen, so to speak.
Yes.
So you know, those would be my concerns. Representative Sibilia has, I think, some good advice here that, you know, we'd certainly like to have some level of discussion. I understand the legislation, you know, probably needs to be dealt with sooner rather than later. The session runs through March, through May. I'd be happy to engage and try to find something that's equitable to all the parties and helpful and relieves you of a lot of the burden you have.
No, I really appreciate the attitude, Mr. Chair. I don't want to be conducting a two-party debate here, but I would just orient us to the fact that we're not talking about negotiation. We're talking about what the law mandates. And I think that's testimony that you would be most welcome to give at the State House. If it's persuasive, that's wonderful. But meanwhile, the state of the law is that ratepayers are bearing these expenses, and I don't think that's just. And I think the law should be changed.
I'd like to just share an insight. along with that, June, and I do appreciate everything you just said, but I would remind folks that the state of Vermont, along with the folks who live in this state, decided to allow a nuclear power plant to be constructed in the late 1960s and early 1970s. This power plant was in a regulated environment for many years. And when we chose to deregulate that environment, we changed the structure by which that power plant can contribute to the economy, the tax base, and perform its function effectively. Additionally, we also, upon deregulation, removed that 70% of the power generation of the state of Vermont or graders through the ratepayers' accountability for ensuring that this power plant, which was designed and operated for those 42 years, is then how it's decommissioned and how it is paid for. In the end of that deregulated environment, when Vermont Yankee became no longer economically viable, and a private corporation determined that it could develop a business model and conduct the decommissioning, and an MOU was developed. The model for the financial ability to do that was built, and that would have probably been the time to have this discussion and determine if that was the right time and place to pay for it. But to unilaterally decide that all of a sudden the persons or the companies performing that decommissioning should now pay for this process that benefits the public and the state, which consume the power and enjoy the benefits of the power plant for all those years, I believe should also be taken into consideration while this discussion happens. So I would just offer that.
So Corey, are you suggesting that the Public Utility Commission would have had the authority to change statute? Or are you saying this should have been resolved through the MOU and settlement agreement process, and that the Public Utility Commission should have changed statute?
Chris, I'm just offering that at that time when that MOU was being developed, it likely would have been more appropriate to include this element of a cost component.
Chris, I think a different way to look at it is this. We developed the MOU. I think you kind of understand how we
I was part of that.
Yeah, you understand how we pay ourselves as we go.
Yeah.
We would have, if this were to be, if this were known to be an obligation, we would have put that into that pay item schedule, and funds could have been used that have already been accrued to do that. One correction I'd like to point out, Jude, we don't get all of the money in the NDT. We get 45% at the end if we're successful.
But in the period that Corey was just talking about, when the plant was first established, et cetera, it wasn't contemplated you would get any. And meanwhile, that fund was paid for by several generations of ratepayers, all of whom received some benefit of the generation. Today's ratepayers receive none of it. But today's ratepayers are deferring the cost of your participate or of our doing this handicap. And I think, as Chris has pointed out correctly through his question, the PUC wouldn't have had the power, respectfully, Corey, to alter statutory obligations through a settlement. I think what this conversation has revealed is that there is a more robust discussion to be had. It's a shame that the discussion has not been had to date on the timeline that we need, but we live in an imperfect world. And so I'm happy to take a pass on this and go for a further discussion and perhaps considering changes in the next legislative session if that's what the committee thinks is appropriate.
Briefly, so I feel a little hamstrung because as a party to the MOU and settlement negotiations, I can't talk about what we discussed in those negotiations. So I am fully in favor of taking this to the legislature.
So, Commissioner, I think it can come to the legislature this year. What I'm recommending as the cleanest way to do that is what I was just talking with Representative Coffey. We're either going to, if this gets submitted, it's either getting submitted with your name on it or North Star's, and the other party's going to be up, complaining and trying to figure it out. It would be better if we submit it and then come back in with an agreement. I'm certain, our committee would like, the legislative process quite well. That, if the two parties came in with some sort of agreement, that would be best. That doesn't have to happen. It's not going to happen tonight. It's not
Yeah,
going to
no,
happen
I
tonight.
agree, it's not going to happen
And I think
tonight.
the Issues Committee should meet with this as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to have the process take its course. I just think fundamentally, my view is the original statute did not have a cap in place. And I would be hesitant to endorse putting a cap on it now, because I have no way of knowing what the conceivable reasonable expenditures are of this committee beyond what has been spent to date. And I know that my judgments have been informed by the fact that we were having to spend department dollars, and I've not had those dollars, as you well know. So who knows what better work the handicap could have done with better funding had it not been understood that that funding was going to come out of my budget, paid by ratepayers who never benefited from this generation. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, let me kind of pull us back together here. So what our two representatives in the room are suggesting is to hammer out the details of the things that we know about right now. Hold off on this discussion until further discussion can be had within our Issues Committee and you know, with North Star and all the parties involved, and then introduce whatever that decision is later on.
Yes.
Okay.
You can do that. And my chair would be, I think, I cannot speak for him, but knowing him, I would expect that he would welcome a solution being brought to him. And we probably would not take it up if we anticipated that there was a timeline for such a solution until such time.
Okay. And I will make a comment as another member of the panel to Commissioner Tierney's statement. As a business person myself, I understand where Scott's coming from, where I would never offer an open-ended purse string as a private business owner. So I understand, you know, his feelings in it. I understand your feelings in it, how your budget is being affected specifically by this exploration of decommissioning. But I would have a hard time myself signing a open-ended note.
I agree, I would too, but here we are as a panel, and this question has been coming up for the past year and a half, and I'm wondering, would it be appropriate to have a vote on whether we want to amend the language of the legislation as the commissioner has suggested, just to see where the panel is at? So in other words, I would make a motion to amend the legislative language to put the onus on the funding of the panel onto North Star Corporation.
Second. Moved and seconded. Sorry. Moved and seconded to change the said legislation wording to state that North Star is the bearer of the financial burden for the handicap. I'll open it up for discussion before we take a vote.
Can I just clarify, is the motion to amend the language so that it could be introduced, and then your committee will not be working on that language then during the session?
No, it's going to have to be amended in our committee regardless. We would just bring that in right out of the gate.
Right. Okay.
So we would introduce it as is. That's our option right now. Introduce it as is or not. And then it will be amended in the committee. We could work with Ledge Council to put a clean amendment together that includes that language change, but this is the language that will get introduced.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, I didn't really understand that. Just you want to withdraw? Because you can't introduce it if we change it tonight?
So this, because of the timelines in the legislature right now, we had to have long form bills. So there's always a way to get this done. Let's start from there, okay? So in the process that we are in, with a long form drafted bill, they have to be submitted by the 15th. 15th?
The final draft had to
The
be
final
done
draft.
by the 3rd of June.
That's right. The final draft had to be done by the 3rd of January. So what will happen, it has to be submitted for introduction. It'll be submitted for introduction. It'll be sent to the Energy and Technology Committee. At some point, that committee will take it up and amendments can be made, adjustments can be made, new language can be sent in, prior to it being voted out and the House considering it. If that doesn't happen there and it moves out of the committee, that can happen on the floor. It has to go to the Senate. It could happen in the Senate.
Okay, so what I'm going to ask, because it kind of sounds like your motion was for more exploration than it is to actually make a movement, that, if you'd like to withdraw your motion, withdraw the second, and do a consensus of the panel.
Yes, that's what I was going to suggest.
Okay.
Maybe at least you'd go in there armed with some information, if not a vote to amend, but to take the temperature of the panel on this issue. And so how would I word that?
So I would ask you to withdraw your motion, and
So I
Chris to
withdraw the
withdraw your
original
second.
motion.
Okay, and Chris withdraws his second. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a general consensus of the panel about changing that specific wording. If you are in favor of changing that wording to put the financial onus on North Star, please say yay. If you are not, nay. Let's start at the end.
Yay.
Nay. 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 Yay.
Nay.
Nay.
Yay.
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 Nay.
Nay.
Mr. Chair, may I explain?
Yes, please.
I just want to make certain there were 4 nays. I heard 2 down here, one from Bob Leach. I missed the first one. Sarah. Okay.
And do you want to raise our hands who said nay?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
please.
there are 5 nays.
Please raise your hand if you said nay.
Okay, 6. Okay, hold one.
7. There's 7.
1, 2. Oh, I'm sorry, Emily, I didn't see your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, hold on 1 second. Please bear with me.
Anybody on the phone?
Remember our telephone.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
Would you be a yay or nay on this particular issue?
I will be a yay.
So Laura, if you'd like to discuss
I think
further.
Representative Coffey also, I would like to just qualify my vote. I am not willing to just give a blanket yes. I would like to see an agreement. I'm in favor of that burden shifting, but I would like to see an agreement worked out that is reasonable.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Chair. So, Laura, I understand what you're saying, but I thought that what the consensus was about was whether or not the burden should shift, not necessarily whether or not there. I mean, my assumption is yes. I mean, I would encourage, yes, North Star and the Department of Public Service get together, talk about how many hours have you guys been spending on this stuff, what's the cost been like, and that some kind of proposal be brought to the legislature. But right now, I thought what we were talking about was just whether or not we thought the burden should shift.
That's not how the question was posed, though.
I swear I thought that's how the question was posed, but that's what I was voting. That's what I was.
That's what I was voting too.
Perhaps we could ask Member Weissman to reiterate or state.
May I first, I just wanted to explain.
I
my
understood
vote.
the way Chris understood it.
Go ahead, sir.
I heard from the chair that that the vote was to whether we were going to amend the language to shift the burden. That's what I heard. And explaining my no is that I would like to see the issues, I would like to see another path forward, that the issues committee come up with language for this that can be brought to into the legislative process. I'm not comfortable giving a blanket yes or no because without the details of what that is. And that's why I'm explaining.
What was the vote?
So for clarification, you're both correct. The vote was to have a general consensus on us changing the language to put the onus on North Star. So if you take the last part of that, yes, the vote was to put the onus on North Star, but it was to change the language. If we wanted to do that tonight, was to change the language to say that. So that was the consensus that I asked for. If there's a different consensus that you'd like to have, I'm happy to hear.
So I would be interested, so I have a different answer if the question is, would we like to move in that direction? And would we like the committee to come back with, would we like North Star and the department and the issues committee to work on a solution? My answer would be yes. That is a different answer.
I think what I was getting at was, it's almost like a sense of the Senate. Does the panel feel that the onus should be on North Star, however it works out in the Legislative and the Issues Committee, but that as a sense of the panel, that North Star should be covering that cost, not the Department of Public Service. That was my intention.
Okay. Let's make this quick so we can move on. Please raise your hand if you have an interest to explore the options of putting the financial burden on North Star, maybe not necessarily as a whole, but some of the financial burden on North Star. Please raise your hand.
Wow. Okay, so 4 no's at this point is what I'm saying. And Bob on the phone?
I'm going to say yes.
What were the results of the first vote, if I can ask?
The first vote was, I tallied it up, it was 7-7. It was a split down the middle.
Okay, so I guess our direction moving forward here is we need to finish up what we can do tonight, and then allow the Issues Committee, North Star, and the Public Service Department to all work together on finding a common solution on the financial burden going forward. Correct?
That makes the most sense to me. And I'm certain that if a solution is not able to be found, that the individual parties will find their way to the legislature. So I would just love to encourage that collaboration.
Okay. So,
Just one more point on that, which is, I don't think the department uniquely can assess what handicap thinks is a reasonable amount that North Star should pay. I have not had such a cap to date. We have no record of that. What I can tell you with some further digging is what our expenditures have been. That historical rate of expenditure is not necessarily what this committee would want as it charts a course for itself as to the work it wants to do. So I do think it's important for other members to give thought. Just by way of example, if you wanted to retain some experts to advise the panel on issues that we're confronting with decommissioning, that can cost a pretty penny. You may want to have that built into your budget. I have not been in a position to say yes to something like that today because we're using ratepayer funds to pay for this stuff. So I would just encourage other members of the panel to not see this as a department and North Star work it out. This really needs to involve the members of the panel and your vision for this panel.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to see it in that light, Commissioner Tierney, but given the notice and the pressure that now exists for this to be considered in this session, that kind of amps up the pressure on everyone. And so for me, maybe the chair would like to consider another meeting to have NDCAP weigh in on how they would like to deal with this. If that was the case, I would suggest you would want to do that before town meeting, if possible. Ask and maybe spend some time with the Issues Committee asking that the various entities, folks ask what material they'd like to have here to make a recommendation.
So I guess I'll leave that up to the panel right now. Do we want to leave this in the hands of the Issues Committee with everybody's input to make a decision to move forward, or do we want to have another meeting as an entire group prior to town meeting to hash this out as an entire panel? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am trying to figure out how the Issues Committee developed from a group of, a sub-part of this group that was meeting to identify the issues that might be on agendas for the coming year has suddenly become a body that hammers out language that would be then either directly or after voting by the full panel, the language adopted. And I think that if this new role of the Issues Committee exists, it might actually color the nature of the membership of that Issues Committee. Because I think the Issues Committee has, as I mentioned, had a different purpose until it's being brought up here today for this purpose of trying to boil down some language relative to something as substantial as legislation.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Okay, let's get right into debunking a growing right-wing talking point against Medicare for All and against other single-payer type plans, because what we have now is a situation where the right is very much on the defensive because the viability, the superiority of plans like Medicare for All has been increasingly demonstrated over the last several years. There's no question that there are still details to sort out. There are assumptions to fine-tune. But the right recognizes that Medicare for All is more and more popular. It's more and more in demand. The current system is being identified by more and more people as immoral and dysfunctional and unsustainable. So the right has had to come up with new arguments that they can use as a crutch. And the argument that the right, and actually some in the centrist left, are making more and more is that, wait a second, Medicare for All will kill jobs. And to them, I say, that's right. Welcome to macroeconomics. You're not actually making an argument when you say that. So let's go through it. And we need to be armed with this because this is increasingly something that they are saying. Expenditures are someone else's income. I'm going to explain this today. Please do send this story out to other independent left-wing hosts that you follow, so that we can all get on the same page about the talking point and to understand the economics behind it, so that we don't allow them to use this terrible argument against us. Medicare for All would reduce the number of jobs in the health insurance sector and in some other areas of healthcare. This is not something we need to hide from. It's instead something that we need to put in context and simply meet head on. The late Uwe Reinhardt, who was a supporter of single-payer systems, pointed this out in his latest book. It's a book I've recommended to you called Priced Out. Healthcare spending is income for people who work in the field, and that includes profits. It includes lots of salaries. It includes costs of treatment and facilities. But that spending is income on the other side. If you reduce healthcare spending, say by 20%, you could be reducing healthcare employment by roughly the same 20%. I'm using crude math. It's not dollar for dollar, but for our argument today, it's good enough. This is not special to healthcare. This is a reality for any move by a government which reduces costs, which can be called spending. This is called the circular flow of income in economics. You have GDP, gross domestic product, which is roughly equal to a country's income, which is roughly equal to a country's production, which is roughly equal to a country's total spending. This is the heart of macroeconomics. They're not making an argument when they say Medicare for All will kill jobs. They just don't understand what that means. It's not a perfect equation, but fundamentally, when someone says Medicare for All would kill jobs, what they mean is spending as much as we do on healthcare funds a lot of unnecessary jobs that we don't need and make healthcare way more expensive. The next question, if you want to go down this path, is it worth switching to a Medicare for All system given that it would reduce employment, broadly speaking, within the health delivery field. I'll give some examples. When a government says we've got to cut spending on education, it's become too bloated, and they say, let's reduce spending on education by 10%. They're talking about reducing income for people working in education by 10%. Spending on education is income for people working in education. This could be everybody gets a 10% pay cut. It could be we lay off 10% of the people working in education. Again, we're looking at the numbers at a crude macro level. In the real world, you can find ways to trim costs that less directly affect employment, but someone's revenue or income or profit is being cut. That's a reality. The point is, when the right sees spending as not worthwhile, when they don't like what we're spending money on, they say we've got to do some responsible spending cuts and we've got to save some money. When the right wants the spending because it's fueling an industry or a sector that they like, they call an attempt to cut spending a job killer. It's a political football, much like debt and deficit. I'll give you one more example. The coal industry. The coal industry should die. Coal has horrible negative externalities, pollution, causes illness, hurts the planet, it's inefficient, it's antiquated. But if you reduce the coal industry by 90%, you cut roughly 90% of those jobs. And that's okay. Sometimes industries are obsolete. We need to figure out how everybody can keep making a living. People are going to need to find other jobs. But the argument that we should just prop up coal so that people don't lose coal jobs is just as bad as saying we shouldn't do Medicare for all because some people will lose jobs. It's a political football. It's like debt and deficit. We've talked about it before. So then it becomes a question of, given that every economic policy affects jobs at a macroeconomic level, what is worth doing? If we cut education spending by 10%, we're cutting teachers by 10%. This will worsen education. It will continue to make us less competitive globally in industry. It'll generate more crime since more educated people commit less crime. It is not good for the economy over the long term. If we cut Medicare, if we cut healthcare spending with something like Medicare for all, we eliminate medical bankruptcies. We put more money in people's pockets to reinvest into the economy by going to local businesses. We'll eliminate people keeping a job they hate just because they need to keep that health insurance plan. We eliminate people being sicker because they forego earlier treatment to maybe avoid the costs associated with going into the doctor. And yes, that will be associated with a reduction in employment in the healthcare field, including a lot of bloat like medical coding, insurance fraud investigators, so on and so forth. Isn't that worth it? There have been job realignments in the United States forever. Other large economies have had technological advances and changes that reduce employment within certain industries. Priorities change. This is nothing new. It's not an argument to say, but that will kill jobs. So don't fall for it. Don't fall for the trap of accepting that any government policy, it's like, you know how the right says the left uses "I'm offended" to stop conversation. As soon as they say "I'm offended," they end the conversation. The right says that policy will kill jobs, and they use it like a cudgel, similarly, to just end a conversation. Don't accept that just because a policy reduces employment in a particular industry, it's bad and we shouldn't do it. Economies adjust with our help, with our planning. And on the other side of the equation, you will have healthier people who are more economically productive. You will have people in jobs they like rather than jobs they are keeping just to keep that high deductible, crappy health insurance plan. We cannot allow the right to set the agenda on this issue and to concern troll over jobs when it's convenient, but then to call cost reductions savings when they like them. We need to take back the talking point. So let's all get on the same page on this one. Like I said, if there's other people you watch who are trying to deal with this talking point, send them this clip. Let's get on the same page because they are using this talking point a lot and we need to be prepared to defend against it. A major 2020 story broke over the weekend and the assessments of the story could not be more different even within the left. So let's go through it. I'll give you both perspectives and then I'll tell you what I think makes sense. Bernie Sanders has taken a first place lead in a historically important poll out of Iowa, the first state to vote in the 2020 Democratic primary. Pete Buttigieg had taken the lead in Iowa back in November. Bernie Sanders has now surged ahead with 20% support in the Des Moines Register CNN poll. Mayor Pete is at 16. Elizabeth Warren now actually in second place at 17. So it's Bernie 20, Warren 17, Mayor Pete 16, Biden 15. This poll is considered the gold standard by many. Bernie is leading in the poll. That is a very good sign for Bernie Sanders that he could go onward and upward to the Democratic nomination. That's one view, okay? There's another view which I'll present, and then we can discuss which is more relevant. The other view is, hold on a second, half of Iowa caucus goers are not even fully committed yet to any candidate at all. Bernie has a slight lead among the half that has decided. And in addition, there's the importance of Iowa. Friend of the show, Bill Scher, who many of our progressive viewers love to hate, has a piece out, and Bill argues Iowa matters less than ever in 2020. Now, please remember, I'm just the messenger here. I'm telling you what people are saying on both sides. And Bill says the proof that Iowa matters less than ever is that candidates are spending less time than ever in Iowa this time around. If you look at 2004, 2008, Bill says candidates were spending huge amounts of time in Iowa. This time, there's very little attention being paid because candidates don't really believe it matters that much. Biden hasn't been there lately. Warren stops by on weekends. Bernie is spending this entire week elsewhere, even though this is the first primary and it's coming up. And what Bill Scher argues is that the DNC did this on purpose. The DNC pushed up the primaries after Iowa and New Hampshire, Nevada and South Carolina specifically, to make the first two primaries matter less. There's also the issue that is a broader question, which is Iowa is so white, it tells us very little about what Democrats are going to do nationally when they vote. So these are the two sides. This is such great news. Bernie is going to get the nomination. The other side is Iowa's irrelevant. Bernie's leading within the margin of error. This doesn't matter. What is the truth about this? Number one, Iowa does matter less than many people are willing to admit. Bernie being in first place in Iowa, though, is a big deal because if the question is, can Bernie build momentum as the primaries get rolling, winning the first primary, proving his viability, there's no better start to a primary season than winning the first one. So it is important in terms of momentum. Iowa is a proof of concept for a campaign of sorts, even though the South Carolina numbers are going to be way different than Iowa regardless, because demographically South Carolina is so very different. So it's true. Iowa's very small. It's followed up very quickly by other primaries, and it's not very diverse. So the real takeaway here, and I hope, you get clicks by taking some hot take that's an extreme position on one side or the other. The takeaway is a boring one, which is there's no one statistic that tells us the full story about an election. I get all these people who email me. They say, David, no one's talking about this. The biggest gain in favorability in the first three primaries over the last 3 months was Andrew Yang. That means he's the guy who's going to win and the best person to run against Trump and a shoo-in for the nomination. Or I'll get another one. If you look only at polls done on weekends, Bernie does best, and weekend polling is more reflective of who will really vote. I'm making that one up. So thus, Bernie is the guy. There is no one metric or poll or calculation that tells us the whole real story. There's a degree of unpredictability here. There's a degree of incomplete information. Look at 2016, when we could say Hillary lost because she didn't go to Wisconsin in the last 2 months. Hillary lost because James Comey did that press conference about her. Hillary lost because people were furious that the DNC helped her get the nomination, and that got enough people to stay home that Trump won. Russian interference made it so that Hillary lost. The stock market performance in the 2 weeks before the all of these things arguably matter, and there's no one thing that we can say explains what happened or tells us what's going to happen in 2020. Life is just way more complex than these analyses account for. And so the takeaway is Bernie is leading in Iowa, and that's the best thing for him compared to being in second place or in third place or in fourth place. He can win. He has a lot of work to do. Other states will go very differently than Iowa. But what's clear is that anybody writing Bernie off at this point and saying he cannot win is just not operating in the world of fact. And that's the big takeaway. Now, after the break, corporate media is panicking about Bernie leading in Iowa. Donald Trump is panicking about Bernie leading in Iowa. We'll deal with that after the break. In the meantime, let me know what you think by leaving a reply as a comment if you're watching on YouTube, or send me a tweet at dpackman. Curious to hear what people think.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Geraldine Hunt and Oscar Flores. Geraldine and Oscar, thank you so much for your support. Get the daily members-only bonus show every single day by signing up at joinpakman.com. Today's longtime sustaining member of the day is Lisa Hillsland. Lisa Hillsland, thank you so much for your support. Almost 5 years of membership. Save a whole bunch of money by using the coupon code This is 2020 when you sign up at joinpakman.com. Okay, so I have something really interesting for us to take a look at today. I already told you earlier, one of the most important polls historically in primary elections is the Des Moines Register poll of Iowa voters shortly before the Iowa caucus. That poll came out a few days ago. It is shortly before the Iowa caucuses. We already analyzed the poll itself. Bernie Sanders is leading by several points. I already told you this is important. Iowa's not the be-all, end-all. The polling could change between now and the day that Iowans go to the caucuses. But there is no question whatsoever that winning the Iowa caucus would be a huge boost of momentum for whoever wins it. And this is a really big deal for Bernie Sanders, particularly since he's a candidate that was blacked out by corporate media for a long time, ignored, made a foregone conclusion that he simply cannot win. And corporate media is in disarray over how to cover Bernie's surge and Bernie's lead in Iowa. And they are doing trapeze artistry to get around and underneath and over the reality that Bernie's just doing well. And he may win the Iowa caucus and then he will be in contention for the Democratic nomination. Doesn't mean South Carolina is going to go his way. I know it's popular right away to point out why Iowa is so white. As soon as it gets to South Carolina, Bernie's screwed. Maybe. Okay, but we're talking about Iowa right now. I have examples for you from MSNBC and from CNN. Let's start with the Democratic centrist establishment channel, MSNBC, which said, headline, Iowa poll questioned by expert. That's the headline, not Bernie surges to lead in Iowa poll. It's Iowa poll questioned by expert. Here's the video associated with that story. Joy-Ann Reid interviewing Jimmy Williams to say, can we trust this poll? Yeah, I guess we can, but the poll can still change. Doing everything possible to essentially say, let's just not really believe that Bernie is truly in the lead in Iowa. Take a look.
I am perplexed by this poll for two reasons. First, either the people of Iowa are schizophrenic or they just aren't convinced. They remain skeptical. Yeah. I mean, and I don't think the people of Iowa are schizophrenic, although they do have two horrifying GOP senators as their senators, but that's a separate conversation for a separate day. This poll is not an outlier. This is, in fact, as Fernand said, the gold standard. This is it. When it came out last night at 7 o'clock or whatever time it came out Eastern time, I looked at it and went, no way in hell is this right. But it has to be right because it's Des Moines, right? Yeah. It's the Des Moines Register and CNN. And so, I mean, I just don't see this I think a lot can change between now and the day of those caucuses. And I don't, these numbers, they tell me something at 30,000 feet. They tell me nothing on the ground in Des Moines or Dubuque or anywhere else. That's my takeaway from it.
So he knows he can't really say it's not accurate because this is a known, very solid poll. So it's more, well, okay, maybe we can't say it's not accurate, but this can change and we're 3 weeks out and whatever. Then in comes CNN. Remember, this is a Des Moines Register CNN joint poll. CNN's on-screen graphic chooses to say, now that Bernie is winning, the headline is no clear leader. It's so predictable. Of course, the results, Bernie 20, Warren 17, Buttigieg 16, and Biden 15. The headline, no clear leader. And, you know, it's technically sort of true. The margin of error is 3.7. Bernie is up by 3. But when it was Biden up by 3, the headlines weren't no clear leader. The headlines were Biden's winning in Iowa. When it was Buttigieg that took a lead in Iowa, the headlines were not no clear leader. It was Buttigieg surges from behind to take a lead in Iowa. So this is not, you know, an unhinged, Bernie's obviously going to win and everyone's wrong and it's a conspiracy. This is yet again the different way in which corporate media will frame a poll depending on whether an establishment candidate is winning or a progressive candidate is winning. The margin of error in polls in Iowa has been between 3 and 4 for months. That's not new. So why is the margin of error now relevant for saying the headline is no clear winner when it was a different candidate, the margin of error did not play into the headlines that were chosen by corporate media? And again, I already gave these disclaimers earlier. Winning Iowa is not the be-all, end-all. You need voters that are very different from Iowa voters to win the Democratic nomination. Bernie may not have them, or he might. Iowa is not going to tell us that. It is a close poll. But if you look at the trend line of Iowa polling, you see that Bernie Sanders bottomed out in Iowa in mid to late September, and he's been up since then. While Biden is down, Buttigieg popped up, but now is back down. Warren is down from where she was. And now the headline that Bernie is winning is no clear leader, when it was always Biden ahead, Buttigieg ahead, Warren surging. So let's wait and see. This is one primary at a time. But the lesson is, don't accept corporate media's characterization of a poll. Just look at the poll yourself. Look at the trend lines yourself. Look at the polling data and the methodology yourself, and be comfortable coming up with the analysis yourself. There's too much riding on this, and it's too important to be led by these incorrect narratives and summaries of polls that someone is choosing to do. Do the work to check it out for yourself, and we will all be far better off. And that gets us now to Donald Trump realizing he may have to face Bernie Sanders in the general election. I do not believe that Donald Trump wants to face Bernie in the Democratic primary. And you can just smell Trump's fear of Bernie Sanders being the nominee in a tweet he sent out yesterday afternoon, where he said, quote, "Wow, crazy Bernie Sanders is surging in the polls, looking very good against his opponents in the Do Nothing Party. So what does this mean? Stay tuned." Trump very afraid, by the way, the Do Nothing Party that has done something that was only done twice before, which is impeach a sitting president. Bernie Sanders, by the way, tweeting back, "It means you're going to lose." More and more people are contacting me suggesting that if Bernie is the nominee, Donald Trump would skip the debates. I don't know about that. And to be honest, I don't think that that's a possibility only if Bernie is the nominee, because Donald Trump is increasingly incoherent. It wouldn't shock me if Trump skipped the debates, calling them rigged and faked in a number of circumstances with a number of different Democratic nominees. What it does seem, though, is that Donald Trump is certainly preparing more to run against Joe Biden. As far as we know, Trump didn't go to another country and say, "I will withhold military aid unless you get me dirt and smears on Bernie or on Warren or whatever." As far as we know right now, he was doing that about Biden. So there's the indication that he believes he's going to be running against Biden, and to some degree has a plan for running against Biden. With Bernie, it's going to be crazy Bernie. We will never be socialist. Bernie wants to give everybody free stuff. That's the repertoire against Bernie. And I think it falls short of what Trump has planned for fighting Biden, going after Biden about Hunter Biden and Burisma, muddling the entire impeachment and Ukraine thing by pulling in Biden's involvement there and Hunter Biden's involvement, it's much easier for Trump to muddle it up with Joe Biden than it is with Bernie Sanders. Now, remember that Donald Trump already started hinting at maybe he'll debate, maybe he won't, weeks ago when he tweeted in mid-December, I look very much forward to debating whoever the lucky person is who stumbles across the finish line in the Little Watch Do Nothing Democrat debates. My record is so good on the capital E economy and all else, including debating, that perhaps I would consider more than 3 debates. The problem is that the so-called Commission on Presidential Debates is stacked with Trump haters and never Trumpers. 3 years ago, they were forced to publicly apologize for modulating my microphone in the first debate against crooked Hillary. As president, the debates are up to me, and there are many options, including doing them directly and avoiding the nasty politics of this very biased commission. I will make a decision at an appropriate time, but in the meantime, the Commission on Presidential Debates is not authorized to speak for me or Republicans. So this is already on the table. It's already something Trump is potentially setting up in the way that his followers will say, damn right he's skipping the debates if he chooses to, instead of being concerned that, wait a second, why is the sitting president refusing to debate the opponent and not some unknown third party polling 1%, but choosing to debate the winner of the Democratic primary? That should be the reaction, but Trump is very good at priming his supporters to cheer on whatever decision he ultimately makes. Also, I don't know that for our audience, we need to get into this other part. Trump's nickname of Bernie as Crazy Bernie, it may stick. The power of Trump's nicknaming is good, is high, but it all started with framing Bernie as a socialist, as a crazy far left guy. Of course, Bernie's policies are simply called established government policy in a lot of Western and Northern Europe, but it may well stick, and we know the power of Donald Trump nicknaming people. So although to us, when we see Trump say Crazy Bernie, it makes about as much sense as nicknaming Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas and sort of the distasteful nature of it. But we know that Donald Trump's ability to nickname people in ways that stick is strong. And so I don't think we should ignore that possibility. Make sure you're following The David Pakman Show on Instagram for more about this and all other stories from today's show at David Pakman Show. While you're there, give me a follow on Instagram at david.pakman. I posted the latest David Pakman Show Hatriot bingo card to my Instagram, which I think you'll enjoy. We'll take a quick break, and unfortunately, after the break, I do have to play some really sad video for you. That's coming up next.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
I've got some video to play for you today that is nothing short of tragic. Donald Trump had this unhinged MAGA rally in Ohio last week. It was riddled with lies, attacks on political opponents, smears, blaming everybody else for failures, taking credit for successes that don't even have anything to do with him. And that was the rally itself. But I found a video posted on Twitter yesterday of an 8-year-old being interviewed, a Trumpist 8-year-old being interviewed, which reminded me of a horrible video I once saw of a brainwashed Argentinian kid talking politics, although this kid at the Trump rally was far less articulate than that Argentinian one. Anyway, I'm looking for information about the guy who's doing the interview, who seems to be some kind of Christian pastor. You'll see him go into prayer. He at one point puts his hand on the kid's head to pray for him. So let's look at the first part of the clip. My question to you is this child abuse? Are the circumstances that got this kid to this mental state, by the parents that is that child abuse? Because an 8-year-old doesn't become like this on their own. And again, you'll notice if you're watching that the moment the kid says something about Trump being great or whatever, the pastor puts his hand on the kid's head and starts praying. This is full indoctrination on a political front, on a religious front. This is crazy. Take a look.
Right over here. I'm going to get out of the way of the folks coming up here. What's your name?
Bo Gray.
Say that again.
Bo Gray.
Bo Gray. What are you doing out here?
Me and my mom and Nene and Papa are sitting here because we're about to see the most greatest president in the whole wide world, Donald Trump.
Oh, you just reminded me of my daughter when you said that. Your Nene and Papa. God bless you. Lord, I just pray a special blessing. Tell me, Bo. Is it Bo?
Yes.
I pray a special blessing on Bo, Lord. I pray that you would bless and keep him. You'd make your face to shine upon him. Be gracious unto him. Raise him up, Lord, into the warrior that you have him to be. Let this light shine out of this young man. Lord, I pray in any of the darkness that wants to come, Lord, that your light would just shine through it. Man, I'm glad to meet you, Bo, and I'm glad that your papa and is it Nana?
Nene.
Nene, your papa and your Nene brought you out here. How old are you?
I'm 8 years old. I'm 8 years old. I go to school in Baldwin Elementary.
Now, this isn't about this kid. I want to be clear. This kid is a victim. The kid doesn't see himself as a victim. The parents don't see him as a victim. This Christian pastor dude who puts his hand on the kid's head, clearly they don't see the kid as a victim. But what happens when this kid enters the real world? What happens if this kid goes to college, if that's something that's in the kid's future? This kid's parents are the ones who likely say college is just liberal indoctrination, because look at who they're raising, who will eventually maybe arrive at college and be completely unprepared for how the real world actually works. There's more video. Let's watch a little bit more.
That is so cool. And did you get out of school today to come see the president?
Yes.
Is this your first time?
My mom checked me out to get Papa and Nene.
Is this your mom? Oh, that's so cool. So your mom checked you out of school. That didn't hurt your feelings, though, did it?
No, that didn't hurt my feelings.
Yeah, you were pretty excited.
Everybody's here to see Donald Trump. The stage is ready. Everybody's ready in their seats. They have snacks and they're ready for the greatest moment of a lifetime.
Is this your first time to see him?
Yes.
How excited are you on a scale of 1 to 10?
I'm so excited. I've seen Donald Trump on TV once when he became the first president of the United States of America.
So when he comes out on that stage, are you just going to be going crazy?
Yes.
I love it. I love it. Anything else you want to say? Do you play football? I see the football shirt.
I really don't play football, but maybe when I grow up, I will play football.
Awesome. Hey, it's such an honor to meet you, young man. And shout out to your mom. God bless you. All right, let's screenshot this. Hang on.
There's even a little bit more, but let's stop it there. Notice that the kid said when Donald Trump became the first president, might have misspoken. Also, what might have his parents been telling him to come up with that idea? This seems like a news report characterized in like a dystopian alternate universe science fiction movie where everything has gone wrong, right? This is like, in a time travel film where someone came back and did something that modified a future universe and things went completely off the rails. This is how it would be depicted. Remember that the American right says that they're worried about the left indoctrinating children. Look at this video. And as I mentioned, this reminded me of an Argentinian kid named Casey Wonder, who's way more articulate than this kid, but just as indoctrinated without really having a clue. I'm not going to play it for you because of copyright issues with Argentinian news stations. But if you go on YouTube and you just type in Casey Wonder, you'll find an interview with this kid, and the subtitles, I think, maybe translated subtitles will help you figure out what's going on. We wonder why we're falling behind in math and science. And then we see that this kid, instead of being in school, is at a Trump rally with his sycophant parents being celebrated by the people around him, including being prayed for by another irrational Trump supporter, all of whom believe that Donald Trump is a pseudo deity of some kind. And I know that many of our instincts when we see this our instincts are just disgust. Oh, this is disgusting. But this connects to really serious things that have happened in the Midwest and in other regions of the country that got us to where we are today, because this is not merely cultural. This is not merely about intelligence. This is not merely about religion. It's very easy for, people in liberal parts of the country to see this and to just laugh and to say, we're superior. Look at this backward stuff. This is the end result of a combination of growing inequality as the rich get more and more rich and the poor get less and less, alongside the convenient demonization of what is essentially modernity under the guise of they want to indoctrinate you in college and in those liberal cities like New York and Boston. And what's interesting is that similar economic circumstances in northeastern blue states have generated progressive activists around issues like education and other issues. In the Midwest and in other areas, those same economic problems, although those problems exist to a greater degree in red states, as we've talked about, have produced people who have gone into this hyper-religious conservative shell. They've become voters along the issues of abortion and religion and guns. And it's very easy for us, and it's very tempting for us to watch this and pass judgment on it. But that's part of why we lost in 2016, and we will lose again in 2020 if we just write this stuff off, okay? Even if we are logically correct when we say children raised in an open-minded Massachusetts family will be better off in the real world than this kid. That may well be true, but it ignores the reality of how things got this way and what it will take to change them. And that is the really important thing we can't forget going into 2020. By the way, if this video is a parody and I'm just missing it, please tell me. I'd be relieved to hear that this video is merely a parody. If you have information about who that dude is praying over this kid, touching his head, I do want to know, because it reeks of all of the worst of what we are fighting against. But again, if we just pass judgment on it, that's not going to help us win. I have something that I think you're going to enjoy today. There's a young woman named Caitlin Bennett, who I had never heard of before yesterday, before seeing the videos I'm going to play for you today. But apparently she's known as Gun Girl in some circles. She's a pro-gun, anti-abortion, anti-trans, seemingly religious conservative. She strikes me as a religious conservative, although maybe that's not the case. Wikipedia says that Bennett received media attention in 2018 because she open carried an AR-10 rifle at Kent State University. Imagine being known for holding a gun. Holding a gun is what she's known for. I believe she's 23, 24 years old. She goes to college campuses and she does these horribly bad faith, dishonest gotcha type interviews where she wants to show how crazy things are on liberal college campuses. And she asks students, what do you think about abortion, or what do you think about guns or trans people? It's done totally out of context and very bad faith. And she did this the other day, and a young man who has upper management written all over him, I think you will agree after watching this segment, stopped her short when she started asking, oh, what about tampons in men's rooms? Or what about this or that? And the kid very clearly says, who cares? No one's committing a crime. I'm living my life. I believe in individual liberty. Who cares about this stuff? Check this out.
What do you think about putting urinals in women's restrooms for women who have penises and they just want to stand and pee?
I think people just making too big of a deal about it. I don't really care.
Naughty words. Okay, so we should or shouldn't?
I mean, I don't really care.
Okay. What about tampons and pads in men's restroom for men who have periods?
If you're really getting that worked up about it, why does it matter? Like, I don't care. It's just sitting there. I'm not going to take it.
Okay, so we should provide men with tampons.
I mean, if a dude wants a tampon for some reason, he can have a tampon. That's not my business.
What would he use it for?
I don't know. That's his problem.
What would he use a pad for?
His problem.
Do you think they should seek medical advice if they're having bleeding?
I mean, if they want to, I don't really care. Why should I care?
I don't know, I care about people. If they're bleeding out of their penis, I would want to...
I care about people's personal rights. They can do whatever they want. It's none of my business.
Beautifully done. Absolutely beautifully done. This is like a fake reactionary libertarian, this woman, Caitlin Bennett, meeting an actual libertarian. And I mean libertarian in the authoritarian versus libertarian sense, not like a capital L libertarian, who says there's no crime being committed. There's no violence to anyone. There's no interference with my life. What do I care about where a tampon is found? She has nowhere to go with it because she can't get an emotional response from the student. So she has to become more unhinged and start saying things like, what about a bleeding penis? Then here's another one that went horribly wrong. And she actually is so unbearable that I almost started feeling bad for how dumb she looked here. But then I didn't. Take a look at this.
Yeah, there's more than people think.
What, men having periods?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
By God. Did you tell them to seek medical help if men are having periods?
Well, trans men have periods.
Oh, okay. Okay, explain that one to me.
Yeah, so people who have transitioned from female to male, obviously, they might still have periods, and, if they identify as male, they have the right to go into the men's room. But if they're still having periods, they have the right to have, the products they need.
This is, of course, how these reactionary social conservative movements work. They work by strategically narrowly framing questions when it makes sense. And then when it's more convenient, you broaden it where the questions and the topic are way too broad to actually have any meaning. And conspiracy theorists actually do the same thing. There's a strategy in pushing conspiracy theories where you will sometimes say, let's zoom way out in order to further your conspiracy theory. But when taking a broad view actually hurts your conspiracy theory, you zoom way in into narrowly calculated details. And it's a very similar strategy here. First, they go very broad, something like, the identity politics left thinks men can have periods. Okay, well, it's not hard to understand. If you're born biologically female, you transition to male, unless you have certain procedures, you've got a uterus, you have the reproductive system, doesn't go away. So someone who identifies as male in society and uses the men's room might still have a period. Menstruation may still be part of their biological reality. So then they go broad and the left thinks men have periods or something like that. And then when you point out how absurd the framing is, they will narrow it to, are you telling me you don't care about someone whose penis is bleeding? This isn't about a man whose penis is bleeding. This is about individual liberty. It's about rights. It's about nobody's breaking any laws. And the most important takeaway here, because it's an election year, is that these people vote, and many people agree with the framing of Caitlin Bennett. She gets to vote. The people who find her intelligent and who find her videos prescient about the future of America, they vote. And none of this means anything if we can't start fixing this problem from the bottom up. And that means we all have to vote in November of 2020. I want to hear from you. What do you think about these videos? We'll take a quick break and be back right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Patriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@DavidPakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@DavidPakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
We are learning more now about the reality that in the craziness of last week, Iran shot down a passenger airplane, killing everybody on board. This was a Boeing 737 leaving Iran for Kiev, a Ukrainian airline. The evidence was growing and growing, even though Iranian officials were denying it. It became undeniable, and over the weekend, the officials in Iran, for the first time, admitted that, yes, they shot down a Ukrainian jet airplane, killing the 176 people that were on the plane. This does a few things aside from being an unspeakable tragedy, including seriously hurting the credibility of those same Iranian officials who were insisting day after day last week that they had nothing to do with it when it was increasingly clear that they did. Numerous questions about the airplane being shot down. One, why wasn't Iran's airport closed and airspace shut down during last week's hostilities and the missile launches? We don't have an answer there. The Associated Press reports that General Amir Ali Hajizadeh, the head of the guards, the Iranian Guards Aerospace Division, says his unit accepts full responsibility for the shootdown. There was an address broadcast by state television where he said when he learned the plane had been taken down, quote, "I wished I was dead." He said that the airline's pilot and crew did nothing wrong, that an officer made the bad decision to open fire on the plane after mistaking it for a cruise missile. The Iranian supreme leader, the Ayatollah, expressed his deep sympathy to the families of the victims, said that the armed forces should, quote, "pursue probable shortcomings and guilt in the painful incident." But the Iranian people are furious, as they should be. Very quickly, protests against the establishment Islamic theocracy of Iran have broken out in Tehran. Of course, it was not just Iranians who died on that plane. It's not any better or worse, depending on who dies, but it was 82 Iranians, 57 Canadians, 11 Ukrainians, and many others. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has been very involved in publicly speaking about this, and so many Canadians were on that plane. Now, there's a conversation happening about, is this partially Donald Trump's fault? And the reasoning is, well, Iran shot down the plane while they were retaliating to the United States' assassination of Qasem Soleimani. So if Trump hadn't assassinated Soleimani, Iran wouldn't have been firing missiles and all of these people would now be alive. You know, in a strict, narrow scope, that is technically true. In other words, what caused Iran to be firing the missiles was that Trump ordered Soleimani killed. And you can argue that Iran retaliating was less optional than Trump deciding to go and assassinate Qasem Soleimani. In geopolitics, this is a pretty dubious way of thinking about things. Trump can then say, well, the only reason we killed Qasem Soleimani was because Obama, instead of going after Soleimani, signed a terrible Iran nuclear deal. Terrible according to Trump, by the way. And then we would say, no, that didn't force you to assassinate Soleimani. And Trumpists can say, well, Iran didn't have to respond with the missiles that they did, or they should have been more competent. They should have better trained the people that were using the missiles. They should have fired them at different locations, from different locations. They should have cleared the airspace. So for me, this is not so much about trying to figure out what degree of blame does Trump have for the shooting down of the plane. Again, you could say, well, what about the Iranian Revolution that took place in the late 1970s? That really caused everything that happened in the last 40 years that led to Trump even wanting to assassinate Soleimani. It's not all the same, right? The Iranian Revolution as a general cause of today's status quo is not the same as Trump personally saying, let's kill Soleimani, which leads to Iran firing these missiles that take down a jet aircraft. But the point is, this type of accusation is rarely useful in figuring out what needs to happen next. It's used mostly to score political points for one side or for the other. If everything had been the same, but Iranian forces were better trained at distinguishing a passenger plane from something else, this wouldn't have happened. Not to mention that this regime has been lying about what happened as well. The head of Iran's aviation organization said that the plane definitely wasn't hit by a missile just days ago. And of course it was. And they continued to lie until they could lie no more. So Trump gets plenty of blame for many things he's done here. The assassination, ripping up the Iran nuclear deal for no reason without Iran having violated it. But to make the focus of the plane being shot down, as tragic and unnecessary as it was, To say that that was because of Trump's decision specifically is at minimum unproductive. I don't think it's the place where we should be focusing our energy. And now we have protests in Iran, and we will see what comes of them. That is where our energy should be focused. And the fact that Iranians, who are known to be increasingly progressive as a population, fighting back publicly protesting this Islamic theocracy that is in place in Iran, that is what we should be focusing on. Okay, a lot of people loved it when, to close out 2019, I played a game of chess against producer Pat. Check that out on YouTube. We've got a video of it on our YouTube channel. It turns out that there are many chess players in our audience. I've played against some of them during live streams that I've done. So today I am announcing we are having our own chess tournament on leechess.org. That's the platform that we're going to be using. This is open to anybody. Doesn't matter how good you are. Doesn't matter how bad you are. It's open to absolutely everybody who wants to play. The tournament will take place not this Tuesday, next Tuesday, February 21st at 8 p.m. Eastern time, assuming no crazy things happen because of, Trump impeachment causing debates to be moved or whatever. The plan is Tuesday evening, February 21st, 8 p.m. This will be a 1-hour tournament. Some tournaments go on for hours and hours and hours. We're a political talk show, so I think a 1-hour chess tournament is appropriate. We will be playing a format that is what's called 3+2, meaning each player will start with 3 minutes. Every move you make, you get an incremental 2 additional seconds for each move that you make. I will be live streaming my participation in it. So if you don't want to play, you can just watch me participate in it. I am certainly not going to win this tournament. There are some really good chess players in our audience, and I expect I'm taking the position that merely to compete is an honor and that I have no expectations as to how I will do. So we won't have the link for the tournament until about half an hour before it starts. I will tweet it out. We will have the link on our YouTube and Twitch streams that will be going on. So join the fun Tuesday, February 21st, 8 p.m. Eastern time. The winner will get something. We were thinking of a nice custom-made trophy. You can get trophies made, custom engraved. It's not that expensive. We can send it out to the winner. That's one idea. I don't know. I'm open to ideas for what the winner should get, but I hope you will participate. My goal, we've never done anything like this before. My goal is to have 50 participants. I don't know if that's high or low. I know that there are at least a couple dozen chess players in our audience. Whether they will all be available at 8 p.m. on Tuesday, the 21st to participate in this, I don't know. But I hope you will join us. It's going to be great. The winner will get something. It'll go for an hour. I would suggest that if you want to play, plan to get online about 15 minutes early at 7:45 and make an account on leechess.org in advance. That's lichess.org. Totally free website to play on. I'm David Pakman on that website. The reason I say get on 15 minutes before is make sure that you have time to get the link for the tournament. Make sure you hit join tournament, and then it's just good to wait. There'll be a countdown to the start of the tournament. That's my suggestion. I will have more information about this upcoming, but very exciting stuff. 50 players is my goal, and hopefully we will achieve that. Okay, the next today's voicemail at 219-2-DAVID-P, which I'm going to play for you. This may be the next character in David Pakman Show callers. I'm calling this person Hillbilly Trumpist. And I say it with total peace and love. I don't mean it as an offensive term. I played this voicemail last week during a live stream when it came in, and Hillbilly Trumpist was the way that was the consensus name for this individual. Now, before I play it, if you want to call in and leave a voicemail, you can do that by calling 219-2-DAVID-P. 219-2-DAVID-P. This is Furious Hillbilly Trumpist. I present him to you today.
Yeah, hey, David Pakman. You think that it's a damn bad living in the United States from what Trump's doing. Maybe you ought to leave the sucker alone. Pick up your move your ass to Iran so you can kiss their asses. What do you think of that? Get her done, buddy. Bye.
Yeah, listen, I mean, okay, so this is a very furious, angry person who maybe is not willing to see reason. This entire concept of if you don't like it, leave, it actually has a pretty ugly history, and we've talked about that before on the show. We've seen Donald Trump apply it to the ethnic minority congresswomen, some of whom he sees as clearly more loyal to other countries than the United States. The individual is known as the Squad. And it's the idea of if you don't like it, leave has a very ugly past. And as I've said before, and I will say again, why would I leave if I have ideas for how things could just get better here? Like clearly, the people who say, hey, here's something that's not working well in the United States. Here's how it could work better. Here's an ideology that's not good in the United States. We clearly want to live here because we do, right? I mean, to some extent, it is hard to find a different place to live if you don't have some kind of a path to citizenship elsewhere. So you could say some people may be stuck here. And that's another issue. Going to another country is not as easy as some might think. But we want to improve the country we live in. We are invested in improving the country. So when we talk about let's improve education, when we say let's elect better people, when we say let's fix money in politics so that the political system works better, let's do our fair share and maybe even more to deal with what's going on with the climate and the environment. We do it because we are invested in improving things here. It's sort of a weird quitter's mentality to say, oh, if you don't like something here, go somewhere else. And by the way, Iran is not the place I would go. I have no interest in living in a radical theocracy. There's been nothing I've ever said on this program that would suggest that's where I would go. Interestingly, the people that would better fit in a religious theocracy, whether it's Saudi Arabia or Iran or whatever, it's the Christian version of those same people here in the United States who are mostly on the political right. So there's the additional irony that actually it is they who might better fit in. Of course, they think it's the wrong theocracy. They want it to be a Christian theocracy rather than an Islamic one. But that irony seems to be sort of lost on them. We've got a great bonus show for you today. Judge Judy is supporting a Democratic candidate, and that candidate is Michael Bloomberg. And there's actually some interesting stuff going on related to that, which I want to talk about. The Trump administration is also rolling back an Obama-era joint employer rule, which a lot of people don't even know about, and it's important, and we're going to dig into that on today's bonus show. And also, retired Pope Benedict Joseph Ratzinger was his pre-Pope name, I believe. Retired Pope Benedict, who's in his 90s now, is warning Pope Francis against relaxing those priestly celibacy rules, which is actually one of the Pope Francis has done things that Francis has done things that I like and things that I dislike, and in the end, it's still the Pope of the Catholic Church. Relaxing those priestly celibacy rules actually would be a really good thing, and Pope Benedict is against it. So we will talk about that and much more on today's bonus show. 2 ways to get instant access. Number 1, become a member at joinpacman.com. Number 2, become a patron at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Either way, I will see you on the bonus show in mere minutes from now. In mere minutes, not minutes from now.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the sound bites. To my left is Ben Kinsley, who is co-producer. You have so many titles, co-producer and sponsor. Could you tell a little bit about your adventures?
Adventures,
Your
okay.
adventures.
I don't know about my adventures, but I am the principal, the principal of Imperium Advisors. That's a consulting firm. We do a lot of work with public policy development and advocacy work with nonprofits, sometimes political campaigns, and of course, trying to get folks organized. So, yeah.
That was really good one. You've been practicing, huh?
I need to practice some more.
He is so good on policy. He's really great. And my special guest, our special guest tonight is Kevin Mullen, who is the chair of the Green Mountain Care Board. Kevin, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you, Pat. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
It's been a while.
It has.
No stories. That's one of the deals we make here. I won't tell about you. You don't tell about me. So
I'll try to hold up to that. It'll be difficult.
Been floating around Montpelier long enough.
Yeah, well, we've been in the legislature together.
Yeah.
Anyway, but first we ask our guests to tell a little bit about themselves, their background, and maybe how you came to be the chair of the Green Mountain Care Board.
Okay.
And why.
It was kind of a circuitous route that took me to the chair of the Green Mountain Care Board. I'm a native Vermonter. I grew up in Rutland. I went to Castleton University, got a degree in finance. And most of my life was spent in small businesses. I owned movie theaters, had a couple of video stores. At one point, I owned a company that distributed Vermont-made food products and did the Vermont sets in the stores.
Wow.
And in '98, I was a little bit frustrated as a school board member in Rutland Town. If you remember, that was when the first version of Act 60 was passed, and we were considered a gold town, and we had made conscious efforts to try to be the absolute best school, and all of a sudden we were hit pretty hard for it. And so I ran for the House, and in '99 was the first year that I started, election of '98.
Yeah.
And I remember you meet with the speaker and you fill out a form, and they ask you to fill out your 3 top choices for committees.
Right.
And so I had a real good conversation with Mike Obahowski, who was speaker at the time, and I thought for sure that I would get something that I asked for. And I had been appointed to the State Transportation Board, so I was on that. So I put down transportation, knowing that was a little bit of a stretch for a freshman.
Right.
Same thing with the Ways and Means Committee, because I had a degree in finance. I knew that was a stretch. But the other 2 committees that I put down for, one was Commerce. I was the chair of the Legislative Issues Committee for the Rutland Region Chamber of Commerce. And the other one was Education. And I thought as a school board member, I would probably get either Commerce or Education. So much to my surprise, Speaker Obahowski was reading off the roles of the committees, and he said Health and Welfare, and then he read a couple names, and then he said Mullen from Rutland Town, and I'm like, wow, what did I do to Mike? I thought we had a great conversation, but come to find out, that was the year that we were looking to do welfare reform.
Oh.
And so they were looking to put some people that were familiar with numbers on the committee. So
for sure.
Malcolm Severance, the former dean of the business school at UVM, was put on the committee. Dave Hathaway, he thought it was kind of a little bit of a slap at him because he had been on Ways and Means, but he voted against Act 60, so they moved him off of there. And
that's how it works behind the scenes, right?
But we had some pretty good members of that committee, and learned a lot. Tom Koch was a member of the committee.
Can't beat Tom.
Yeah, and so learned a lot. Walt Freed was the minority leader at the time, and he placed me on a organization that had just started that was looking into trying to get lower prescription drug prices. So I got to travel and talk with legislators from other states on what they were doing in healthcare and everything.
Nice.
And then the following year, Walt became the speaker, and he put me on Ways and Means. So I thought my days in healthcare were over with. But then Jim Douglas got elected, and named John Crowley to head BISHCA at the time.
Right, that's
and
right.
so he appointed me to fill John's seat in the Senate. And one of the first calls I got from him after that first session was, can you come to the office and talk? And they asked me if I would ask to be on health and welfare. And at the time, Peter Welch was the president pro tem. And so I went to Peter and I asked him, and he said gladly. And so that's, you know, from there I got, because I was the only Republican on the committee, basically you're on health access oversight, mental health access oversight, all the special committees, the Health Reform Commission. And so I spent a lot of time on healthcare issues, never thinking that I ever would.
Really? Use it again, eh?
Yep.
Here we are.
And in 2005, we were being pushed by the then chair, Jim Leddy, to pass a bill that I didn't like and I didn't vote for in the committee. And it ultimately was vetoed by Governor Douglas. But the following year we came back because if you remember back in those days, we had uninsured at 8%, and now we're down to 3%. And so in 2006, we came back and we ended up passing Catamount Health, which really made huge improvements. And so that was my history in healthcare.
Can I ask you about something about Catamount? I know we need to watch about the time, but if we had mandated that people be on that, do you think we'd have the same problems we have now if we actually mandated that people have to be on Catamount? Because what was happening was people were signing up when they were sick, would get the surgery, and then they'd drop off. I don't think
an
we'd
even
be in
bigger
such a
problem
mess.
back in those days too, were the number of people that qualified for Medicaid but were too proud to take it. You know, and so
because I thought
that Catamount was a really good structure.
Yeah, I did too.
We had a slightly smaller reimbursement than commercial insurance for the employer-sponsored insurance plans that were available, and you know, we were doing okay. And in some respects, I used to always say that I thought Vermont got penalized when the whole country started talking about healthcare reform.
In some ways, Catamount seemed better than the ACA.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't so much use the term better, but just two different approaches. And so Vermont had been out in front working on trying to make sure everybody was insured, but also doing creative things like the Blueprint for Health that I think we passed in 2006, started in 2007. And, you know, so we were already trying to create the nucleus for community-based teams that would coordinate care. And even then, we were talking about frequent flyers in the healthcare world, people that were constantly getting readmitted, whereas if they just had their care managed better, they would stay out of that higher-priced hospital setting. So we were starting to make that progress, and then when the Affordable Care Act passed, we kind of had to do things a little bit differently.
So that's a good segue right into what created the Green Mountain Care Board. It really started, the foundations of it started with Blueprint for Health, and then you know, Act 48 in 2011, which is what created the Green Mountain Care Board.
Yep.
So
I was vice chair of the healthcare committee when that was being written.
So
Were you really?
Become full circle now.
Yeah, right.
And I was the one who actually put in the triggers that I felt protected Vermonters. So it had to meet certain actuarial values. It had to be, the revenue source had to be equitable. There were a whole bunch of different triggers. And it was done late at night. I was staying that year at the Hilltop Hotel, and I couldn't sleep because I knew that we were voting on it the next day. And at 3 o'clock, I got up and got my laptop out and saying, well, what if they would just agree to these conditions? And I typed those out and brought them in the next morning, and the majority of the committee was very, very supportive.
That's great.
And So was the administration, to my surprise at the time.
Yeah, now last time I remember when you were in the Senate, you were the chair of the Education Committee at the Senate.
Yep.
So when did you go to the Senate and?
So I went to the Senate in 2003, and I did chair the Education Committee at the same time that I was vice chair of the Health and Welfare Committee. Back then, Health and Welfare was a morning committee.
Oh, right,
and
the others after.
I remember John Campbell telling me how much trouble he was in with his caucus for giving me those two assignments.
Those are two pretty coveted
yeah,
positions.
those are big.
Yeah.
But and just for our viewers, the senators typically serve on two committees. There's a morning committee and an afternoon committee.
And the House just does one.
And the House usually has one committee that meets all throughout the day.
Correct.
And usually the morning committees have, I don't want to, fewer responsibilities than the afternoon committees because they usually have less time to meet.
Well, plus in the Senate, those committees get shut down towards the end of the session, so that the money committees can really focus full time
Well, that makes sense.
on the issues that they're facing. So it's not to say that morning committees aren't important, because you have committees like transportation, that's a morning committee.
But they get their work done earlier in the session, and
hopefully.
Senator Moss, I guess, sure it gets done.
I can tell you that I also was on Judiciary at one point, and Senator Sears never believed that a morning committee should shut down, and we were always working, and he would find strange hours for us to
I think he still
finish
does
things
that. I think he still does that.
He is a worker.
He is a great
He
guy.
Just, puts his head down and just works. So how did you get to the Green Mountain? Because Al left at one point, and I mean, you're back. I must say, I had no idea you had this background, because they said all I remember was education. I'm like, what the heck is he doing?
The committee that I chaired the longest was economic development.
Oh, that I remember that.
Yep.
Right.
In the Senate,
and but the last year that I was there, I went back to the education committee, and basically the committee on committees had told me I could go back to finance if I wanted to.
Right.
And there were so many problems in the education system. I just wanted to work on that versus going back to finance.
Right.
When you're one of 7 on a finance committee, it can be pretty deflating at times.
Yeah, versus one of 5 on the ed committee.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah, and actually, when I chaired the education committee, we were able to do things like limited school choice and things like that.
We
So,
like
you can make a difference.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Absolutely.
That's good.
But so, anyways, I ended up, you kind of know your internal clock tells you that it's time to go.
Time to go, yes.
And there were some issues coming down the pike that were going to be problematic. And I decided, I got a call. I typically take a vacation. This goes back to the years of running campaigns.
Yeah.
I typically take the week of Thanksgiving off and go on vacation. And I was on vacation. I got a call from a member of AARP and said, would you consider putting your name in the hat for what was then the Public Service Board?
Oh, ooh.
And I said, oh my goodness. I said, I just don't believe that I'm the right person. And they had thought of me because of my work on finance, because I was questioning things that were going on. And I said, I really appreciate that you called me and asked me, because it means a lot to me.
Right.
But I'm telling you that I'm going to be throwing my name in for a position, and I can't tell you what it is, but I think I could do more work in that position. And so what I didn't know, and I found out the very next day, was Al was named to be the secretary of the Agency of Human Services. Right. And I was aware of another position that was going to be available there. So I put my name in, and it's similar to the Judicial Nominating Committee process. And I served on the Judicial Nominating Committee for a number of years, so I'm very familiar with that process. And basically, you fill out, it's like a 40-page application, and put all your information out there. And it gets reviewed by an independent committee that's made up of appointees from the Speaker of the House, the President Pro Tem of the Senate, and gubernatorial appointees. So you go before this board, and they determine whether or not they believe that you're qualified for the position. And because there were multiple positions opened, I actually applied for just being a regular member or being the chair, assuming that I would most likely just be named a regular member. But as usual, healthcare surprises me.
Right.
And the session was going on, and I was chairing the Economic Development Committee, working very hard to get out a very large economic development bill. And I just assumed, well, the governor must not be interested because I've never gotten a call.
Right.
And then I got a call.
What?
And,
you want me to do what?
What?
So,
That's
you know,
great,
he asked if I was really sure that this is what I wanted to do. And I said, yeah, I think I could make more of a difference there than I can in the legislature.
Right.
And that's how it all came to be.
That's great, because seriously, we just talked before the show, and just doing the research and putting these questions together about what you've been doing, I had a headache. It's just huge, Kevin.
Having worked in a lot of public policy areas in Vermont and outside Vermont, the two most complicated policy areas to deal with are education and healthcare.
And healthcare, right.
And you've covered both of them.
Yes,
So
that's great.
clearly you're not afraid of either of those issues.
That's right.
But let's talk a little bit about the Green Mountain Care Board and what the main responsibilities are, what the role of the Green Mountain Care Board is. We kind of talked about how you've gotten there, and a little bit about where we were going in healthcare policy in Vermont. But we'll talk more about that later.
Sure. So our mission has three primary goals. Obviously, the one most talked about is trying to contain the growth in costs.
Right.
But we're also, at the same time that we're charged with containing cost growth, we're also charged with making sure that everyone has access to quality care and that it's quality care. Mm-hmm. So quality and access have a price, and so you have to be very careful that you're not doing something to contain costs that would deny someone the ability to see a provider that they need to see. So that gets into the complexity of almost all the decisions that we're faced with. We, every hospital in the state, 14 of them, have to submit a budget at the beginning of the summer, which is another thing that is all wrong in that the hardest work is during the summertime, so there's no way you could ever take a vacation in the summertime.
That's wrong. You have to work on that.
Yeah, because you have the qualified health plan rate reviews over the summer. You have the hospital budgets over the summer. It's just one thing after another.
Are hospitals calendar year or June to what is June?
Hospitals are October 1 to September 30th.
Like federal.
Yes.
Ah.
One of the things that would really make our life easier is if they were on a calendar year. And some of them say they can switch, and some of them say they can't switch, but unless they're all on that calendar year, because basically if they were on the calendar year, it would synchronize more our decisions on rate review and our decisions on the ACO budget.
Right.
But unfortunately, we don't have that luxury right now.
Operating on a calendar year?
They're operating on a calendar year.
And so are the insurance companies.
Well, it depends upon the plan, but primarily, yes.
Yeah.
And one of the things, people are aware of our rate review of the QHP, the exchange product, but we also do large group plans as well. Mm-hmm. And we're starting to get those looking more on an annual basis. When I first came into the position, there could be changes every quarter, and that was just a little bit much to have to continually look at a plan that might have only 1,700 members.
Right, for the group plans.
Yeah.
What do you look at when they come in with their budget presentation? Do you have a list of things that you want them to show you? What do you use to judge whether you okay it or not?
So it's different depending on who we're analyzing. If it's the hospitals, we're very focused on their financial sheets.
Yeah.
So it's basically, we have two real levers when it comes to hospitals. One is that we approve their net patient revenue, which is their top line. But the other lever that doesn't get much press is we also are the ones who determine how much they can increase their charge master. So, for example, this past year, the press all focused on the fact that we allowed an NPR growth rate of 4.1, but the actual increase in charges was a little over 3%. It was 3.1. And the problem that we were seeing is that, in particular, UVM, very good at measuring what they're doing, and they were getting more and more unique patients, and it would be what I would consider economic development if these patients were coming from outside of the state into Vermont, but they were Vermonters. And we couldn't fully, and this is why I've had such a focus on trying to improve data in the time that I've been at the Green Mountain Care Board, we couldn't really pinpoint, exactly how many dollars were coming from, say, the Rutland Health Service area versus the Brattleboro Health Service area, and so on and so forth. So we're in charge of two large databases. One is the hospital discharge, and the other is the VCures. And so ideally, we would like to be in a world where all our decisions are based on strong data, but there are some delinquencies in that data. So one of the things that I'm charging the board members with going out and doing now is I guess it was about 3 years ago now, there was a Supreme Court decision that's known as the Gobet decision.
Really? All right, Al.
Yes. Unfortunately, we lost.
Oh, sorry, Al.
But Liberty Mutual won the decision, and companies that are ERISA plans no longer have to report information.
Right.
And one of the things that happened at the time was Blue Cross went out and talked to the companies that they were doing the coverage for, and 80% of them readily agreed to share their information. But other insurers in the state, and I'm not saying anything bad about them, but insurers like Cigna and Aetna, they did not do that same type of messaging to their clientele, and so they just kind of dropped off the radar, and we don't have all that data. So we have come up with a list of those companies that are not reporting now, and I'm asking each of the 5 members to take certain people and literally do a call on them to explain the benefits to everyone for having the data in the system so that good decisions can be made in the state of Vermont. So that's an exciting project that we're working on now, and we'll see how that comes out. So getting back to the hospital budgets, we kind of bifurcated it when I first came on. Everything was done at once, and one of the things is measuring quality, looking at what I would call the hospital report cards, the community health needs assessments. And it got to the point where there was just too large of an area to cover at a budget hearing, and it didn't seem like we were putting the numbers out as much as we should to the people of the state of Vermont. So we've kind of bifurcated that process, and now the hearings that we have in August are more focused on the actual numbers in the budgets so that people can have that transparency and see what their local hospital is doing. And in this past year, 6 of our 14 hospitals had negative operating margins. So there's a real problem in rural healthcare in America. Since 2010, 119 hospitals across the country have closed. Now, we haven't had any in that time period in Vermont, but we currently have Springfield Hospital in bankruptcy proceedings. And, our hope is that they never close and that the people of Springfield have that continued care, but there's no guarantee of that.
Oh, I hadn't actually heard that. That's kind of sad.
That is, they're in bankruptcy?
Yeah, I didn't hear that. How, just when you mentioned quality, how do you measure quality? Do you set performance goals for the hospitals? What measures quality? Sorry.
So that's another problem that we have too, Pat, in that, the federal government mandates these community needs assessments, but not every hospital reports them uniformly. They have their own interpretation of what the question is.
Yep.
And in some respects, we get that same problem with some of the numbers questions, where one hospital may treat reserves one way and another hospital treats reserves another. And so we've been having meetings with CFOs at the hospitals trying to create a standard set of uniformity. And as we talked about education, that was the same problem we had in education.
It's the same in state government. Ask how many employees you have. You always get a different answer.
Exactly, because some people are measuring it based on FTE, some people are just giving you the total number, and you've got to make sure that you're comparing apples to apples.
Exactly.
But we measure them on a number of standards, and that gets taken to the next level in the accountable care organization, because the all-payer model agreement that we signed with the federal government requires us to monitor 20 quality measurements. And basically these are measurements, there were a couple of areas where Vermont was not doing very well compared to the rest of the country. For the most part, healthcare in Vermont is better than the rest of the country. So when you hear people make statements about the U.S. infant mortality rate is high compared to the rest of the world, that's not Vermont. And usually we get ranked 1, 2, 3, or 4 in national rankings of the best healthcare states in the country. So, but now I'm starting to lose track of where I was headed here, Pat.
Well, we're just talking about that.
So in terms of quality,
yes, that's where I was headed. I was going to talk about those quality measures that are part of the all-payer model agreement. Vermont was not doing as well. We had more suicides per capita.
Yeah, that's been high.
And we had more overdoses per capita. So the third, even bigger pot that we're focused on in those quality measures is we know that 20% of the population is 80% of the costs, and that's chronic illnesses.
Yep.
So things like diabetes and COPD and hypertension and things like that. And so the quality measures are basically put in there to measure how we're doing to try to get those goals in line. So we want fewer suicides, we want fewer overdoses, and we really want to see that people are getting better care for chronic illnesses. And I won't mention the name of the hospital, but one of the first hospitals that I did a road trip to as chair of the Green Mountain Care Board, the whole board did a road show, and they were so proud of their wound treatment center. And they were talking about all the legs they were saving from being amputated and blindness and things like that. And I asked the question to the doctor. I said, well, what are your primary care practices in your region doing to talk to people when they first measure high with their A1Cs and show up as a pre-diabetic and things like that to try to get their diet and their exercise and things like that in order? And his eyes kind of glazed over. And so that's, where we used to be.
Prevention.
And we're trying to move away from that type of what I would call sick care to the minute that you start to show signs of being pre-diabetic. We want your primary care provider sitting down with you and saying, hey, look, here's the facts. And if you don't do something about it, you're going to face much worse outcomes in your health.
Yeah.
It's the old idiom, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right?
Exactly.
And it's so true for both health outcomes, right? Your outcomes better the earlier intervene, but it's also really true for cost.
Yep.
It's much
cheaper.
Much cheaper to treat and prevent an illness, or especially chronic illnesses, which you're saying, like you said, is 80% of the cost in the system. They're much cheaper to treat if you catch them earlier on.
Yep.
We did 8 opioid shows on training, on addictional kinds of parts of the issue. And one of the shows we had 3 doctors on, one from Blue Cross Blue Shield, UVM, and they were telling us how they're treating the whole person now, as pretty much in line, like if massage works for you, or acupuncture, just different things, holistic things that really work and are not as expensive or.
And change is hard for people. There are some doctors who really don't want to change the way they practice, but the majority are really coming around to trying to focus on wellness.
Exactly.
And that's very, very encouraging to see.
Yeah.
So
well, and you mentioned earlier too the fact that we've increased our uninsured rate so much. Decreased. Sorry.
Yeah.
Decreased our uninsured rate. Increased our insured
rate. Now is underinsured.
Right. Underinsured.
And that's what really is hurting, because a lot of people. It really gets down to affordability.
Yeah.
They just can't afford the products that are offered to them, and so they get high deductible plans. And then they bet that they don't need to go see a doctor and things like that. And that's, what we would hope is that people actually had a relationship with a primary care provider and went and saw them, because over time, that is the cheaper way to go. And that's another area that we'll have to talk about at some point is there's a real workforce crisis in healthcare.
Right. Oh, we've heard that a lot from the Center of Washington County Mental Health. Mary Moulton's she's coming on the show, and they're robbing from each other because there's not enough.
There's not enough workforce.
Yeah,
and,
hospital.
And it's not just nurses. It's across the whole spectrum. And if you look at the most recent numbers coming from the Vermont Department of Health, we're not really making gains on getting more primary care. So other countries in the world that are seeing better health outcomes for less cost than the U.S., the basic difference is in those countries, there's 2 primary care doctors to every specialist. And in the United States, it's just the opposite. There are 2 specialists to every primary care doctor.
Yeah.
And you can understand if you talk to a medical student, when you're saddled with $400,000 in debt, and you've got to make a decision what your career path is, you're going to go where you can pay back that debt.
Specialists.
Right, exactly.
So, even people that, so for example, pediatricians who are primary care providers, a pediatrician student at UVM could be on that path. And then as they see their debt mount up, they could see that they could make more specializing in a certain field of pediatrics. And so they go that route rather than just being a general pediatrician. And so we have to do more as a state. I truly believe that we need, and I don't have uniform convincing of my colleagues on the board or people in the healthcare community, but I truly believe that the only way we're going to solve this, because the whole country is facing a shortage, we're all getting older, is we need to have a program that basically is scholarship for service. We'll pay for you to go to med school, but you've got to commit to, whether it's 6 years or what have you, of being a doctor inside the borders of Vermont. And then I think
it's like AmeriCorps for doctors,
yeah, right.
or something like that.
Basically,
I bet it would work.
The trouble in loan forgiveness has worked to take some of the edge off, but it's an arms race. So you raise the amount that you're willing to forgive on loans, then the next state raises theirs, and the next state raises theirs.
Do you think the hospitalist approach has helped a GP doctor, general practitioner, to stay? Because I know my doctor, he just retired, but he wasn't even going to stay that long. But he said the hospital, the doctors in the hospital helped him because he doesn't want to work.
So it's kind of a mixed bag, and it depends on which hospital you're talking about, the success of that. I don't think that without the hospitalists, we would have a successful system of care in the state.
Interesting.
Because
it's not my favorite thing, but we won't chat
no,
about that.
I mean, in my perfect world, we would still have a whole lot of independent doctors.
Right.
But unfortunately, it's pretty hard to make a practice go, and
No, I
it really
understand.
depends on where you are too. So if you're in Burlington and you have really good companies that are employers there that have good commercial insurance for their employees, your payer mix is different than, say, for example, a Springfield. So in Springfield, you have more government payers than commercial payers, and you're getting paid less.
Right.
So it all depends too on geography. So
even in Burlington, it seems like most of the practices that have been successful are the federally qualified practices, like the
What's that, Ben?
Burlington
I
Primary
the
Care,
federally
for
qualified health centers started years ago as a way to help impoverished rural areas keep care, and it's been expanded over the years. Bernie Sanders was a big proponent of it.
Yeah, he was one of the
Yes.
proposers, sponsors
Yeah,
of legislation.
I know what. Yeah.
And basically, what you're seeing is that if you take where I live in the Rutland area, there are only a couple of doctors who aren't part of the FQHC.
Oh, interesting.
It's very hard to be an independent doctor because the FQHCs get reimbursed more.
Right. They get a higher reimbursement rate than a typical doctor or hospital might get.
Because Rutland Hospital's done great, hasn't it? From what I hear, they're in good shape, aren't they, Rutland?
Well, they still have a positive margin, but as I tell all my friends in Rutland, that their margin has been declining over time. Their expenses are growing faster than their revenues.
Yeah.
So they're
No,
going
we
to
don't
be
have
in
enough people here,
in the
right?
same boat.
And they're also dependent on the whims of the federal government, whichever way stuff goes nationally, that can really impact those practices.
But Rutland, like the Northeast Kingdom and other areas of the state, like Bennington and others, they're older. And more you're seeing less quality employer-paid insurance. I mean, when I was growing up, there were General Electric, more business forms, TAM brands, all these different manufacturers that really took outstanding care of their employees. And you just don't have that same world anymore.
That's right. I forgot that. It's really bad out there in some places.
So 2 other things we should talk about as part of the responsibilities of the Green Mountain Care Board. You also oversee the Certificate of Need process in Vermont, which is basically a methodology of reviewing capital expenditures by hospitals and other healthcare providers so that we don't build excess capacity. Essentially, is the concept.
Yeah, when I first came to the board, there were even more applications because at that time, if a hospital wanted to replace their boiler, they would need to come to us.
Whoa.
And
we need a boiler.
yeah, and nursing home acquisitions came to us. It was, and we didn't offer a lot of value because it's the licensing division at AHS that really is overseeing these nursing homes. We don't have their budgets, and it just seemed that there were areas that could be reduced on the CON level because what you want to do is make sure that you're protecting services. So, for example, you might think it's a wonderful thing to have a private birthing center in a community. But say you're locating that in a Brattleboro or for as much as that goes, almost any hospital service area outside of Chittenden County. Births cost more than they take in. So they're losers for all the hospitals. So if you were to create a private birthing center with just midwives and not the doctors, midwives have to have a place that they can refer to immediately if something goes wrong.
Right.
So you would not want to approve something that could be large enough in scale that would make a hospital have to close their birthing unit because you still have those tougher cases that have to go someplace.
Right.
So those are the type of things that we should be focused on. The most expensive CON since I've been there was an IT project done by the University of Vermont called EPIC, $151 million.
Whoa.
Yeah.
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 We don't do IT projects too well in this state.
No,
Did
well, at least
go
that
well?
one wasn't run by the state. That was
Yeah.
the UVM's project. But
Yes.
Vermont, which is interesting, Vermont has, even though we've peeled back some of them,
Yep.
There's only one state that has more, and there's only, 20, there's a little over 20 and change that states that still have CON laws. And of those, Vermont has the second most restrictive. Only Hawaii has more categories that are covered.
Really interesting.
But I would say that at least in Vermont, you can tie it into other decisions that are being made by the regulatory body, which is in this case the Green Mountain Care Board, because of hospital budgets, because of charges, because of rate review and things like that. You kind of almost have to have your arms around all these things if you're truly going to try to make a difference.
So, Kevin, can I just ask, we were focused on single payer when Shumlin was here, and that didn't go as planned, perhaps. What are we calling it now? Is it this all-payer system, and what do we have, or we're not sure
So
yet?
it's called the all-payer model,
All-payer
and
model.
it's an agreement that was negotiated between Vermont and the federal government. And basically, even if single payer had gone through in Vermont, it would not have impacted as many lives as the possibility that an all-payer model could affect, because it was never envisioned that the state's single-payer system could affect Medicare lives and try to do better care coordination for our elderly population. Whereas the all-payer model takes, in theory, all the different payers. So you're talking Medicare, Medicaid, commercial payers, and allows you to try to create that system of prevention and wellness for everyone and better coordination of care. And in fact, it's the Medicare population where you can save, in my mind, the most amount of dollars on, because it's not proportional. As you're older, as I'm beginning to find out, you use more health care. And so if you can make sure that a local visiting nurse association is part of the discharge of the patient when they leave the hospital, then the home visits can occur to make sure that the patient is properly taking the medicine, is doing what they're supposed to be doing, so that they're not readmitted to the hospital. So the all-payer model
is more expensive than the
much
home
more,
visits.
much more expensive. And so the all-payer model envisioned trying to get everybody into this better coordinated system of care. And really, for years, the state of Vermont looked at Maryland, who was one of the first people to gravitate towards an all-payer type system. And they were always the ones looked on as like the gold standard for what you were doing to manage costs and improve care in a state. And so in 2015 and 2016, the state of Vermont, it was becoming pretty clear that Green Mountain Care was never going to be implemented.
Which was single payer.
Which was single payer. Because you didn't have a number of the ERISA companies. Everybody says the money's already in the system. But a number of the ERISA companies were adamant that they didn't want, if I worked for their company in Burlington, Vermont, and another employee worked in Cleveland, Ohio, they didn't want different programs for them.
Right.
And it was always problematic. ERISA laws are very set in stone at the federal level. Vermont was never going to get the ERISA plans. So without the ERISA plans, without Medicare, where was Vermont really going to go? And at the time, they were projecting the possibility of upwards to 16% of a payroll tax, which was just a non-starter. So it would be nice if we could reallocate the dollars that are already in the system, but the reality is it wasn't going to happen.
And Vermont already had some control over Medicaid funding anyway at that stage in the game. They just didn't have control over Medicare, which
they were already under a pilot program that was working on savings for Medicaid.
So they had quite a bit of flexibility under the existing waiver before the all-payer waiver kind of came into the picture to play with some of those Medicaid funds, but that's still, even with the Medicaid funds and what was already in Catamount Health at that point, that's still less than half of all the funds involved in healthcare delivery.
Yep. And don't forget that because the exchange was created under the Affordable Care Act, Catamount was no longer.
Right.
So
did that wipe out Catamount? Is that why Catamount ended?
It superseded it.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Oh, I just always thought it was because people were going in and out, and we just didn't have the money to keep it going. Because I loved it. I thought it was great.
The healthcare exchange that was put in place by the ACA was basically filled the same market segment that Catamount Health was in.
And plus, there was this large pool of dollars that was available from the federal government for basically premium credits, so that if I was making 200% of the poverty level, I could go on, fill out in all my information, and a large portion of my insurance was paid for with these credits.
Right.
And so it brought additional dollars into the system to help people become insured, but it really, we were getting there with Catamount. So it was just one of those things that, there's nothing wrong with the Affordable Care Act. I think the goals were very lofty, and that is the law of the land, so that's what we're living with. As a father, I was very grateful to be able to have a child still on a plan.
Yep. I have 2 grandchildren who are very thankful, too.
Yeah, that was probably one of the most popular things.
Well, that one in pre-existing was
the pre-existing and the 26-year-old.
Right. Yeah. Thank God for that.
Yeah.
So, with all those things working against the state of Vermont, the discussion started happening with Washington because Vermont had always looked at Maryland and was kind of jealous of what they were doing, and conversation started to gel with Washington because Washington wanted to try to start to move away from fee-for-service and try to get into a more coordinated system of care. And so even now you still have some doctors in the state of Vermont that make the argument that no doctor would ever make a decision based on the revenue that the decision make. But it's surprising when you get docs in a room, none of them admit to ever having a defensive medicine test or anything like that. But then you ask them the question, do you think your colleagues do? And they say yes. So in any event, the contract was negotiated with the federal government, and what had happened over time in Vermont, if you go back 25 years, healthcare was about 11% of our overall state economy.
Not now.
It was growing and on the verge of hitting 20%.
Wow.
And we actually got over the 19% threshold. The last year that we actually have absolute data on is 2017. We're always behind a year. But in that year, we got down to 18.5%. And what was even more encouraging is Vermont had been running about 2.1 to 2.2% ahead of the other states as far as being a percentage of their GDP, and we got down to 1.5. So hopefully that's not a one-year blip. Everybody says, well, do you even need a Green Mountain Care Board? And if you look at the numbers, even like hospital budgets, the what I would call the aughts, the 2000 to 2009, spending at hospitals was growing at an 8% per annum annual growth rate. 2010 through 2012, the legislature kind of put some restraints on where things could go for a few years, so they were held down. But then if you take a look at 2013 to 2020, we're always talking about a year ahead of ourselves, that growth rate is 3.9%. So it's half of what that growth rate was
in the 2000s.
Right. So, we'd like to think that some of our decisions are helping to bend the cost curve, but then this year has been a very tough year. We had some huge rate requests that came in.
That we read about.
Yes, and when you're looking at 7.9% of that rate increase is just for a higher utilization of specialty drugs, These are very expensive drugs that are used for things like cancer, leukemia, those type of things. And they're working. So it's not like anybody wants to be a death panel and say, you can't have those drugs. That would be the absolute wrong thing to do. It gets very hard because we can't control that. And we have conversations with our congressional delegation all the time, talking to them about what we're seeing. Peter Welch has a bill in now. I don't know if it'll go anywhere, but I hope it does. Donald Trump, when he ran for office, was very clear that he wanted to try to bring down prescription drug costs. And so I think that he's on board. If you take a look at what he announced, I guess it was about a month ago now, with transparency, in 2 years, it's not just going to be the charges that are going to be available from hospitals, but it's going to be what you actually pay across the whole country. And that is one of the things that I think will really help to bring down healthcare costs.
Well, the state auditor has talked about that too, that healthcare price transparency is a big deal, because you can go, hospitals right up the street from each other can have dramatically different sticker prices for something.
I remember arguing, I'm not going to say with who, but when I was in the Department of Labor, it's hard to get to know what that item costs in healthcare. The tongue depressors, I said to him, how much does a box of tongue depressors cost? He said, I can't tell you. I said, why not? We argued back and forth.
A simple dose of aspirin.
Well, because he said it depends on which surgery it's used in. I said, but it's a tongue depressor. It
it's
depresses
so crazy.
Your tongue. And he said, yes, but if it's used in a kid's tonsillitis, it's one number, and if it's used in a heart transplant, it's another number. I went, I don't want to hear this. So
we were looking at, I believe it was a heart ultrasound just this morning at a meeting that I was in, and the differential was tenfold depending on where you got it done in the state of Vermont. And, I recognize, and I'm sure the two of you recognize, that a hospital like a UVM or a Dartmouth should get a little bit more, because they're paying for all these medical students to be educated. And so you want those tertiary hospitals to get a little bit more of a reimbursement. But where does that line get drawn? And that's one of the things that is tough. And you want to see more pay parity, because you don't want people getting the same care at a higher cost.
Or you don't want people penalized, because there's certain things that you can have elective. Like if you're having knee replacement, you can decide where you get that.
I wish you hadn't used that example.
Yeah, just giving me,
my knee is killing me.
Sorry.
Think of something back.
Anyway, an elective procedure, right? You can shop around a little bit for that. You can call up UVM, you can call up Dartmouth, you can call up Rutland Regional and be like, how much is this surgery going to cost me? If you have a heart attack, you don't really get to make that decision.
No, you're
going to the nearest hospital.
Exactly.
And you shouldn't be penalized because the nearest hospital to you happens to be the most expensive. Right? That's what you want to prevent from happening.
Not that you're thinking about that at the time, right?
Just
who cares?
But you don't want to be penalized because what you have access to happens to be the most expensive option or a more expensive option.
So before we run out of time, we've all been reading about OneCare. And could you explain to us what it is we are reading about
OneCare is the ACO.
It's an accountable care organization, and the federal government created incentives for care to be coordinated by what they called accountable care organizations. And at one time in Vermont, we thought that we might have three. So there was OneCare, there was the VCO, Vermont Care, and then there was SHAC, which was the Community Health Centers organization. But the only one that got to the finish line was OneCare. And people ask me all the time, don't you wish there was more than one accountable care organization? And my answer is it's kind of mixed, because I'm a big believer in competition, so I do think it's good to have competition. On the flip side of that, if you had two accountable care organizations or three, they each would have their own administration, their own IT, and everything else. So it's a mixed blessing. I think at the end of the day, I still would err on competition being good, but we don't have that luxury, so we're dealing with the one accountable care
And what does that
organization.
mean to me as a patient? And do I know I'm in a one care situation? I mean,
So-
my doctor just retired and I went to another doctor, and do I know if he's a one care doctor or do I care?
So I don't think, despite everything that you read lately in the press,
Right.
that you really need to have a fear about being an attributed life. If anything, you should get better care by being an attributed life because you're being measured and everything else. And your health outcomes are going to be what that practitioner is being measured by.
Oh, and paid by?
So, yes, exactly.
Oh.
And so,
That's good.
would you know? Yes. What would happen? I think it's, let me get this order right. If you're new, you only get this letter once, but say that you've recently become an attributed life, you would get a letter from, I believe it's Medicare in January, telling you that you're now an attributed life. Medicaid's letters go out in February telling you you're an attributed life, and the private insurers would go out in April.
And this is based
Yeah.
on who your primary care physician is, what bucket you would be in, like which group you belong to. And basically, and what you mean by attributed life is the way that the ACOs work. The accountable care organizations are part of this all-payer waiver, which instead of reimbursing based off of procedures, like the actual procedure, you'd be reimbursed based on keeping a population healthy. So the population, you being part
So
of the
if I
population,
get better, he gets more money?
would be attributed to that ACO
That's cool.
population.
I like that.
So getting back to, because this all ties into One Care too, what the model looked at was the rate of growth in Vermont's economy over the previous decade and a half, and that had been about 3.5% per year when you average it out over time. And so the theory was that the growth in healthcare spending had to be kept at or below the growth of the economy, otherwise it wasn't sustainable. So that's where the 3.5% growth targets came from. And then in addition to that, Vermont has to be 0.2% below the national trend for Medicare. Because remember, Vermont now has access to these Medicare lives, and the federal government wants to see that there's some cost containment there as well. But at the end of the day, the overall Vermont population, everybody, all of us, even those that aren't an attributed life, that growth rate has to be 3.5% or less.
Interesting.
And it's a 5-year agreement that expires in 2022. So that's the big goal, besides all the quality measures, is to be able to keep the growth of costs growing at less than the growth of the state economy.
That's a great way to end this discussion. Our hour is up. You have got to come back. I've got way more questions.
Yeah, there's lots more we can talk about.
Kevin, we really thank you for coming on. You were a perfect
it was a lot of
person to
fun.
be a chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for tuning in. We'll have Kevin back because I have way too many questions. Anyway, we'll see you next week. And in the meantime, keep listening beyond the sound bites.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Guilford Select Board of January 13th. Good evening, everyone. And to recognize the public. And we have no public. Danny's not the public. He's the highway commissioner. And the rules of procedure, even though there aren't any public here, are on the table, and they discuss how the select board and the public interact with each other at a select board meeting. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I do have one addition that you folks, I have an answer to one of your questions from the last meeting, and it then requires you folks to take some action, and the action is required by Thursday of this week.
Okay, thank
you. So that is regarding the WRC broadband feasibility grant.
Okay. Are there any changes to the agenda order?
I haven't any.
Very well. Have you all read the minutes, and may I ask for a motion to approve them?
I so move.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
And is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'm going to abstain.
Oh,
because
we
I
have
was
one
not in
abstention.
attendance.
Thank you, Gordon. And thank you. The motion is approved. Highway general update, Dan.
Well, we've been doing some plowing, been doing a lot of sand and salting. When you guys go through your budget tonight, you'll see I do have some money left for sand and some money left for salt.
Good.
Right now, my shed's probably, I'm gonna say 2/3 full. The salt shed is pretty much full right now, but that is not gonna last long. But I'm hoping that we still got another 2 months of winter to go yet, so it's gonna be nip and tuck on the budget as far as material wise. Today we hauled some gravel because we had a few soft spots here and there. And over the weekend the temperatures warmed up and had a few places we got some soft spots, and we got everywheres around except for your road, Gordon, and Packers Corners Road.
Hey, if you're going to leave us somewhere, that's good.
So,
take care of the important people.
yeah, but anyways, we're it's that time of year you get these quick warm-ups, and you're going to have them spots that's going to break through a little bit. But one good thing about the weather this weekend, I got rid of we had a lot of ice coverage on the roads, and we got rid of a lot of it, so that helped out a lot.
Great. Is that it?
Yeah, everything else, all the equipment's been holding up good. You know, just everybody's been busy, so just been one of them winters.
Thanks, Dan.
You're welcome.
On to new business, and the center piece of our meeting tonight is the FY21 budget.
Yes, so since we have this fancy equipment, we're gonna allow the public to follow along. I'm going to pass a hard copy out to select board members.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if I just try something?
Oh, no, there are plenty here coming. Thank you.
But, I'm just trying to, I'm sliding it that way a little bit, because it gets some of the wave out of that. I think I can zoom in though.
That'd be good.
All right, so would you recommend I zoom in on the?
Yes, on the budget.
Okay.
We will be starting, I apologize about my voice, we will be starting with the general budget for the select board. The portion, just to be clear so the listening audience doesn't get bored out of their mind, we will not be reading every single line item except for the revenue, which was just finalized today. So starting on page 1 at the top, the general tax revenue that is estimated for select board expenses is $442,376. An additional amount for social service.
Wait. That's the 19 budget.
Nope.
Say it again.
Look at the
433.
no, look in the dark colored line on the screen. It's the pink line.
Oh,
FY21.
This isn't right.
Yeah, this isn't correct.
Oh, this one wasn't, these were printed out before it was updated.
So shall we follow along on the screen?
Why don't you follow along on the screen, yes, because the screen is the correct one.
On the revenue side, the expense side should be okay, right?
The expense side has not changed.
Okay.
Penny and I went through this and she double-checked and agreed that it is correct. So, the general revenue is $442,376 for all select board expenses. Social service agency expenses is $24,880.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You're saying expenses, but do you mean?
Sorry, revenue. So the revenue here covers the expenses for the social service agencies. So this is revenue that will be generated through taxes. So then we have what we call our transfers out and special articles. So that we will cover the details of what those. You'll see them later on, but those expenses include the fire department, Wyndham Regional Commission, Rescue Inc., and other similar type services that are provided.
So these two lines that we have on the hard copy are the same as on there?
Okay, yep. We never budget for any surplus taxes. The town treasurer estimates approximately $12,468 in interest to be collected on delinquent taxes. Delinquent tax penalty is not calculated because that amount goes to the treasurer and assistant treasurer. And then insurance credits are not calculated either because we generally don't have any. So the general overall revenue to be brought in for the select board is $988,215. Moving on, we have the delinquent tax fees. Was there a question?
No, I was just going to comment that to, I guess, simplify things. The $988,215 is what the select board in the town is responsible for from a tax standpoint of generating.
That's correct.
Excluding anything to do with our school system.
That's correct.
Thank you.
We do not account for any delinquent tax income. As most people know, the town provides some financial services for Algiers Fire District over in Algiers, and that the contract we have with them is for $8,500. So that accounts for staff time and some minimal resources that we need to do that job. We take in a small amount of revenue for licenses and permits. That includes a liquor and tobacco license of $90 at the country store, dog licenses of approximately $1,400, and that is all for those. Getting towards the end here, we do get reimbursed by the state for the reduction in taxes for those who are part of the current use program, so that is estimated to be $86,580 this year. In the pilot program, pilot stands for payment in lieu of taxes, so that is on any state-owned property within the town of Guilford, and so $18,600 is the amount that they pay us instead of paying property taxes. Moving on, the town clerk has an assortment of fees that are charged. I'm not going to go through all of these one by one because
we don't have to.
We don't have to. So the total amount to be brought in for revenue from the town clerk is $20,660. We are not yet estimating any permit fees for the floodplain. We are estimating approximately $3,000 in general interest earned for a total amount of revenue of $1,127,045.
Let's see, 1127045.
So the key thing to take away here is the $1,127,045 you will find should equal the total in expenses, because we do our best not to raise any more in revenue than we incur in expenses, because this is a municipality, not a business. So when we get to the end of the expenses category, you should hopefully see that that matches.
So compared to last year, we're bringing in $38,000 less?
Yes, because our expenses, as you will soon find out, have gone down.
That's a good thing.
It is a good thing. So that means taxes this year for the town side of expenses, or the select board expenses, are actually going down a small amount. Moving on, so this is a very large category here called the select board expenses. There are many things that fall within this. So select board members, for those of you who were at the final budget meeting in December, all of these numbers are the same from that budget meeting. So this includes pay, insurance of various forms, expenses for the office, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, legal fees. So getting to the bottom of this total category has expenses budgeted for or proposed for FY21 to be $250,336. You can see I've highlighted there, and this is
wrong.
Yeah, this is not good. Again, this says 223, 503.
And that's due to some changes in the health insurance.
So the actual number is 250,336?
That is correct. The next category is for the town treasurer, including the treasurer and assistant treasurer's salary and other expenses. That will be $53,797.
That one's right. I mean, it's the same.
In the select board expenses, there was Penny noticed.
Can we slide back to that, because it would show on the...
Yep. So there was obviously the one increase in this area is for which voters approved last year, was for the mowing of the playscape. So that's $3,000.
Where's that line? What line is that?
That's line 87. So it is number
grounds?
68.1. 68.01. There was this increase that you select board members approved for the emergency management budget, and then there was the increase for health insurance.
But it's still less than compared to last year, right?
Correct. That is correct.
The expense is $12,000 or so less?
Yes, that is correct. So while there were some increases in this category, it was an improvement. So the treasurer, there was a slight increase due to pay increases.
So just to go back to that again, what is the decrease in the expense what is creating the difference there, the 12,000? I mean, but not line by line, but just in the conglomerate.
Yes, so we had several of the other categories, such as heating and others that
went down.
Yeah.
Okay.
And is that because of the new heating system?
That's correct.
Oh,
as well as other changes to the building that you folks made. We also made reductions in building maintenance, et cetera, due to the changes when not needing to have to do those repairs for a number of years into the future.
Well, that's
a good investment
for our whole town.
Mm-hmm. So the treasurer, there's a slight increase. As you can see, that is due to cost of living increases that are being proposed. The Board of Civil Authority, we actually have a decrease of $2,600 for a total proposed budget of $1,600. And here's the category we were discussing previously, the transfers out. So this includes setting aside funds to repair the Green River Covered Bridge in 25 years' time. The capital fund, the water line, records preservation, and that's it. So that is budgeted for $265,000, which has been level funded for the past 4 or 5 years. Next is the auditors. This is also level funded. So this includes wages for the town auditors, any training, et cetera, et cetera. So this is level funded with last year at $22,850. The next major category is for the listers. Similar to the previous categories for the town treasurer, town clerk, includes wages as well as other fees that they incur. There's been, due to shifting around there, we actually have an overall decrease in the listers category, a decrease of $3,428 for a total expenses of $34,471. Next we have the town clerk category. There's a slight increase here, one because Marta was hired last year, and then with the proposed salary increases for cost of living, there's an increase of $5,095 for a grand total of $68,497 in that category.
Not the increase, but the total.
Yes, the total, that is correct. For our next category, we've got the delinquent tax administration. These are all the expenses that the town treasurer needs to collect delinquent taxes. So this money is very well spent. It's level funded over last year at $6,600. Floodplain administration also level funded for the past several years at $500. Planning Commission is level funded at $1,000. That actually is, you guys did state $1,000. However, last year was actually budgeted at $1,500, so it's actually a decrease of $500 that you folks requested this year.
Wasn't that because of we had the additional expense for the book?
That's correct.
And we don't have that this year.
That's correct. The Conservation Commission is requesting a decreased amount as well over the last year, so they're asking for $2,500 this year, a decrease of $500. The Recreation Commission is asking for a slight increase of that math is
not right.
Not right. That should be $661. So there's an increase of $661. And when they presented this to the select board at the last select board meeting, it was primarily due to the increased popularity of their events and needing additional supplies for those events across town.
And so they should have resubmitted the budget with more itemization than they had shown us. That's what we asked for.
You had, and that was not received yet. So
maybe you want to send them
I will follow up with the Recreation Commission for a more detailed breakdown of their budget request. Law enforcement, since we have not been able to find a constable for the past year and a half, the select board has removed those expenses from this category. So the only expense in that category is the law enforcement services, which we receive from the Vermont State Police.
Perhaps it would be prudent here to say that we are looking for a constable, and if anybody is interested in not volunteering, but
correct, it would be a paid
that
position.
Paid position, please let us know.
And we do have funds in other places to pay an individual who wishes to be the constable.
Is there a job description for the constable
There
on
is.
our website?
It's not on the website, but someone could contact me and get it from me. The next section is the pound keeper. So this is for the Pound Keeper as well as for our agreement with Windham County Humane Society and all associated costs, which has had a overall deduction of $480. Again, because the town has been looking for a dog officer for the past year and a half, and we are still looking for a dog officer, so anyone who may be interested, please contact me. For the time being, the select board has decided to reduce those fees from the budget.
But they could be put back in if we had a dog officer.
That is correct. Next major category is health officer. Again, level funded for the past several years at $150. Next category is the solid waste meetings. This accounts for our annual assessment to be a member of Windham Solid Waste, as well as to have someone be the select board's appointed representative and account for their travel expenses and other things they incur. That is going to be $14,928. We are getting closer to the end here, folks. So
yeah, we're on cemeteries.
Here we are on cemeteries. The Cemetery Commission is requesting level funding of $7,700. Here's one of the really big positive notes that the select board would like to touch on is after March of this year, so after March of fiscal year 20, we will have paid off the fire department bond and interest. And so there's going to be a reduction of $53,058 from the select board budget.
I thought you were going to say there's going to be a party.
Under the fire warden section, which is next.
When you say that there's a reduction there, you don't mean a reduction, you mean compared to last year.
Compared to last year, yes.
Yeah, because the 53,000 was, we paid 53,000 last year, we're not paying it this year.
But we're not paying it in the budget.
It's not going to be included in the budget.
For next year.
For next year,
right.
Because we have, after March, we will have paid that debt off.
Yeah.
And so it does not, we no longer need to budget for that.
But it's not a real, what I'm getting at is it's not a real reduction.
No, it is. We do not have to raise $53,058 in taxes for it.
Yeah. That's what I wanted you to say.
Okay. The fire warden, technically, the fire wardens could submit an invoice for all of the fire permits that they issue. They have not done so for many, many years, and at the time being, the select board has reduced that from the budget. Should they decide to do so in the future, we will cross that bridge when we get to it. But
so we should officially thank the fire warden for doing
wardens,
this.
we have two.
That's right. For providing that valuable service for us.
Agreed.
So the next section is annual services to the town. This includes Windham Regional Commission, Green Up Day, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, Rescue Inc., county taxes, and a few other things, Pride Brook Community Center. This category has the overall slight, why is that math? Let's just ignore the delta column because that's slightly off. In several of the categories, there's a few minor expenses. However, for the Guilford Handbook, we have a reduction in expenses of $3,500 because we will not be printing out copies in the upcoming fiscal year. That will be done in the current fiscal year. So that's local public services is the fire department, and as the fire department proposed at the last select board meeting, they are proposing an increase of $8,387 in their budget this year for a total of $238,450.
As I recall, it was mostly an increase in the cost of building maintenance, wasn't it?
Yeah, they had a few other increases that Gordon and I were looking at prior to the meeting. So that included Their membership dues for some things were going up.
Yeah, it looked like, because I wasn't at the meeting and I asked Peter to just summarize for me. Increase in communications, increase in dues and subscriptions, increase in removal, rubbish removal. The fire district had an increase in the cost to them. EMT equipment supplies was a big piece of it, and legal fees. I guess they were audited this year for the first time, so there was an auditor fee.
Wasn't building maintenance in there?
And then, what's that?
Building maintenance?
They talked about it, but
these were the bigger items. I mean, in a computer was what, these were the big things that I heard, I mean, what we looked at.
Yeah, in the financial document, or the spreadsheet that they submitted to the select board at the last meeting, there was about $1,000 for building maintenance. So it wasn't the largest item.
Okay.
I didn't account for the entire increase with Peter. I just picked up those. So that would make sense, that because there was probably the piece where we're missing to bring us to 8,300.
Last but not least, our final category is the social service agencies who do so much great work here in
Well, there's the
town.
library too.
Do we pass that one by?
Yeah.
My apologies. We have got the Guilford Free Library. They have a slight increase of $2,005 due to salary increases and hiring a part-time individual to provide some technical assistance with computers. So their request is $35,005. And now, last but not least, are the social service agencies. And we all know who these are. They are level funded at $24,880 this year. So our grand total of expenses is $1,127,045 for a total decrease this year of $26,781. So after having the past 3 budgets be level funded, this one is a decrease over the previous 3.
Excellent.
Well, I mean, it is. The 53 is coming out of it, so there's some.
There's a little bit of an addition.
But there were several areas in which there were additions, primarily due to salaries. Yep, they're minor.
Well, what I kind of pulled out and looking at the deltas, we have the fire department increase, we have the library increase, which are, not hugely significant, but
so that's $10,000.
Right. And
3% cost of the
yeah, it's mostly salaries.
Yep.
It really.
Can I just ask if we could go to the expenses? I want to just clarify the first category, the select board expenses, I guess, all of those. Yep. There was a note. I thought I heard someone say that this is what's proposed is a decrease from the previous year, but it's not.
It's an increase of $12,000 in that category,
okay,
which makes up the difference for what Gordon was just calculating in increases. So part of the increase was the mowing of the playscape that voters approved last year. Nemrick, the company that provides our software and technical support, increased their fees to us by $1,000 this year. We had, several other minor fees go up. Our technical services, such as our email provider and all of those things, went up. And then emergency management went up, and then salaries is where those costs went to.
Just want to be sure that if I'd heard it incorrectly.
So yes, that was one of the areas that did have a slight increase.
Well, it's 12,605.
That's correct.
Yeah.
With Wyndham Solid Waste, Peter.
Yes.
Is that number the 14,928 that we've planned?
That is correct.
Is that what we've been told?
Yep.
Okay.
So the last time that they presented to us, they gave us amounts for 3 years in a row.
Right.
So that will.
And they've come, I mean, that hasn't changed.
That has not changed.
I just wanted to make sure.
So after next year, I believe they will review again or renew their fees for member towns. May change, we don't know. But for the time being, yes, that is what they presented to us previously.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Go on.
I just need to know what the next steps are, so when, if we were to approve this or tonight, then this is what gets presented to the town?
Yes. We still have to go through the highway budget.
There's still some things to add or
No,
adjust?
this is finished.
Okay.
This is complete. So the 1 million, sorry for the fast scrolling, I want to get, the $1,127,045 is what will be presented on the warrant. And that actually gets broken down because we have sources of revenue that we reviewed to begin with that are non-taxes. So that number, as in previous years, is actually going to be less than $1 million. So,
is there a time frame for the select board to approve this budget?
So the select board, that's an excellent question, Gordon. The select board legally has until next Monday to approve the budget to be put on the warrant as an article on the warrant.
You weren't here last meeting when we decided.
I was not.
At last, can I just speak, please? Thank you.
Sure.
At the last
You're the
meeting,
chair.
just to bring you up to speed, at the last meeting, we, at the last budget workshop, we went through the whole budget, and we agreed that since we had gone through the whole budget, and quite analytically, that we would bring it forward at this meeting to basically approve or not approve it. We'd like to get it expedited
Which I totally
tonight.
support.
Okay, good.
I'm not questioning that.
Yeah.
What I don't like is, personally, I don't like looking at something here and looking at something different there when the categories aren't, jiving. And I like to see the whole thing in its final form to be able to, just understand everything. Some of the numbers jumping around just concern me, and I'm sure they're all fine, and I'm not questioning it, but for me personally, there's a comfort level there.
So the papers you have in your hand I admit it was my mistake. I printed them before I had Penny review them. She noticed that there was an error in the amount for the health insurance. So that was adjusted on the computer. I should have reprinted these so they matched with what are here. That's my fault.
Right, but I don't think that one change, would have finalized this document, and that's my concern. We've made some other changes as we've been going, and
that was in the deltas, which generally we don't present to the public. That's generally for the select board to review for your purposes.
So you're confident, excluding the delta column, that the proposed FY21 budget is correct?
Yes,
that you're showing here.
I am confident in it, and I had Penny review it, and she felt confident in it as well. This is a process we go through.
I was just voicing.
I understand your concern, but to me, it's just a matter of that Peter printed out the wrong.
That's fine if
he printed out the wrong version.
That's
this is the corrected version, and what's mostly incorrect about the version that we have here, there are a few errors in the deltas. Mostly.
And if that's what I just clarified.
And
that's fine.
That Richard is absolutely correct, and the deltas they're irrelevant for when it comes to the warrant.
I'm not questioning that part of it.
So my apologies for giving you guys the wrong document.
And we, in budget workshops, we have gone over all the expense numbers.
That's right.
Correct. So those are solid.
Yeah, there's no surprises here that I see.
No, like I said, the only number that changed was up here in the select board, was up here for the health insurance.
It went down a lot from previous years.
It's actually a slight increase of $2,663.
Right, see, that's, I was looking at
I see,
reference
because this is the number that's wrong.
And that's where I was getting confused.
This is the number that's right.
This is the number.
One that's on the screen is the correct number.
I see.
Can you shoot to the last line again, the total?
Yep.
For me.
And so let me just ask, once Gordon's finished, is that the same number that's at the bottom of the revenue column?
So you can see here that the total expenses is $1,127,045.
Yes.
I will scroll back up so you can see.
It's the same. See, I wrote it in when he said it, 112705.
And here is the total revenue to be collected.
Okay.
It's a match.
It is a match.
Okay.
And the amount that will be presented to residents is on town meeting day is that number right there, 988,215 is what needs to be raised.
What needs to be raised in the form of tax.
That's correct.
I see.
So the difference in the amount from other sources of revenue is what the difference between the 112748 is and that number right there.
Okay. Now, sorry, I just have to ask one more question, and that's that, but this entire budget will be available for, or no, it's a report of previous years? What goes into the warning? I forget. Is there a
No,
budget?
the total. It's just the total number goes into the warning.
No, okay, but isn't there
Well, it's all in the town report.
It's in the town report.
Yes, all of these numbers will be in the town report.
But as far as what's in the warning to be raised as a
Correct.
motion or whatever.
Yeah.
So
is that number?
But
Yes.
the entire
To be
budget
raised by
is-
taxes, the rest is coming
published.
from
So this is
resources.
Resource and revenues.
there's three columns on this spreadsheet that will not be in there. So this column, FY19 budget, actual FY19 expenses, and FY20 budget and FY21 proposed will all be included, and they have been included for decades.
That's fine, just want to make sure I understand.
The other three columns that we have here are primarily for select board analysis.
Correct. Okay, I'm on board with that.
Do I have a motion to approve the?
Well, let's wait until we, if you don't mind, sir, if we go through the highway budget first.
Oh, sure, let's do that.
And we will do it all
Do
at
we,
one time.
do we do them both at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the
Now,
highway budget.
are we sure that this is the correct version?
Yes, this one is the correct version. So highway is much more abbreviated.
Dan, did you get one?
No, I did, but I can do that right off the top of my head.
You can sit with us if you want, come join us.
Oh, happy over here.
All right, so general,
Should I zoom in on the screen?
ask Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
General taxes to be raised is, for highway department, is $874,461. We receive $145,000 in state aid to highways as revenue. We are estimating to receive approximately $1,200 in civil fines that comes to us from the Vermont State Police, and approximately $250 in highway interest, for a total proposed revenue to be generated of $1,020,911.
Which is up by 23,000.
This is correct. And we will touch on the expenses. So the highway fund expenses, so this is similar to the select board budget. This is where we have wages and insurance, retirement, workers' compensation. So without reading through every line by line, you'll see there's a slight increase in wages, which also thus causes an increase in retirement. There's, as you can see, we have a fairly substantial increase in health insurance for the highway department. And then all the other remaining line items, or most of them, are level funded.
What is what constitutes the $10,000 increase in health insurance?
Primarily because we've added an additional person
That's what I
to the road crew. So we now have 6 people on the road crew instead of 5.
Which was planned.
Which was planned, but that does cause an increase in health insurance. And also included in that increase in the health insurance is an increase in our premiums this year. Although the increase in premiums is less than it was last year. And then last but not least, we have increased, due to the whole emerald ash borer situation and the needing to start dealing with that, we've increased the tree removal budget line by $2,000. So the overall increase for the highway fund is $15,615 for a total of $480,396.
What's the comment sort of outside of the field there? It says
just we can. That's for later on at town meeting.
Town meeting to talk about this salvage.
Yep.
So the proposed is
$480,396,
which is up 15.
That's correct.
And that's mostly due to the medical insurance.
That's correct. The medical insurance and wages.
Wages, right.
Next is the road resurfacing that is level funded at $130,000. Next we move on to winter expenses, which include winter wages, sand, and salt. There is an increase in this primarily due to an increase in the cost of sand.
Peter,
yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Can we go just back right to the front here? We have no grants that we're anticipating for the highway?
Not this year, unfortunately, because we, in the past 2 fiscal years, we have been very successful in the grants that we have been able to get for the highway department, which unfortunately, the way that our state does it for highway grants is once you receive them, you drop down to the bottom of the list. So for 2 of the grants we received this year, we have a 5-year waiting list now that we have to until we get eligible for the next round, and then 1 grant, it's a 10-year waiting list before we next become eligible for it. So
thank you for making that clear.
I mean, as we discussed recently, we can say, however, that in the past fiscal year, we've had the highest amount of grant revenue that the town has seen. So it's been very positive overall for the budget.
You just have to wait a while now.
So the winter budgeting section went up by $5,819 for a total of $210,515. The highway department has annual expenses for the various bridges across town. This budget has been level funded for several years now at $68,500. Because of Act 64, we now have what are called the municipal roads general permit fees. They have been gradually increasing over the past 3 years, and this coming year they will, for the total $2,500. And then last but, sorry, not last, we've got the town garage expenses, which includes the operating expenses to maintain the garage and have a space for all the road crew to work. We've got, primarily due to the additional road crew members, safety equipment expenses have gone up by $500, and due to other additional expenses unrelated to employees, building maintenance has gone up by $500 for a total of $34,000 for that general category. Last but not least, we have the town equipment. This is all exactly what it says, and this category has been level funded at $95,000 with last year, for a grand total of $1,020,911, which you can see equals the amount under the revenue to be generated.
Dan, any comments?
No, I'm happy with it. You guys are happy.
Looks good to me.
So of the increase, you can see the increase is $22,000
Yeah.
approximately. Of that increase, half of that goes to health insurance, and then there's other smaller miscellaneous amounts.
Any further comment about the highway budget?
Money well spent.
Yeah, that's a good comment. Since there's no further discussion, I would request that there a motion be made to approve both the highway budget and the general budget.
I will make a motion to approve the general budget and the highway budget.
Do I have a second?
I shall.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Well, I just wanted to say that, you know, we had 3 meetings to go over all of this. The public was welcome to come and join us at 7:30 and
a.m.
And 11 a.m.
Yes, and we really did have a chance to have all of this laid out. So it wasn't, we weren't making it up tonight. I was just wanting our audience to know.
That's a good thing.
I'm sorry, who seconded that? Did we have a
Miranda
second?
seconded.
I might only add that we put the amounts in specifically.
I am doing that.
And
We
you
do
can
that.
do that.
We
Thank
do
you.
that every year. That is something
Well, as
that-
part of the motion.
That is
Excellent.
correct.
Thank you.
What do you mean put the amounts in?
Put whatever the amounts are specifically into the motion. We approve.
Oh, I
the
see.
town-
Oh, okay, he's doing the, okay.
So for,
So it's very specific.
Yeah, I get it.
yeah.
That's good.
So for the select board, that would be $988,215 is
To be raised for
to be raised through taxes.
215, correct.
And for the highway department,
$1,020,911.
nope, that is going to be $874,461. Do you see that?
Yes. It's right here.
Because the other,
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry, because of the state aid.
yep, the state aid and the
Yes.
other revenues.
I apologize.
Nope.
Okay, now that we have that clarified, there's a motion on the table. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Peter and the Select Board for another year of budget.
And for a decrease in the annual
And
budget,
a
yes.
decrease in the annual budget.
Right.
Good night, Dan.
Dan. Thank you for your
Thanks
effort in
being
doing that
here
budget,
and
Dan.
everything else.
Will do.
All right, on to old business, Brookfield service contract.
Before we get to that, we need to address the Wyndham Regional Commission broadband
Oh, yes, I'm
feasibility
sorry,
grant because
yes.
that needed to be dealt with.
Yes.
So the select board had a question at the last meeting regarding whether or not a request that they had made for you to include an article on the warrant for the town meeting day was necessary for this year in order to participate in the upcoming grant that they have the feasibility grant that they have. And the answer is no, it is not required. However, what they would like is for a consensus from the select board by having a motion to participate in the feasibility grant. So that shows our express interest. And in order for it to move forward, they need interest from a certain percentage of the towns. And so would put it before you that to consider having a motion to participate in their feasibility grant.
I'd like to have a motion that says that. Would anybody like to make it that motion?
You can make the motion if you
Okay,
wish.
I would like to motion that the select board expresses its enthusiasm for seeking for WRC to seek a grant.
They've already received it.
Oh,
It's
they
to
received it.
participate in their grant.
To participate in the grant. To
Second.
increase broadband access.
Second.
So needed.
Yes. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Let's hope that that goes somewhere. Okay, now on to
Service contract?
the service contract.
So, two things that you folks requested. Actually, technically three if we want to get specific. One was you asked... What?
Let's.
Okay, let's. So
But not two.
The first of the three items you asked me to inquire about was whether or not, so Brookfield Service had given a specific deadline which this contract needed to be approved by to get a lower amount. They have extended that to tomorrow. And the other thing that you wanted me to inquire, the second thing you wanted me to inquire about was whether or not the Vermont State inspections was required and whether or not it was included in the once annual versus the biannual inspections. Yes, it is required. No, it was not included.
Okay.
So that would increase the price of the contract by $400. It's $100 per inspection, and we have 4 units. The third thing that you folks requested of me was to try one more time to see if I could get a proposal from Powers Generator, which we have received.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So Powers
The
Generator...
pipe thickens.
It does thicken. So the service contract for a once-a-year maintenance for all 4 generators from Brookfield Service would be $1,953.
And that
includes the Vermont State inspection.
And that's per year?
Yes, that is per year. For all of the exact same offering, for all 4 generators, once a year, including the state inspection from Powers Generator, is $1,695.
Well.
1,600 what?
$95. You can see right here.
And I'm sorry that I'm confused, but who's doing it now, Brookfield or?
No, the past 2 years we have had Powers Generator.
Okay.
So
That's all 4.
That's all 4. Yep. And all 4 generators are listed on the contract proposal. When I spoke to the contract manager over at Powers, she actually offered to extend this price for an additional year if that enticed you to agree to their agreement.
And we're satisfied with their work.
We've been very satisfied with Powers Generator.
Their
Their response has been within 24 hours when we call them with a problem. They go above and beyond. They found an issue with the generator over at church last summer. They came, started repairing it, didn't have the part in stock. That was on a Friday. They sent their repair technician out on Saturday and finished the job without charging us extra for overtime.
Okay, so.
We're enticed.
We're enticed by Powers, aren't we?
Yes, I think, would it be...
You're welcome to look at the contracts if you wish.
And the part piece of the contract's all the same? Meaning, supplies?
Yep.
So I'm looking for a motion for Powers. Do we need a motion?
You do need a motion because you've got to make a decision between one or the other. And all of you folks need to agree on one of them. So...
I know who I'm going for.
Well, I'll make a motion that we, go with Powers on this. And honestly, I'd make a 2-year motion personally and just lock it in. To me, there's no reason
They
not
made
to.
they made the offer both over the phone and via email.
I can't wait to talk to them because those aren't the numbers that I get. So that's one.
Okay, so we have a motion that is
So-
2 years with Powers at $16.95.
I'll second.
And is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Then the motion carries unanimously, and I thank you.
And thank you, Peter, for your diligence.
Save the town $300 and some odd, Peter. Well done.
All right, moving right on. We need to go into executive session.
No, we have to do...
Oh,
No,
sorry.
not yet.
I'm just jumping the gun here.
You are excited for that. We've got our finance warrants first.
I was thinking that we did the
Michael, did you
executive
second
session
that one?
before that,
Yes.
but,
We would have to change the order.
We would have to change the order of the agenda.
If you wish to change the order, someone can make a motion.
Or do you want to just get the finance warrants over with? Yeah, okay.
You want me to
Gordon
go?
is raring to go.
I will do the finance warrants. So I will make a motion to pay the following payroll week ending 12/29/19 for $7,216.90. Payroll week ending 1/5/20 for $7,224.32. Payroll week ending 1/12/20 for $6,773.85. Expense warrant number 2013 for $42,385.76. And expense warrant number FW13 for $24.50 for a grand total of $63,625.33.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
Okay, and a discussion.
And the only discussion I would like to add on expense warrant number 2013, the key elements of that were salt at about 9,200, sand at about 9,000, diesel at about 6,800, and our VMER's retirement number, which was about 4,700. So that made up the predominant pieces of that 42,000.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Do you want to move executive session, or are you going to do?
No, we'll go.
No, we'll
Why
just
don't we
do it.
finish? You want to do communications
Okay,
next
sure.
or executive
Yep.
section?
We have one communication from AIDS Project of Southern Vermont. They sent you a thank you letter for their renewed annual support.
Great.
Great, thank you.
Now, I don't think, I know I'm supposed to say something about the number that we're, oh, executive session.
Do you want to discuss the summary of actions from the
Oh,
previous
yes,
meeting?
please.
So you folks approved the minutes. You requested me to contact Brookfield Service about the contract extension and inspection. You approved the updates to the personnel policy, and you approved the warrants.
Okay. Now, just a question about this, because this is very good, and it's good to have these actions, but do these actions match the actions that were put in the minutes? Because they do, right?
They were a direct transfer over.
Okay, excellent.
And then regarding your executive session, the first is we need a motion that premature knowledge of discussions could potentially put the town at risk. And before you read the next one, is this something you want me to participate in, or would you like me to step out?
I don't know, it's an employee, it's not a controversial issue necessarily,
Okay, it's up to the select board. I have participated in some personnel discussions in the past, and I have been asked to step out on others, so it's up to you, Mr. Chair.
If you don't mind, why don't you absent yourself?
Okay, then let me just correct the,
And I say that because of to protect the confidentiality.
that's
of
fine.
the employee.
No explanation needed. It is at your discretion. All right, so first action is the first one we have here, so if you could make it, in fact, if you wish.
I move that premature knowledge of discussions could potentially put the town at significant disadvantage. As per.
Nope, that's for the next one.
Yeah.
It just, disadvantage, period.
Period, and then I need a second.
So you need
for
a
that.
second, yep.
I will second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries.
Okay. And then your second one, which you could also make if you wish.
Does anyone else want to make it, or are you satisfied with me making it?
I'm satisfied.
Okay. I make a motion to enter into executive session at 7:30 exactly p.m. To discuss personnel matters per 1 VSA 313A1.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. This will be very short, I think. The Guilford Select Board is coming out of executive session at 7:38 p.m. and we have taken no action.
And Now, your favorite time of the evening.
Oh, yes. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
I will make a motion to adjourn.
I would second that.
Is there any discussion?
Let's sing and dance.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously, and thank you very much, Guilford Select Board.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Ready to go. So thank you all for coming today. My name is Lauren Hurl, and I'm the Executive Director of Vermont Conservation Voters. I'm speaking today on behalf of a diverse group of 30 organizations representing low-income advocates, businesses, environmental groups, youth leaders, health professionals, and others who have come together to call on our elected officials to enact a 4-point climate plan. We believe implementing this platform will be a critical step forward to ensure Vermont does our part on climate change, while growing our economy and actively working to improve equity in the state, which includes how we help lower-income Vermonters transition to more clean, healthy, and affordable solutions, and ensuring climate solutions benefit communities in all parts of the state. It is time for action matching the seriousness of this crisis. Since the legislature adjourned last year, Vermonters have been calling for climate action in unprecedented numbers and with an urgency we've never seen before. The science continues to get increasingly stark, underscoring the urgency of acting swiftly to transform to a low-carbon economy. Australia is on fire. There was record warmth in New England just this past weekend. The Arctic is melting at unprecedented speeds. The science is so alarming that scientists all over the globe stood up and declared that we are in a climate emergency. We are encouraged to see that many of our elected leaders in Vermont are stepping up to the challenge. Climate action is a top priority of Speaker Mitzi Johnson and Senate President Pro Tem Tim Ash this year. The Climate Solutions Caucus has been working incredibly hard all summer and fall to hear from Vermonters across the state and craft policies that will advance climate action, economic opportunities, equity, and resilience. We know there's strong public support for climate action. VCV and VPIRG commissioned a poll in early December of over 700 Vermont voters, and it found overwhelming support across the state for climate policy platform that we're presenting today, with at least 3 out of 4 Vermonters supporting each of the policy proposals that we're talking about, and a strong majority of Vermonters who said they're very concerned about global warming and want elected officials who will take action. With scientific urgency, public support, and legislative leadership, we have a critical opportunity for climate action in 2020. But we also need leadership from Governor Scott. We need a vision and a plan coming from the administration. We're glad that he's excited about the fun new electric vehicles coming on the market, but without the policies and investments needed to help people buy more efficient vehicles and access other climate solutions, we know that we won't get where we need to go. Under Governor Scott's leadership, for the first time in years, we've lost jobs in the clean energy sector. We've halted progress on wind energy, and our solar energy progress has slowed down. But we know we can get back on track. And by supporting and signing these policies, Governor Scott can live up to his words when he strongly declared Vermont was still in for meeting the Paris Climate Accord commitments. We're presenting today a climate action plan that, if enacted, will represent essential, meaningful progress. At VCV, support and leadership on enacting this climate action plan is what we will be educating voters about and holding elected officials accountable to during election season. Our platform includes a 4-point plan to work together to create the framework and initial policies and investments to put us on track to meeting our own state climate commitments. First, we need a Global Warming Solutions Act that will hold state government accountable to developing the plans and policies needed to, at long last, hit the climate targets we have committed to as a state. Second, we must require our utilities to achieve 100% clean, renewable electricity by 2030. Third, we must modernize our energy-efficient utilities so they can focus on driving down greenhouse gas pollution as they continue to do their long-standing, impactful work to improve electric efficiency. And finally, we must join the Transportation and Climate Initiative and use the revenues in an equitable, just way to invest in transportation solutions that will benefit Vermonters and communities across the state. You'll hear from several speakers now about why we need to act and how we can shape solutions to benefit our children, our health, and the most vulnerable in our state while growing jobs and our economy. First, I'm going to invite up Seth Fisher-Olvera from St. George and Vermont Common School.
My name is Seth Fisher-Olvera. I live in St. George, Vermont, and I'm a senior at Vermont Common School in South Burlington. I'm a member of the Vermont Youth Lobby, and I was a delegate at the Vermont Youth Climate Congress. I'm here as a member of the generation least responsible for the Climate Congress, and the generation that will live with the consequences of continued inaction. I'm here to say this as clearly as I can. Governor Phil Scott and the legislature are not doing enough to address the climate crisis. Climate change threatens our economy, our environment, and the way Vermonters live their lives. The decisions made this year in this building will affect young Vermonters for generations to come. For decades, elected officials have been aware of the danger that greenhouse gases pose, but they haven't taken action to protect young Vermonters. In fact, since 1990, carbon pollution has risen 13% in Vermont, while it has fallen in every other New England state, in New York and in Quebec. And this is unacceptable. At the Vermont Youth Climate Congress last year, over 170 student delegates from 44 schools from across the state convened to declare a climate emergency. In addition, we recommended more than 20 concrete steps that the state can take to reduce emissions, including the 4 banner proposals being announced today. Speaking as a delegate, I think it's fair to say that the young Vermonters want bolder action, more ambition, and faster results than are proven today. But we must get started. This is an urgent and unprecedented global emergency. Vermont must play a role in this fight, and young Vermonters are demanding our government play its part. So while these bills won't be enough, let's pass them all this year and get to work reducing pollution and protecting the future. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to welcome up Dr. David Rand, Assistant Professor of Medicine at the University of Vermont and a member of the Vermont Climate and Health Alliance.
Good morning. I'm Dr. David Rand. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of the Vermont Climate and Health Alliance, representing hundreds of health professionals across Vermont who are supporting the Climate Action Plan announced here this morning. As your doctors, nurses, veterinarians, and other healthcare providers, you expect us to act to protect your health. You expect us to say what needs to be said. As stewards of the health of Vermont's people, we are obligated to speak out. Let's start with a global picture. In the fall of 2018, 100 leading medical and health organizations representing over 6 million healthcare professionals declared climate change is a global health emergency. The World Health Organization lists the top 10 threats to human health annually. Climate change topped the list in 2019. I expect the same this year. Nationally, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention predict severe health risks to all Americans. The American Psychiatric Association reminds us that climate change does not just affect the physical body, but also significantly impacts our mental health. Here are just a few examples of what my colleagues and I are seeing in Vermont in our daily work, because climate change is here already. Our patients with lung disease are the first to notice hot weather, and they call us when it is very hot or humid outside because they can't breathe. It's not just our lung disease patients who are hurting. People with virtually any chronic medical illness are more prone to exacerbation and other ailments on the hottest days of the year. And the Vermont Public Health Association tells us that every day the average temperature in Vermont reaches at least 87 degrees, there is an additional death among Vermonters age 65 or older. Both in the clinic and the hospital, we are caring for an increasing number of patients with serious consequences of tick-borne illnesses, such as Lyme disease and anaplasmosis. The most vulnerable Vermonters are the most threatened by changes coming at us: the elderly, people in poverty, children, and people with disabilities. They are hit first and hardest. 2 years ago, the Vermont Climate and Health Alliance joined with the Vermont Medical Association, the Vermont Public Health Association, and other leading Vermont medical and health groups in sending a letter to the legislature stating that the science was clear and unequivocal. Climate change was poised to become the major threat to human health in the 21st century. Our message to the legislature, to the governor, and to all Vermonters today is that our collective patient, the Earth, is in worse condition than it was just 2 years ago. Our patient has a fever, low blood pressure, and it is in the intensive care unit. Left unchecked by the time Vermont's school-age children are our age, climate pollution will shatter many systems that we all need for health and security. We created this problem together. We will only get out of it if we sacrifice together. The time for inaction and trying to protect the status quo is over. In keeping with our oath as medical and health professionals to protect the health and well-being of our fellow Vermonters, the Vermont Climate and Health Alliance is here today to state our unequivocal support for this platform. And I'm proud to also report that the Vermont Medical Society, the state's largest physician membership organization, representing over 2,400 physicians, medical students, and physician assistants, has signed onto this plan as well. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to welcome up Erhard Manka from the Vermont Affordable Housing Coalition.
Thank you, Lauren, and thank you, Dr. Rand. My name is Erhard Manka, and I'm here representing the Vermont Affordable Housing Coalition and the tens of thousands of low and moderate income Vermonters that our members serve. Our coalition is made up of over 90 organizations that include the state's affordable housing developers, housing authorities, homeless service providers, low-income advocates, and anti-poverty agencies. Our coalition is here today to join the call to the Vermont legislature and to Governor Scott at last to support climate action, climate actions that are necessary for Vermont and live up to its climate commitments. So why do housing and homeless organizations support these actions? Because we understand that climate change is a low-income issue. Climate change is a housing issue. When we look at the impacts of climate change, low-income Vermonters are disproportionately impacted. They suffer the greatest consequences from our increasingly extreme weather. They live in the most risk-prone locations, the most vulnerable structures, and are the slowest to recover from climate events. As just one example, those most affected by Tropical Storm Irene were low-income residents in mobile home parks, one of which, Tri-Park Mobile Home Park in Brattleboro, with 333 lots, is the largest in the state and is still struggling to recover 8 years later. That storm drives home an important point. The climate crisis will impact Vermont and Vermonters and is already doing so. That's not a reason not to act, though. Far from it. Doing right, climate action builds stronger communities and safeguards against the impacts that are on their way. Every policy in this platform can and should make Vermont communities from Burlington to Brunswick more resilient against the impacts of climate change. The other reality is that climate actions like weatherizing low-income families' homes and building housing that is both affordable and efficient aren't just good for the climate. These actions directly make the lives of families all around the state immeasurably easier and better. These actions not only help lower our carbon footprint, They lower the overall cost of the housing, making it more affordable for the low-income Vermonters they serve, all while creating good-paying jobs that boost our economy and keep our hard-earned dollars in state instead of exporting them through the purchase of fossil fuels. Members of the Vermont Affordable Housing Coalition are taking climate action every day, but the work we're doing and the individual choices so many Vermonters and Vermont businesses are making are simply not enough on their own. The governor and the legislature need to join us in taking Vermont's climate commitments seriously, and that is why we stand behind the 2020 Climate Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome up Jordan Giaconia from Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility.
Morning, everyone. So my name is Jordan Giaconia. I'm a public policy manager with Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility. VBSR is a business association representing over 730 business members in every industry and every county across the state, united in our shared mission to advance an ethic that protects the natural, human, and economic environments of Vermont as a business thrives. From global brands like Ben & Jerry's and Burton to small startups like Mamava, VBSR members are some of the most successful and iconic businesses in our state who together shape the Vermont brand. If the legislature and governor are in need of inspiration, we ask that they look no further than many of our leading businesses who are already taking steps to reduce their emissions and move toward energy independence. It comes as no surprise that these companies are deeply worried about the looming threat of climate change and increasingly optimistic about the economic opportunities bold climate action presents. Climate change is without question the single greatest threat to Vermont's communities, ecosystems, and our shared way of life. Spring is arriving earlier, heavy rainstorms are becoming commonplace, and our summers are hotter and drier than ever. Meanwhile, more frequent and severe storms cause floods that cost us millions and damage property and infrastructure. From winter recreation to local food and drink-driven tourism industries, these changes disrupt nearly every facet of our state's economy, and we can no longer afford half measures. Despite widespread bipartisan support for Vermont's greenhouse gas reduction goals and a standing commitment to the Paris Climate Agreement, Vermont's lingering dependency on fossil fuel continues to keep our emissions on the rise and our economy stifled. Rather than exporting billions of dollars on out-of-state fossil fuels, we urge Vermont legislature and governor to advance renewable energy and efficiency solutions that will move us off of imported fossil fuels, curb greenhouse gas emissions, and reinvest those dollars into building a new innovation workforce, ensuring a just transition into a clean energy future for all Vermonters. Failure to do so will put our communities at risk and all but ignore one of the greatest wealth-generating opportunities in our history. VBSR has long advocated for a triple bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity, and I'm here today to tell you that none of these values are mutually exclusive. Together, through local investment, equity, and accountability, we can tackle climate change, build a thriving economy, and put the green back in Green Mountain State.
Thank you, Jordan. And last but never least, Paul Burns from the Vermont Public Interest Research Group.
Thanks, Lauren. All right, so this is it, just 2 more minutes. Thanks everybody for being here. Good morning again. My name is Paul Burns. I'm the Executive Director of VPIRG, the Vermont Public Interest Research Group. We're the largest consumer and environmental advocacy organization in Vermont. I want to start by thanking all the members of the 30 organizations who have joined in this call for bold climate action today. That we face a climate crisis, a climate emergency, is undeniable. Every city, state, and nation understands that scientific fact has a responsibility to take action that is equal to the challenge that we face. As you all know, Vermont has not yet met that challenge, not by a long shot. But as Lauren and others have rightly pointed out, leaders in the Vermont House and Senate are stepping up and supporting the kinds of policies that are needed to move our state from merely talking the talk on climate to actually walking the walk. Now it's Governor Scott's turn. More than 2 years ago, he proudly proclaimed that we're still in after President Trump announced that he was pulling the United States out of the Paris Climate Accord. Since then, there's been more talk but very little action from the governor. If Governor Scott does, in fact, support Vermont's own climate commitments, as he says he does, it is time for him to show it. It's time for him to lead, follow, or get out of the way of legislators who are proposing real solutions this year. Now, we genuinely hope that the governor will step up, but it's action more than words that we need now. And let me be clear, if the sum total of what an elected official supports will clearly fall short of putting Vermont on a track to achieve our climate commitments, then that elected official does not support our state's climate commitments, period. That's why it's so heartening to see the breadth and depth of support for bills like the Global Warming Solutions Act and the Senate's just released 100% by 2030 bill. Holding elected officials accountable is part of what we all do, but we're far more interested in working with them to achieve the solutions to the problems that we face together. In 2020, our 30 organizations and the tens of thousands of members that we support, that we represent, are committed to working with all state leaders who are willing to treat the climate crisis as the emergency that it is. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and we would now be happy to answer any questions you might have. You answered it all. Great.
I just had one question. So when we look at the TCI, and I don't really know how to formulate the question, but some people are saying it's going to raise the price of a tank or gallon of gasoline about 17, 18 cents. That's one reason that the governor has kind of come out against it, saying he can't support any more fees on low-income Vermonters. Where do we draw that line? How do we balance that?
I can take a first stab, but others feel free to jump in. I mean, I think an important context of the Transportation Climate Initiative is really looking at that as a regional approach to addressing what is Vermont's leading greenhouse gas emission sector, our transportation sector, and it's really taking seriously how do we transform it so we're getting more Vermonters into alternative vehicles, cleaner, healthier, more affordable vehicles. And so the key part that is missing from if we just focus on the cap that's being put on pollution and the fee that fossil fuel companies would pay is the investment that could bring tens of millions of dollars to Vermont and help Vermonters transition to better transportation alternatives.
I would also say, I'm Johanna Miller, I'm the Energy and Climate Program Director at the Vermont Natural Resources Council, that Vermonters are already bearing a high cost right now, so doing something about it is intended to assuage that a little bit. Most importantly, it's also to put in the context of 17 cents is about a decade out. We've paid more. The difference between what we were paying in gas this summer and what we are paying now in the city of Montpelier is far more than 17 cents. So I just want to say, and let me tell you right now, as you heard from others, about 80% of that cost that we are paying goes out of state. So this is a proactive proposal, a starting point to make sure that we are reducing emissions in our most carbon polluting intensive sector and using those dollars to reinvest in solutions that will save Vermonters money over the long term. So let's put the frame in context to say that it's really intended to be a long-term sort of economic protection for Vermonters.
Other questions?
What kind of assistance can be given to private utility companies in Vermont to help them reach the goal by 2030 to be providing 100% renewable? That's a tall task in the next 10 years.
Hi, Olivia Campbell, Renewable Energy Vermont, Executive Director. So the state's largest utility, Green Mountain Power, last year already made a commitment to move and achieve 100% renewable electricity by 2030. So what we know is that climate change and the changes that we are experiencing with increased storm events are increasing the cost of all of our energy and our electricity system now. Green Mountain Power has spent over $25 million in the last 4 years responding to storm events, and that costs Vermonters money. So the more we can power our community with local renewable electricity, it creates greater resilience and has the impact of reducing costs in both the short term and the long term. Does that answer your question?
I was just curious if there was any ideas as to like assistance that might be provided to other smaller utility companies in different parts of the state that maybe Green Mountain Power doesn't cover, companies that maybe have some more catching up to do.
Sure. Well, we do actually have two small utilities, Burlington Electric Department and Washington Electric Co-op, that provide 100% renewable electricity now to their members. So I'm not sure it's a matter of incentives for utilities is what it addresses. I believe that this is really proposed to grow our local economy and increase our climate resilience and lower electricity costs with local renewable electricity. Because we, Vermonters pay very high amounts of money every year for transporting electricity through the ISO New England grid. We're part of a regional grid. And the more that we can generate our electricity locally, then we save on those costs.
Questions?
Back to TCI for a minute. How would you envision the state of Vermont would spend the tens of millions of dollars it would get from TCI to join? Is there any sense of what
I would say that's a state of Vermont decision, and I think there are many conversations already underway about how to best use those dollars and a commitment to ensuring that those dollars go back into the communities who need help, rural communities, go back to low-income Vermonters who need help in making the transition. So I think the good news is that we have agency over that, and that the commitment and principle to helping Vermonters who need it the most, rural, low-income, vulnerable Vermonters, will lead that conversation, and we get to participate in that if we move forward with making this really important commitment.
And I guess one last question for TCI as well. So, of course, Governor Scott kind of has his reservations, but also in Massachusetts, Governor Baker has sort of expressed a little doubt, politicians down in Rhode Island as well. So with it being such a large coalition, right, I mean, why should Vermonters believe in TCI and the effects that it can have if we see throughout New England people having doubt?
Well, Vermonters can take solace in that it's a proven approach. We have participated in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative for many years. Republican Governor Jim Douglas entered into this regional program to cap emissions in the electric sector. That program has worked. Our emissions have gone down. The economies in New England and the Northeast are among the strongest. And so we have a proven approach. It's a foundational step forward, and we can improve it over time. But I think to Kevin's question, I think we are committed in the state of Vermont to reducing greenhouse gas emissions in a way that protects vulnerable, low-income rural Vermonters as well. So it's a great opportunity.
Anything else? Thank you all so much.
Before you run, I just want to say, these are all fair questions, but I just wanted to add that, you know, failing to act on this climate emergency is not doing a favor to any Vermonters. It's not doing a favor to low-income Vermonters or anyone else by failing to act. It's like being unwilling to call the fire department when your house is on fire because you're worried that your taxes might go up to pay for that fire engine. That's not going to solve the problem. We need solutions, and we need leadership now. And the governor simply saying, I care, I believe in science, but I'm unwilling to act is no longer enough. We need to see leadership. We need it to happen now.
Thank you. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
This joint assembly is convened pursuant to the provisions of JRS 29, which the Secretary will now read.
JRS 29, joint resolution to provide for a joint assembly to receive the state of the state message from the governor. Resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives that the two houses meet in joint assembly on Thursday, January 9, 2020, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to receive the state of the state message from the governor.
The Chair would now like to recognize the Senator from Chittenden District for the purpose of making a motion. Senator Ash.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that a committee of 6 be appointed by the Chair to wait upon His Excellency the Governor and escort him into the chamber for the purpose of receiving his State of the State address.
Now, the Senator from Chittenden District has moved that a committee of 6 be appointed by the Chair to wait upon His Excellency the Governor and escort him into this chamber for the purpose of receiving his State of the State message. Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. The Chair will appoint the member from Woodstock, Representative Kimball, the member from Newark, Representative Lefebvre, the member from Londonderry, Representative Payela, the Senator from Windham District, Senator Ballant, the Senator from Caledonia District, Senator Benning, and the Senator from Grand Isle District, Senator Mazza. Will the committee please assemble and perform the duties assigned to it? And the joint assembly may be at ease.
Welcome to VPR's legislative stream from the Vermont State House. I'm Bob Kinsel. Audio from the Vermont House is available when the House is in session. When there's no activity in the chamber, the stream is silent. Thank you for listening to VPR, and find more news about the Vermont legislature at vpr.net.
Mr. President.
Madam Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. President, the Governor of the State of Vermont, Philip B. Scott.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker, for the switch I keep forgetting. It is now my distinct honor to present to you the Governor of the State of Vermont, the Honorable Philip B. Scott. Thank you. Mr. President, Madam Speaker, Mr. Chief Justice, members of the General Assembly, honored guests, and fellow Vermonters. Today, I welcome the opening of the legislative session with the same optimism I had as a freshman senator from Washington County nearly 2 decades ago. I come before you to report on the state of the state, to reflect on the work we've done, and to share a vision and priorities for our future. As elected officials, it's our duty to distinguish what must be done from what we might like to do, and to work together, pulling in the same direction to make a difference for those we serve. We meet at a time in our nation's history when too many elected officials on both sides are choosing confrontation and partisan politics over collaboration. Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate that. We just did. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now it's time for you to listen to us. We got it. All right. Have we had enough? Okay. So at this point, we're going to move forward. If you would like to listen to us and listen to my speech, you're welcome to stay. If you don't want to listen to what I have to say, you can be removed. Got it. Okay, I think we've had enough. Nope. Chamber will please come to order. Would our guests in the balcony and in the gallery please listen to his final offer? We have to proceed with the governor's speech. You have given your message and the governor has been graceful, as has everybody here, to listen. If necessary, I'll have to declare a recess, and I will ask the Sergeant at Arms and our police forces to remove you. The General Assembly will now be in recess till the fall of the gavel. I would ask the Sergeant at Arms and the Sergeant at Arms support to please remove these individuals from the chamber in order to hear the governor's remarks. Thank you.
It's a climate emergency! Climate emergency! Go to jail. Okay? Good. Go try. You're doing your role. It's a climate emergency! They are demanding climate change and the truth must be out there on climate change. And also say that a lot of the eyes on the posters you see here are because the world is watching on climate change. That's not the message that we're hearing outside of the House chamber right now. I did ask you to please plug in for the Extinction Rebellion, and the message is really that they want this message that climate change is a protest for being removed.
The governor needs to address the public health emergency. It's a worldwide emergency. We can see the consequences and the symptoms of not dealing with this emergency.
going to be able to use this on the camera?
Listen to the people. Hey, Ron, all right. Thank you. Come on now. The world is watching Governor Scott. Too many dots.
Yes, I got you. Yes.
I have a right to be here just like you do. Fill me in the hall. This is the hall. Fill me in. Fill me in the hall. Never take 2 seconds. Stay in the hall. Thank you. Why are they taking me? I wasn't doing anything but standing here.
Chamber will please come to order. Chamber will please come to order. We will resume. Governor Scott. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for your patience. I'll try not to repeat anything you might have just heard. We meet at a time in our nation's history when too many elected officials on both sides are choosing confrontation and partisan politics over collaboration and progress. Polarization, the us versus them, is our nation's greatest threat. It's weakening our country and the very foundation on which it was built. That's why in state houses and town halls across America, it's up to us to show that people from different backgrounds with different points of view, as we just saw, can unite around our core values and our common humanity. It's up to us to prove that listening and learning from each other is far more constructive. And it's up to us to seek consensus where it can be found and compromise where it cannot. Now, we all know there will be times when we have to agree to disagree, and that's okay. But when it happens, let's assume the best of each other and turn our energy to the areas where a path forward remains. This, my fellow Vermonters, is how we rise above the partisanship, how we reject polarization, how we work towards something bigger than ourselves, and how we, all of us in this room, can best lead our nation forward. I have enormous faith in our ability to achieve meaningful results, and my administration is ready to work with each of you in order to do so. Unfortunately, time is not on our side, because while good things are happening and progress is being made, too many of our counties, communities, and families remain at a critical crossroad. The fact is, where we are as a state
And where we go from here is in the hands of every Vermonter. It's in the weathered hands of the dairy farmer and construction worker, and the reassuring hands of the first responder and emergency room nurse. It's in the determined hands of our entrepreneurs, and the persistent hands of our teachers, coaches, and mentors. It's in the compassionate hands of family and friends, and the helping hands of our neighbors. The state of the state, our values and identity, are guided by, but have never been defined by, what happens in this building. It's the people of Vermont doing all they can to lift each other up who will shape our future. They define who we are and all we can be. World-class innovators like Dr. Marjorie Meyer at UVM Medical Center, who is a leader in the treatment of women with opioid dependence during pregnancy. Entrepreneurs like Kyle Clark, whose company, Beta Technologies, is building electric aircraft, which will lead to a significant reduction in global carbon emissions. Or the volunteer firefighters in Ludlow, who spent their Thanksgiving Day cooking dinner for a mother and her 3 children, whose stove caught fire that morning. And Gloria Powers from Glover, who provided a home for nearly 400 foster children over 25 years. And at age 72, is still giving back, volunteering at the local senior center. And young Justin Sears from Colchester, who wanted to do something nice for the kids at his school this holiday season and raised over $1,000 to buy his classmates lunch. Then there's Cecilia Hunt from Fairhaven, who for nearly 40 years donated so much of her time to everything from blood drives to food banks and town committees. She's made such an impact that her community reached out to let me know how much she means to them. And by the way, when my staff called her to invite her here, she wouldn't accept credit for 40 years. She said, "It's only been 36. Friends, Cecilia and Dr. Meyer, Gloria and Justin, and members of the Ludlow Fire Department and Beta Technologies are here with us today. Please stand and be recognized. These people and thousands more, those we hear about and those we don't, remind us that we are all part of something bigger, and that it's in our pursuit of purpose and in service to others that we find the best of ourselves, our communities, our state, and our nation. So, even as we face major challenges, these Vermonters show that in the hands of our people, doing all they can every day, the state of the state is strong. Inside this building, our job as public servants is to do all we can to ease their burden and build on their strength by setting clear priorities and turning good ideas into results. And here's my biggest concern. Today in Vermont, there are about 55,000 fewer people under the age of 45 and 44,000 more over the age of 65 than there were in the year 2000. For years, we had more deaths than births and have seen more people move out of Vermont than in. And the impact is not the same in every community. We have to acknowledge the real and growing economic disparity from region to region. Think about this. Of the 5 towns that have seen the most growth in recent years, 4 of them are in Chittenden County. And in the past 12 years, only 3 counties have added workers. The other 11 have lost a total of about 18,000. 18,000. That's more than the population of nearly every town or city in Vermont. Of the 180 legislators in this room, 106 of you come from counties that have lost workers. And that's not the only area where we see disparity. From county to county, there's a huge gap between home values, household income, average wage, and so much more. Because of this, across the state, we're feeling the negative impacts in everything, from our homes, schools, and colleges to our hospitals and nursing homes. If we don't break this cycle, our institutions, including state and local government, won't be able to afford what they currently do or what they would like to do in the future, because costs will continue to rise much faster than our tax base can sustain. My friends, this is what a demographic crisis looks like. In too many places, and in the lives of too many Vermonters, I see and feel the emotional and financial toll of policies built for a few areas in the state that can afford them when the rest of the state cannot. Businesses, families, entire communities doing their absolute best to maintain budgets and meet their needs with fewer options, fewer people, and higher costs than they had last year, and the year before that, and the year before that. Sustainable economic growth has become too hard and too rare in too many areas. It's hurting people. It's regressive. It's creating regional inequity. And it's by far the biggest and most immediate challenge to our state and the ability of government to help shape the future. We must act now to give the people of Newport and St. Johnsbury, Hartford and Springfield, Brattleboro, Bennington, Rutland, Randolph, and every other regional economic center and the towns around them the tools they need to survive, to grow and thrive with the self-determination and dignity they each deserve. If we're willing to focus on doing the work, on caring more about the details than we do the talking points, if we can build consensus and trust and avoid national political agendas deliberately designed to divide us, if we focus on the fundamentals, a better, more modern government, a stronger fiscal foundation, and policy that's truly equitable, then our businesses and economy will grow, putting more kids in our schools and broadening our tax base, making our communities stronger and more resilient than ever before. That's why I had an open mind when Senator Sorokin and the Senate Economic Development Committee had an idea that's paid off. They said, remote workers can work from anywhere, so let's give them an incentive to work and live here in Vermont. Since then, we've received worldwide attention, more than $7 million in free advertising, thousands of inquiries, and relocated 371 people to more than 68 communities across 13 counties. Now, we've received our share of criticism as well. Folks who said, you know, I've been living here and dealing with high costs my entire life. Where's my check? I get it. They're absolutely right. We urgently need to make Vermont more affordable for everyone across the state. But this program does help them, because bringing more people here reduces the tax burden on the rest of us. Here are the facts. For a one-time investment of $500,000, based on Vermont's average household income of about $75,000, we project a return on this investment of over $1 million of tax revenue each year. And this is a conservative projection because it doesn't account for the higher than average income of these new Vermonters and the added benefit that comes along with more people buying goods and services from local businesses. We know this isn't the only answer, but this program is a small step towards growing our way out of the demographic crisis facing our state. and the affordability crisis facing our families. And this isn't all we're doing. At the same time, we're strengthening training, internship, and apprenticeship programs for Vermonters. We established a first-in-the-nation approach to make it easier for veterans to transition to civilian careers. And we're helping those in recovery or with other barriers to employment find and keep good jobs. This year, in partnership with Secretary Condos, let's further reduce hurdles and costs for licensed professionals so we can bring more of them into the workforce. And my budget will include additional investments in training with an emphasis on the trades and more incentives for young adults and working-age families to stay or move here. It's also important for all of us to remember, over the last 3 years, we've taken steps to help Vermonters keep more of what they earn. This includes removing the tax on Social Security for low and moderate income Vermonters, lowering income tax rates across the board, significantly reducing the land gains tax, bringing the estate tax more in line with our neighbors, and more. But this is not enough. Overall tax and fee burden is still growing far too fast, especially property taxes. And you can expect additional targeted tax relief in my budget. Because ultimately, we need to help people in all parts of the state move up the economic ladder. And the best way to do this is to level the economic playing field and make Vermont more affordable for all families and every business. We've also expanded our view of education because building the best education system in the nation is one of the greatest economic development tools we could ask for. Rather than just thinking K through 12, we've broadened our focus from cradle to career. Together, we've increased state funding for childcare by about $10 million and invested $5 million more in higher ed. And we've added nearly $1.5 million for career and trades training. But here, too, we must move more quickly. The disparity from school to school and district to district is a growing problem. It's unfair to taxpayers and fundamentally unfair to our kids for their educational opportunities to be determined by where they live. We need to be honest. Costs are rising. Yet opportunities for too many kids are declining in too many parts of our state. And so is student performance in areas like reading and math. Reversing this trend has been the driving force behind each of my education proposals. And this year, my budget will once again increase investment in the cradle to career continuum. We'll also support the work of the Agency of Education to improve performance. And if you're ready, I'm still willing to have a discussion on how to direct more of our current spending to our kids instead of letting it be consumed by the growing inefficiency of an outdated system. In addition, I propose to you today that we begin creating a universal after-school network that ensures every child has access to enrichment opportunities outside of current classroom time, and to align the student's day with the length of the workday. A few thoughts on this. First, it's based on a successful model from Iceland, focused on preventing drug use as well as improving academic and social outcomes. And the evidence is clear. Kids who participate in after-school activities and programs do better in school and in life than kids who don't. Second, a universal program expands choices for every kid. It doesn't limit them, and it would be voluntary. Those who currently go home to their families or participate in drama, music, sports, debate, or older kids who choose to work could all continue to do so. Third, it supports working parents by reducing the logistical and financial burden of after-school care. Finally, we're not recreating the wheel. but we are creating more equity. Many schools already have after-school options through organizations like the YMCA and others, but it's far from universal. There are a lot of details to consider on an issue like this, and I fully recognize that as we put the many challenges of Act 46 behind us, one size will not fit all. That's why I've asked Education Committee chairs, Representative Webb, Senator Baruth, to give this idea some genuine consideration. It's my hope we can deliver this plan by the end of the year that puts us on a path toward universal after-school programs without raising property tax rates. We also have a continued need for more housing working Vermonters can afford. In 2017, you joined me in passing a $37 million housing bond, which is leveraging another $170 million in other funding, making it the single largest investment in workforce housing this state has ever seen. Since then, nearly 400 homes have been completed. Another 175 are being built, and about 200 will be underway soon. With almost 800 units, we've far exceeded our expectations. And it's already generated $158 million in construction activity, with more to come. And it's not just the housing bond, because alongside additional initiatives, more than 2,000 residential building permits were issued in 2018, the most in over a decade. But because of the economic imbalance from region to region, I still hear about the difficulty of finding an affordable place to live. That's why my budget will include a package to revitalize existing homes and build more of them, targeted to the places that need it most. This is an area where we found common ground, and I look forward to working with you on these proposals, as well as your ideas. I also appreciate the sense of urgency Speaker Johnson and others have placed on modernizing Act 250, which is necessary to build on this progress. The balanced approach we're working on would enable concentrated development where people want to live and work. And when paired with my proposed investments in housing and economic development, will support more vibrant, walkable, and livable downtowns and villages, which, as the Speaker has said, supports economic growth and is a critical piece of our work to combat climate change. For these reasons, I'm optimistic that important updates to Act 250 to better meet the needs of Vermonters can be made this session. We know about half of the emissions that contribute to climate change come from transportation. That's why we've also worked together to make it more affordable to purchase electric vehicles. This is something I'm really excited about. As you may have heard, I'm a bit of a car guy. In fact, I'm probably the only governor who has a CDL and an inspection license. So when I see Ford coming out with a 450 horsepower electric Mustang, seriously, which will do 0 to 60 in about 3.3 seconds with zero emissions, followed by an electric F-150, and Jeep building a hybrid Wrangler, and Amazon's plans to purchase 100,000 electric vans. And then you see Harley-Davidson offering a line of electric motorcycles called Livewire. When you see all this, it's clear this transition is happening right before our eyes. We're on the verge of big advances in terms of technology, as well as competition. We need to be part of it to benefit our environment and our economy. And I'm pleased to report we're making progress. In addition to the privately funded charging stations being installed across the state, we've invested over $1 million in charging equipment. And with investments through the Volkswagen settlement, we expect to nearly triple the number of state-funded charging stations by the end of 2020. And to make EVs even more affordable for low and moderate income Vermonters, we provided $1 million in purchasing incentives. Utilities, auto dealers, many employers, municipalities, and individuals have all stepped up alongside state government. As a result, we've seen a 160% increase in the number of EVs on our roads since 2016. But we know this is not enough, so we're not stopping here. As part of the all fuels efficiency conversation before the Public Utilities Commission, we're asking that a portion of energy efficiency charges be directed to transportation electrification. We're also using VW settlement funds and federal grants to purchase more electric school and public transit buses. As we look even further ahead, I strongly believe it's incentives, not penalties, which will help us transition more quickly. I hear from Vermonters across the state, like those traveling long distances for work out of necessity, not choice, and others, like our seniors living on fixed incomes, who struggle to fill their gas tanks and heat their homes. I simply cannot support proposals that will make things more expensive for them. Instead, my budget will propose more incentives and a greater focus on affordable, clean energy, as well as expanding our battery and renewable energy storage sectors and the jobs they can create. And I'll propose giving small co-ops and municipal utilities more flexibility in order to innovate. From clean energy to our 20-year, $1 billion commitment to clean water, we've shown protecting our environment can be done in ways that also strengthen the economy without making Vermont less affordable for families and businesses. Now, we're also strengthening the health and safety of our communities. We took significant steps over the last year to protect kids, passing legislation to address the vaping epidemic and to ensure drinking water at every school and child care center will be tested for lead. And this work will continue. Beyond our schools, many of you, alongside the Agency of Human Services, have worked diligently to improve our mental health system. This includes adding inpatient capacity, which is critical to getting people the care they need when they need it. The budget I'll submit will expand this work and focus on prevention, early intervention, and community-level response. Now, I know we're all concerned about the Brattleboro Retreat. This private institution has been around for nearly 200 years. It employs about 700 people, making it one of the region's most important employers since Vermont Yankee was closed. But age and size don't make it immune to the same demographic challenges others around the state are facing. And just like the rest of us, it too needs to adapt. This healthcare provider is simply too critical for us to let fail, especially with no alternative. This would have a devastating impact on our mental health system and the region's economy. We all have a stake here. Just last year, we invested $4.5 million out of the Capitol bill. That, combined with rate increases, totaled an additional $16 million. And that's on top of tens of millions in Medicaid funding. That's why I've directed my administration to work with you to do everything we can responsibly do to help the retreat, just as we're doing everything we can to help Springfield Hospital as well. I'll also propose a package of criminal justice reforms that we've shared with members of the committees of jurisdiction. We'll look at little things that make a big difference, like waiving license reinstatement fees for suspended drivers and better supporting inmates transitioning to the workforce. And it will also include some bigger changes, like tough mandatory minimums for human trafficking and a provision to address the loophole that has allowed violent, mentally ill offenders to go free. As we continue to create a more effective criminal justice system, we must remember that justice for victims and accountability for criminals must be top priorities. I'm grateful for this opportunity to address our biggest challenges, report on some of our progress, and outline a few of my proposals. There's always much more happening than can be covered in one speech or even two. And I look forward to all of our discussions in the days and weeks ahead. Over the next few months, the way we go about our work will not only determine the results we're able to deliver, but also the strength of our institutions, the faith Vermonters have in us, in the example we set for our kids. We must acknowledge the trying times we live in, the pressure from political parties and special interest groups to fall in line, stay on message, weighs heavily on some. Honest efforts and thoughtful ideas from good people are too often mischaracterized, misrepresented, and belittled. And all of this is intended to divide us and bully us into an us versus them mentality. In this environment, the solutions to serious problems in our state and in our country don't always come fast enough. And to those of us who care more about progress than we do about political power, that can be very frustrating, even discouraging. So when those moments come, I think of the people who inspire me to be part of something bigger, of what they've endured with courage and resolve, and how they show that in the face of incredible adversity, we're all capable of great things. People like my dad, I think of what he went through during his 2 years at Walter Reed, and how hard he worked every day just to live as normal a life as he could, how much he accomplished, and how much I admire him. I think about the soldiers with him in France after D-Day, all they went through, how long and horrific those days must have been, and how that generation of Americans stepped up to protect democracy for their generation and those of us who followed. Recently, I thought a lot about Travis Roy, who I heard speak last month. His talent was recognized at a young age. Hockey was his life. He was destined for the NHL. 24 years ago, he played exactly 11 seconds for Boston University before going headfirst into the boards, and then instantly found himself unable to move from the neck down. Travis has spent every moment since ensuring those 11 seconds defined an opportunity, not a tragedy. As a result, he's changed the way his sport is taught. Through his efforts at places like Little Fenway in Essex, he's raised millions for spinal cord research and adaptive equipment. He shared his story and found his purpose in helping others find theirs. Travis says, there are times when we choose our challenges and other times when our challenges simply choose us. And it's what we do in the face of those challenges that define who we are. Don and Greg Tatro from Lamoille County didn't choose their challenge this past year when they lost their daughter Jenna to a fatal overdose. She was only 26. But through their tremendous loss and the haze of unthinkable grief, they get up every day to help others overcome this deadly disease. They're leading a multi-county effort through their organization, Jenna's Promise. They've created Jenna's House, a community hub for treatment. They purchased a cafe to employ those in recovery. They're providing financial assistance for housing, transportation, and so much more. They found purpose from loss, helping others to heal. Friends, the Tatro family is here with us today. And World War II veterans from my dad's post in our hometown of Barrie, Dr. Joe Aja, Robert Campo, and George Sherlock, as well as Vermont World War II POWs, Clyde Cassidy and Richard Hamilton. Please join me in recognizing and thanking them. They're here to remind us that when our common cause is bigger than politics, there's no challenge we cannot overcome. When I think of these people and others like them, I'm just as motivated, just as eager to solve problems and help people as that hopeful freshman senator from Washington County all those years back. So, today, inspired by those we serve, and humbled by the responsibilities they've given us, we begin the work of the 2020 legislative session. Our challenges are clear. Can we work together? Can we be guided by our shared principles and common values? Can we reclaim the middle, where partisanship can't survive, where we strive for consensus and celebrate compromise? My fellow Vermonters, the answer to these questions and the solutions we seek, the course we hope to set, and the change we need to make is in our hands. If our sense of service and duty is strong, if our commitment to our neighbors is unwavering, and if we remember that we are all part of something bigger than ourselves, then the state of the state, our future, and our people will be stronger than ever before. Thank you.
Will the committee please reassemble and escort the governor from the chamber?
House. I'm Bob Kinsel.
So it's 7:02. It's 7:02, I guess, or so. I will call the meeting to order. Welcome. This is the West River Modified Union. It's going to be one of these nights. Modified Union Education District budget meeting. Before we get started, I just want to, if you please sign in so that we have a record of who's here. When you speak, please identify yourself, first and last name, and town of residence for the viewing audience. You can't give fan mail if they don't know where to send it. And lastly, all the comments and questions should be directed to the chair, and then we'll refer it out. You don't get to talk to each other in the audience or individual board members. Okay? Okay. Are there any additions or corrections to the agenda, folks? The one addition I have is, since we did move a budget forward at the last meeting, the easiest way to continue to make modifications to that budget would be that if we have a motion to rescind that action and put it back in play again. We can also amend individual pieces of it and put forward a combined budget, but the cleanest, simplest way is before we start changing it to just make that motion. Just requires a majority of the board has to be made by someone who voted in favor of the motion, but I just wanted to sort of bring that up to the board because that's the cleanest way if we're talking about making additional changes to the budget, which I believe we're considering.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Is that necessary when we didn't vote on a warning? Because I don't believe I wasn't here, but I don't believe you voted on a warning.
We did not vote on a warning. It is a Roberts issue, not a legal issue, and that was the cleanest way to do it.
Same question, but it's fine. I'm fine with it. I just didn't know
Okay.
whether we needed.
I'm not sure we do, but for just clarity, that was suggested as the easiest way to do it. Okay. Anything else anyone wants to add, change, adjust? Okay. I remind you of our board norms. They're in front of you. I think we need to remember to maintain focus, communicate respectfully, and the rest of the list, respect the agenda, all of it, but just the reminder. Members of the public, if you're here to discuss one of the items on the agenda, we'd ask that you talk to us then. If you're here to discuss something that's not on the agenda, now is your moment. Anyone? Bear with me. Some of you are behind pillars. I'll look for hands. I'll find you and keep track of where you are. But if I miss you, jump up and down. Okay. Okay. Anybody have any?
Side to side.
Yeah.
They're behind the pillar, up and down.
Yeah. Side to side if you're behind the pillar. Somebody in red back there is really in trouble. Ah, Patty. All I could see was like a little line of red. I'm like, so I know there's a person, but that's it.
I lost weight.
Wow, have you ever? Okay, any correspondence to report? I have nothing. Anybody? Flying through this agenda. Okay, the first item under old business was the announced tuition rate for the 2021 school year. We had started discussing that, but we had a request for more information. Everybody has that information now. So I believe the recommended rate was 17.9. 17. Thank you. 17.9. And then there was discussion about what we should do with that. So further to that, is that still the recommendation from the administration?
Yes, that is still my recommendation.
Okay. So we can discuss that further now that we have that information. And if you have questions, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Lori, what was the tuition rate? I know you don't have. I should ask. Do you yet have the maximum allowable this year?
It just came out?
Okay, so before you tell me that, do you also have not only this year's, but last year's and what our tuition rate was as well?
Your tuition rate last year was 17, or this year is 17.4.
17.4. Yeah.
Last year 17. Okay, and then the allowable came in at 23,000.
For this
For
current,
this?
or for next year?
It looks back. No, it looks back.
Okay, so
right. So what happens with allowable, and I can go ahead and explain it if you all would like. Okay. what happens with, between the time you invoice tuition and the time that allowable comes out. So it's, allowable is always looking back at the previous year and what was billed, and if it's 3% over or under, then the receiving town could bill the sending town that over and above that 3%. Now, the Leland and Gray, to my knowledge, and you would have a better idea of being on the board for all those years, is they have never done that to Wardsboro, Dover, and Marlboro. Allowable tuition reconciliation, basically, is what it is, has never been done. And I think it's basically, there must have been an agreement in place between districts many, many years ago, long before me. So we probably should talk about that as far as an agreement is concerned, or whether or not the two boards, or the three boards, will engage in reconciliation of allowable tuition.
Do we get any tuition students from outside of our SU?
Yes. But if you do it for one, you need to do it for
I
all.
understand that, but I'm, so comparatively, what do we have, one or two, or compared to?
Yeah, just one or two.
I mean, it's a very low number.
Yes. Yeah, the majority of tuition students come from Wardsboro and, or River Valleys now. And next year, that actually is going down. So, because they're, you know, you're looking at Burton, and you're looking at actually early college, so nobody gets tuition if the student takes advantage of that. And then there's just less students, less sixth graders in Wardsboro, Dover, and Marlboro.
Thank you.
More questions? Yeah, True, go ahead.
Would it make sense to look at this after we've discussed the budget more? Seems like setting our tuition and we still don't, assuming that we're going to discuss our budget, we still don't know what our cost per pupil is. Maybe a little premature. If we're talking about charging $17,900, the allowable is $23,000, and our current per pupil is $25,000, maybe that decision would be better made after we look at the budget.
We can, I think we can rearrange the agenda and look at the budget first.
Lori, is there a date?
It has to be announced by the 15th, or it reverts back to last year. I also do have, if you want it now.
January?
January 15th.
In 2 days, okay.
In 2 days, it has to be announced,
Okay.
and it reverts back. You will only get 17.4, so.
Okay.
I do have some other comparables for around. I didn't get them on paper, but if you want them now, or if you're going to push the conversation, I can talk about them later.
We can, I mean, we pretty much have to make a decision on this tonight, whether we have a budget or not, or we set it at 17.4 by default.
Right.
So,
We're already talking about it now, let's just hear them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the comparison between announced and then the allowable. So BUHS announced, and this is all prior year, because nothing's been announced yet, obviously. So BUHS announced at 15.5. Their allowable was 19,072. Okay. Twin Valley announced at 15. Their allowable was 22,114. Springfield announced at 17.6. And there must have been a calculation error because their allowable is 79,000, so. But I thought it would be good for a chuckle. And Bells Falls didn't, announced at 16.2, but they must not have done all of the, this is all from the statistical report that we do. So they don't have a allowable. So those are just some comparisons of.
what's Burn Burton's current tuition rate?
Burn Burton announced tuition at 17,990.
17,990.
2.8% increase over last year.
Okay.
They don't have they don't have to, they're an independent school.
Okay. Yes?
Do you know, does BUHS charge the difference between the 15 and the 19 when they're allowed to?
They're allowed to. I don't know if they have agreements in place. They have not charged us, but we really only send, yeah, I don't know that they do. I'm trying to think, really Marlboro's the one that sends the most kids there, and we haven't done their books, so I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. There's very few other, I'm trying to think of Wardsboro sends.
Yeah.
Just being the former principal of Dover, they did not.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We didn't do the books for you.
Okay. All right, so we can move and discuss the budget and circle back to this. We just have to make sure that we come up with something tonight, or we did by default. So, we have the budget is the same as as we adopted last time. I know that people have been, taking the week to look at the documents, and I'm sure there are questions and comments, and that's what we're here for. So, any questions from the board after a week of looking? Okay.
Drew, let's start, please. I just want to clarify a few things before we get, so are we going to open the budget back up, or are we just answering questions on the budget that has it existing?
If we can either amend certain parts of the budget, or we would need a motion to rescind the action that approved the budget, and then we would be back to no budget. We can certainly discuss possible changes, and then someone can make a motion, but I mean, there isn't a, I don't know, someone can make that motion.
Okay, because there's no motion at this point. Just to clarify a couple things about this budget. We've reduced our student count slightly, but not significantly this year. We've added 4 FTEs to maintain the current educational programming for our kids, but we're not adding or subtracting. Just want to make sure that I understand the facts that are behind the budget, as we have members of the public here that are wondering why the increase is so significant. So, looking through the documents that were presented to the board, we're adding 4 full-time employees, or FTEs, in order to maintain where we're at, for a total of $700,000. Great document. For a total of $739,000.
329, is that what you said?
Our total increase this year is $739,000.
Oh, right, yes, I thought you were referring to the 4 FTEs.
So that's where we're at as far as this budget goes.
It is the 700, right.
So I guess I took some opportunity, can I keep going, Joe?
Yeah.
Took an opportunity to look through some of the rest of this budget, and there's a lot of services that are contracted. So first page of the budget, special education, line 5593, total. I'd like to point out that the 40% increase, I'm assuming is probably staff related.
5593.
On the first page, in the pre-K section. When we work our way, through the other aspects of the budget, I had asked in December about the difference between staff members hired by the district and those that are hired by the SU, and it seems to be a fair amount of shifting of employees around. I did notice when you look at the total increase in salaries. For example, the kind of the direct instruction in the art line. Employees that are employed by the SU, total new dollars to that employee 2016. Total new dollars to the SU that we got billed back is $3,676. Seems like we're paying a $1,600 premium on the kind of the sellback of that service, which I thought was a bit excessive. Looking down at some of the other services, guidance services. We have
Drew, can you say what page you're on? When
I'm
you're
sorry,
referring?
on page 3, they're all 11 on mine.
Okay.
So under guidance services, line 2120,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
we had a 0.8 went to 0.99. So this position's $113,000 one FTE. So we're seeing an increase there. So it seems to me as I look through this budget, there's more than just the 4 FTEs that we were presented. There's FTEs that were purchased through agency funds of the SU that were never really laid out to us. So what is the total number of new employees that are actually in this budget?
The 4.0, the agency fund budget is coming in, for years has come over and fed into every district's budget. And just to clarify, because I know you had a question about the nurse being so much more expensive. So if you look at the nurse, for instance, 2132, that's the function on there. It's on page 3. There is an additional 0.5 nurse being added, but there's also nursing services purchased through the SU because they see more than one district. So in order to be able to split the costs, that's what happens. So if you were to take lines 5111 all the way down through, excluding the purchase service line, and increase that by another half, right, to compare apples to apples, it's $102,000 for that nurse versus the $113,000. So not a big difference, and that's personnel. That's where they fall on the salary schedule, what insurance they take, all of that. So really not a big difference there in the 2 services.
10% difference.
Because of being a different spot on the salary schedule, or maybe a different tier of insurance, one employee over another. That happens throughout the whole budget.
It does, and it happens with all of the SU sold back services are all sold back at a much higher per employee rate than the employees that are employed by the district. When you look through and you start looking at the numbers associated with total cost from these employees, all of the SU employees are total compensation package in the mid-90s, $95,000 or $100,000 a piece, getting billed back to the district.
For their whole program, not just salary and benefits, right? So that's supplies and equipment and any other types of.
Okay, so in the, again, just to clarify for the public, like in the nurse section, total supplies are $1,000. So the supply number is not a big difference. What I'm looking at is where did the increases in this budget come from year over year over year? And we can look back to the 2019 budget we approved in 2018, and there are significant changes in the actual costs associated with certain programs. And I'm just trying to figure out why we're seeing such huge differences. So, for example, and this isn't an SU question, but it's a staffing question. English salaries in 2019 for the high school were $207,000, or $271,000 this year. It's a pretty substantial increase in what we're looking at. Math salaries, we went from providing math to our students here in 2019 for $255,000, and this year we're asking for $324,000. It's a lot of money over a 12-month period. You look at other areas, like science, we were at 242, we're at now at 253. To me, that seems like more reasonable increase in the cost of the education. Cost of nursing in 2019 was $95,000. It's now $164,000. So when we start looking at the numbers and trying to explain to the public, all these people are sitting out here looking at significant tax increases. I think they deserve an answer as to why these numbers went up. You know, principal office cost, $292,000 in 2019, $475,000 in the proposed budget. Those are my questions as to why are we saying we have to cut programming? Where did these expenses get so big? These numbers are huge.
Answer that?
Yeah. So would it be helpful on those line items that you lay out to provide for the board a line item, the year-over-year cost, and some narrative detail, so that, say on the 27th when the board meets again, they would have a full picture of the questions you're asking?
Well, at least two of those that you pointed out, English and math, both have notes next to them that there was a personnel change and a requested increase in teachers. So obviously if we added another salary, then it would go up that much. I mean, it's not that things are staying the same in two of those areas that you pointed out, just as I'm going through looking at the budget that you have, that's published. You know, there's a personnel change and a requested increase. So those you would expect to go up. I lost you after that and haven't found the other ones that you've been talking about, but, you know, I mean, obviously we can get, there should be explanations for all of them, and we should be able to get them for you. We should get them.
Okay, keep going.
Sure, please.
So would it be helpful just to have a full comparison of purchased service from the agency fund at the supervisory union level and an explanation of each one of those?
Well, I think we, you know, as representatives of the public, owe it to the public to understand what we're putting forward as a budget.
Sure.
If there's a justification for the cost increases, I'd like to see it. We have established that we're not increasing programming for children. We've established that we've reduced our overall student population, but yet we're seeing significant increases in a lot of these line items. And to me, that I haven't seen a justification as to why we should spend this kind of money.
We can certainly do that analysis and bring it back to the board.
Is it possible that people speak up? It's really hard to hear you in the back.
We got chairs in the front row.
Come on out. We'll do our best.
Thank you.
So we have a request to better explain line item increases and the comparison of purchased services versus our own staffing. Anything else we want to task as we evaluate this? We do have another budget meeting in 2 weeks, so there's plenty of time to put the administration to work and see what we want to see.
Can we ask you to do something, or is it only like a board decision?
Well, the board has to make the request, but you can certainly ask a question.
Okay, so my name is Keegan, and I live in Jamaica. I'm a teacher up in Windsor. And I have struggled to really understand how the whole education funding thing kind of works. And it was really like a conversation that I had heard regarding a 19.1% increase in taxes that I'll be responsible for, provided the budget as is would go up. That being said, this was a nice opportunity for me to get to know a little bit more about education funding. So budgeters, I appreciate the work you've done. My questions are kind of two-parted. I actually met with our CFO at my school district, and I gave him our information. I said, can you help me better understand what this means? And based on the numbers that I picked up from the SU last week, our equalized pupil spending threshold for this district is $18,756. We are currently spending, according to this budget by the numbers, $21,127, which is a difference of $2,371. And it's that number. If you wanted to reduce that over expenditure, you would end up having to cut $1.2 million from your budget, which is significant. That's programming, that's offerings, that's salary, that's a lot of things. And as a teacher, I would never want to be the one to deliver that message of thank you for your service, but it's just not jiving anymore. So my question is, how creative can we get, or can you get really, with your programming, with your offerings, to bring down like the reduced number of student population that you have? I would hate to ask, like, but what does this look like? Because I don't recall ever in past years of voting for budgets, I don't recall an increase being this so significant with no real plan of how, like, this is not sustainable for our communities, truly. So what's your long-term goal? Like, if you need it one time, maybe, but what's your long-term goal? Kicking the can down the road is doing no one any favors, especially with a continuing declining population of students, an aging demographic of retired seniors who live on fixed incomes, and people like me that have 2 master's degrees are pretty valuable, really good teachers, but you know, how am I supposed to justify all of this and still be a taxpayer on a teacher's salary? I don't make $100,000 a year. So I'm hoping that you guys have a strategic plan long-term, because 19% to maintain no new programming for children and no building improvements. I understand you guys are still rocking some chalkboards. When are you going to provide your kids with 21st century learning environments and tools? How is that going to work? Like, I could be on board with 19% increase to bring your buildings and your facilities forward to provide an environment truly conducive to future learning for our kids. But 19% to maintain the status is incredibly unfair. It's a disservice to your kids. It's a disservice to your community. You know, we can pay. We will find a way, but we demand more. Our kids deserve it, and our teachers deserve it too. So what's your creative plan? That would be my suggestion. If someone on the board would take on the task of maybe making a motion to reevaluate your budget plan, looking at some degrees of creativity, bringing in a financial analysis person. You know, I want to say yes to a school budget because I'm so deeply connected to them, but 19% this year could be 20% next year to still maintain a chalkboard in 2020. Not that there's anything wrong with chalkboards, but that's my request. How creative can we be in either reconsidering 1.2 million or coming up with a serious plan that extends bigger beyond year to year?
Well, you know, I agree with you. This is not sustainable. We proposed some really creative plans before we even became operational, and we're told that, you know, we couldn't, the status quo needed to stay the status quo. You know, there are a number of things we could do in terms of consolidation and changing how children are educated and where children are educated, and we could be very creative. But those conversations are going to be extremely difficult because towns are going to lose their schools. You know, we're going to have to come together and have less buildings because doing the same thing in a bunch of different places costs money in each place. And until you start doing, you know, until you're not teaching first grade in 3 places, it's hard. That's one way anyway. But those are really lengthy conversations where we engage the entire community, and there's not time to do that for this budget. And I said at the last meeting that, you know, I think this is actually the tipping point. It's like, we can't do this. This is what it will look like every year going forward, where we try and squeeze a little more savings out of what we have, where we're not expanding opportunities and we're not giving children any more. We're just maintaining what we have because it's expensive to maintain all that we have. So yes, we need to actually, get a budget and then start talking about how do we, going forward, change what we do into a sustainable model, because we don't have one now. But that's a conversation that's going to take,
I understand your
laying that plan out. I said it would take the entire summer, and then next year's budget, we could start talking about, well, in this budget, these are the changes that we're going to make, and this is how we're going to start to whittle away at that 1.2, so that we aren't over the excess spending threshold anymore. The only thing we could do now to get close to that would be draconian, I think. That's my answer. One sec. I believe Drew had a comment, and then we'll go to you.
So, reviewing the superintendent's budget that gets assessed back to us, which is why it's important, what percent of the $103,000 new employee, which is a behavioral specialist, is getting billed back to this district? Because it's the first I heard about it was reviewing your budget. So I'm just curious, that's another new full-time position at $103,000 that's coming into this district. What percentage of it are we responsible for?
If it comes from special education, the SU bills on 80. So I believe you guys are 61%. Does that sound right? So 61,000.
So that is another new employee. It's $60,000 worth of new employee in this district that wasn't actually formally brought to this board as a suggestion.
A position such as that, correct, would go through the WCSU board.
It's also special ed, so it's not like we have choice.
Can I ask
Sorry.
Sorry, please.
Go ahead, and then we'll go back to you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Clara Robinson. I'm from Jamaica also. And I'm listening to Drew, but I also listened to your board presentation on the 6th. And where somebody brought up, I think it was Drew, said, can we look at the SU budget? And I think you said no, flat, like that. And then somebody to your left said, no, that's not true. The SU can look at their budget. They can do whatever they want to do. Am I correct in, that's what I saw on tape anyhow. So I want to know, as somebody who's going to be looking at the 19% increase, what part of the SU budget does Jamaica get a benefit from? Can you tell me?
I can, sure.
Jamaica directly, if we're going to be paying 19-something%, close to 20%,
sure.
What part of that budget does Jamaica get a benefit?
So every purchase service that specific to Jamaica. So if art is purchased there, if PE is purchased there, if counseling is purchased there, all occupational therapy, all speech language pathology, all physical therapy, all special education paras, all special education teachers, part of the behavioral specialist. My office, all the services from my office. So finance, superintendent, director of curriculum, the operations director, the special ed director, all of those services. The SU budget is in 3 parts. There's the central office budget, there's the special education budget, and there's the agency fund budget, which Drew was referring to earlier about the difference in cost of purchasing a service that is housed at the SU versus directly employed. So for a place like Jamaica, you would receive all the services that every other district receives from my office, the central office, and in particular to services that are purchased through the SU in the agency fund, and then every special education cost and transportation that goes through Jamaica.
So the budget that's within the SU for the, the office budget, we get benefit from the office budget?
You get all the services of everybody that is employed at my office.
We don't feel it.
I understand.
Just for clarification, I believe we were going to go back to you and then we'll start going around. But just for clarification, the WCSU budget, we don't control it. I mean, the WCSU board has representation from every board in the supervisory union on it, and we have representation on that board. That budget could be re-looked at, but we would not be able to force that with our representation. And then but that budget is voted on by, representatives from this board, representatives from River Valleys, and representatives from Marlboro, and also Wyndham and Stratton, because every school district or education district in the Wyndham Central has representation on that board and gets services from that central office. We all share.
So you say you can't force it, but you could ask.
Certainly we could ask.
I mean, the other night it sounded like, no.
We could ask, but we can't, we can't force it. But, when I said, no, we can't, because we can't, it's out of our control. But then, whoever corrected me, it's like, well, we could certainly ask for that budget to be relooked at, but.
But that would be a cost saving, I would think we would ask.
It would be a discussion amongst all the schools as to whether, amongst all the districts as to whether it was a cost savings. Clarification? Yeah.
The agency fund has not been voted on by the SU yet.
That is correct.
So the numbers I'm speaking of have not been voted on. So the SU agency fund is set after school budgets are set. So all of these numbers that I've been putting out can in fact be changed without changing the superintendent's budget, which would be the superintendent in the administrative office. That's the one budget that's been set. The special ed is also special ed. The other employees that we're speaking of are at the discretion of this board.
And the services you have to be asked. Right.
That's good. Okay, correct. You had a follow-up, and then I don't even know, Patty, we'll go to you next.
So your current equalized pupil number is 512, and I'm aware that that number is based on a 3-year average. Do you have a projected, you guys go based on 2?
The state.
Oh, I thought it was 3, my apologies. So my curiosity then would lead us to, do you have an understanding of your projected potential pupils? Like, will you continue to see a continuous decline? Like, I understand like the 512 is designed to keep a sharp drop off from occurring number-wise. So do you have a projected estimate of how many equalized pupils you're going to have for your next budget cycle? You're going to have some hard conversations. I might start thinking about what you can do now to start preparing for those so that you have a leg to stand on when your election comes due. You know what I mean? So what are we going to continue to see a decline in student enrollment? Or is there some kind of plan for like attracting additional kids to come into the district to kind of increase that?
Do you have those numbers yet?
Well, we have, I did put together a chart here that has past years, and so it shows the decline in students.
Do we have forward-looking numbers yet?
I did talk to our IT director today, he's been analyzing mainly Leland and Gray, and is seeing the leveling off that we had talked about that has, I think we've been talking about it for at least the 3 years that I've been here, that at some point there is a leveling off. And so that looks like that's what's starting to happen with the Leland and Gray students. So that's good news. And then the elementary have been actually pretty steady or growing because of pre-K, offering pre-K offerings. So, but there has been, as you can see from this sheet, 17% over 3 years is a lot of students to lose. I'm concerned, honestly, about the tuition students as well.
Right.
So it's not just equalized pupils, but.
Beyond the 17% decline, over time, and this might just be a foolish question, I know when I have to plan out my budget for my classroom, which is a very small amount, it has to go according to the number of kids I have. So if from 1 year to the next, my number of students goes from 100 to 85, then my supply budget is decreased by that much as well. My curiosity is, does your budget match the decline, either I would doubt very much for teachers because it's truly a minuscule amount. But in general, does the school budget match the declining enrollment as well? Or is this truly like the needs of our students that we have tends to increase despite the fact that we have a lowering number? Is that the relationship that we're seeing as a result of this?
Yes.
Fewer students, higher needs?
So we have had a 17% decrease over the last 3 years, but correct me if I'm wrong, it was 1.3% reduction from last year to this year. That's what we're working on
1.6,
now.
yeah.
Hence the bottoming out and the potential for.
Right. Last year's equalized people, this year's equalized people were 1.6. 6 students, so that was actually very good news because I expected we have the hold harmless, but we can't drop more than 3.5%, so I had thought we might hit that, but we didn't, so that was good news.
Patty, you had your hand up next.
So, my first concern that I have coming here tonight is the fact that this budget was voted by the board on draft 2. No drafts were available to the public anywhere unless you came to a meeting or called the central office. There was nothing online. They were all, the warning time deadline for budget approval was originally the 27th of January. So one could think that they had this week to come and talk about the budget before you voted on it. And I don't know that any of you had it days before you actually voted on it. My thought is maybe you just got it that night. So that really is a deep concern for me. And second, I believe that when you're thinking of cuts, the first cuts that should be thought of are cuts that do not directly impact the students, such as the superintendent office, the agency fund, those kind of things. So that's my say.
Sure. So another question that we could get answered for is, if you go to the back page, not the very back page, second to last page, section 50, line 5591. There's another 1.6 FTEs that we've purchased from the SU that wasn't in our new employee list. So I have no idea what that service is.
So, Drew, I just want to point out too for the public, if you go back to the 12-9 video online, the BCTV, I went with the whole board, went line by line explaining the budget. So it'll be a little easier to follow, I think, if you watch that video. And so that is just a note so that you understand that we have talked about it. So as I said then, in the elementary line item, under direct instruction, you will see, and I have a note there also, that the I'm on the first page, that the 1.6 FTE moved to the WCSU for the academic AST, means academic support team. And there was also a 1.0 position, teaching position, that was, there was no cost for that because it was a shift. But the 1.6 was moved to the WCSU because we created an academic support team. So that's where I talk about on the I think it was the 9th of December, where it comes back in, Drew, where, do you remember that? Where I said it comes back into this budget in the purchase service.
Does it come back to the same price or more?
It comes back to the same price.
And while I have the floor, can I get an explanation of the technology services? Because we got 3.5 FTEs for $440,000. The bottom of the same page.
So again, this is not just the personnel, right? It's a whole program that's through the agency fund, and the whole technology budget is through the agency fund, which involves software, hardware, of which, West River has the biggest portion again, because you are the biggest district. So it's not just salaries and benefits. I think that's important. I put those numbers, those FTE numbers in there so that you see year over year what the change of FTEs are. But when you're purchasing a service, you're purchasing the whole service.
So how do we know if it's cheaper to purchase this service? Because, you know, when you divide this up, it looks like we're paying $140,000 an employee.
But you're not, right?
But we
I
don't
just
know
said-
that because we can't see that.
Right.
So we're just supposed to accept a $440,000 number as a fee in this budget and not know exactly what's in that?
And that's
We're
all
talking
part of that
1.2 million is what we need to cut. And this is 440,000. We don't even know what's in there. We just know there's 440,000 on this line. So can we see what's in that line?
Yes, that's all part of that, what we just talked about. That's part of the agency fund. That
I mean, 440,000 is one line. It's more money than we put towards the entire Jamaica Elementary School. Like, we should see what's in these lines. It went up by $65,000. And I still haven't had an explanation. Does anybody else know what's in that 440,000?
Salaries, benefits, software, hardware. Well, we all knew that. Do we know the exact amount? I don't remember.
I think it's in
We
that-
had line items
Right,
in the budget when we went over it.
I mean, we can bring the agency fund budget and give you the line-by-line breakdown of that 440,000.
We're asking them for 20% more. I think we should probably know why we're asking.
We can get the agency fund budget breakdown. Yes.
So I don't know if this is going to end up.
Could you identify yourself?
Yeah, sorry, CJ King from
Thank you.
Jamaica. First thing to put on that I'd like to say is that I went back to my notes from 2016 or 15, and the reason that the way that we were sold on going into this union to begin with, as I recall, were two main goals. One is that we would save money. And the second is that we would provide better educational opportunities for our children. And as we're saying, we're just staying even and not saving money. So neither of the promises that were offered to us as we voted ourselves into this union have been realized. And I'm very interested in this long-term plan as well. Where are we going with this? Because we can't sustain it. I guess I do have two questions. One question, two parts. What is the increase in salary for the district? And what is the increase in salary for the supervisory union in the upcoming year?
What's this, how we increase in the SU budget?
So,
The percentage.
So different people receive different amounts. I can only speak at the central office level. It was 3% to 3.5% in this budget, of which you are assessed $610,000. We are in negotiations right now for every member of the master agreement, which includes all special education employees and all West River employees. So that has not been determined yet, but we built in increases based on historical precedent.
Last year's increase for the union workers was 3.25%. And we're negotiating for this.
So I also put that information on here so that people could see negotiated increases over 3 years.
Page 81.
This sheet here. And also the health care increases. The average health care increase over the 3 years that we're talking about, 18, 19, and 20, and 21, or that's 4 years, but there was a plan change in 18, was 11.33%. Healthcare has increased. That is not a controllable cost. So
So just to clarify, I know that at my district, like healthcare is a completely non-negotiable when it comes to our union conversations with our board, and it's only like the salary increase because healthcare is really like done through the state.
Yeah.
Is my understanding, isn't it?
As of January 1st, 2021.
Okay.
Didn't you have a second question?
That was the two questions.
Okay.
Supervisory union and other.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Drew.
So what that really works out to is new money for our district employees between $3,000 and $5,000 a year per employee, new district money. You know, looking into what our seniors get, they got 1.7% of increase in Social Security. So just to kind of put it in perspective, those are the people that we're asking to pay this bill. They got 1.7%, and the cost of Medicare went up. So they not only got a small increase, but then had to shift that to their health insurance. And we're asking them to front another $3,000 to $5,000 per employee in this budget.
Yes, sir.
In Williams, Jamaica. I can't grasp something here. Jamaica's got the smallest population in the school, and yet we've got the largest increase in taxes. So are you telling us that our teachers and our personnel at the school are being paid that much less, and you're going to bring them all up to the standard? How did you justify the increase of each town? What was the factor that said, you know, Townsend's going to pay this, Newfane's going to pay this, Jamaica's going to pay this? What was the balancing?
That's all done according to the state school funding formula. All by adopting a budget, we end up setting an education tax rate, and then it goes through the state funding formula where it goes through CLA and there's a, I'm sorry, what? There's a, there it goes through the threshold and the yield and this funding formula, and then Newfane and Brookline did not hit a target tax rate last year, so they were held, they could only have a 5% increase or decrease in their taxes, whereas Jamaica and Townsend hit that target threshold last year for a tax rate. So Jamaica has the largest tax increase, and Townsend is right behind it with 17%. I'm sorry?
So the new information that I just gave you, we can talk about, Townsend actually did fall into the 5% protection. That was my conversation on Friday afternoon with Brad James at the FASBO meeting.
But I think what's important to sort of looking at it from a higher level, Jamaica's always been part of, or has since the very beginning, been part of the Leland and Gray Union High School District, which doesn't exist anymore. But the formula and the way we distributed the dollars and took in the dollars is the same as it is for, essentially the same as it is for the West River District. So, you know, we're just doing it from pre-K-12 now instead of 7-12 like we did before. So it's based on the number of students you have and the costs that we incur, and each town has their own CLA. That's still the same, you know, that hasn't changed. So every year towns can see some spikes and decreases, and they have been able to do that to the Leland and Gray District for many years.
Like
so it's a
years ago,
similar.
they went way over budget, and Jamaica did. I think it was like 10%, and the state at that point wasn't allowing a 10% increase, but they put it through anyway. Now, are we being penalized for trying to have a better school? And that's one of the things that I'm really starting to get interested in, because It seems to me with 35 students, why do we have a 19% increase?
So how many students does Jamaica have?
Jamaica has more than 30-something students.
Because you're talking about school and we're talking about town. So some of Jamaica students may not go to Jamaica building. So I guess it's maybe easier to look at it as a building. So that is not, you're, no matter how many students you have in the building, there you go, there's 65 students that Jamaica has to count, that they count, not the 35 that are in the building, or I don't know how many are in the building, but yeah. So it's hard to make sense of that. I know it's harder to make sense, but it's still the number of students that reside in the town of Jamaica that you're funding.
Okay.
Some go here to Leland Gray. Some go to Townsend, I think. Yeah, it's a complicated funding formula.
But
It has been
meanwhile,
for 20
we
years.
put our money down on it without understanding it. So if I go to the store to buy a can of beans, I can look at the ingredients on the back of it, and I can say, oh, okay, I want to spend $1.50 on this. But we're being asked for a 19% increase for something that's too difficult to understand. We don't know what we're getting for it. That's why we're here.
Crystal, you were.
Maybe we need some state representation here.
Crystal Gorville, Wyndham, Vermont. I have a kind of two questions. So, like with Jamaica, I mean, their population has decreased dramatically. A lot of people choiced out to Townsend. So, and I'm not sure I fully understand this. I know with Wyndham, we're a really small population. Our cost per student is $28,000, going up to $30,000 next year. Is it true that you pay some kind of a penalty if you don't reach a certain goal? So my question is that why Jamaica's seeing a huge increase because of the amount of students in their building? And my other question is, I thought I understood consolidation to be like we would decide to keep 3 buildings open, like Newfane, Townsend, Leland, and Gray, and put like K through 2 at Newfane and 3, 4, and 5 at Townsend. I thought that was going to happen with the consolidation, and that's where we would see the dramatic decreases in our costs.
So the only penalty that is in play here is a penalty that's district-wide for the West River District. The threshold, the spending threshold is $18,756, and we spend over that. And so every dollar over that is taxed double. And that penalty is spread out over the entire district. Our budget creates a unified tax rate of $2.16. Okay, and then it runs through the funding formula, which takes into account CLA, and excuse me, that takes it and makes it, you know, the 35% increase that Jamaica has. You know, everyone starts with that same base education tax rate, and then it goes through the individual town's CLA, and depending on what your CLA is, that boosts it or drops it. And that's where the increase is coming from. I mean, everybody has the same base tax rate. Lori.
Joe, can I just
Fix
talk
me?
about the CLA?
Yes, please.
About a little bit,
Got you
because
next,
this
and
is
then
important
Phoebe,
for
I got you.
Jamaica residents to understand.
Can you tell us, first of all, what CLA stands for?
Common level of appraisal.
Yeah, that's what they do.
And it's about it measures your fair market value. So if your houses are selling above fair market value, your CLA is going to be higher, and if it's selling below, then your CLA is going to be lower. Did I say that backwards? I just heard myself. But anyway, the Jamaica CLA in fiscal year 16 was 113%. So that meant that your properties were selling 13% basically above fair market value. The CLA for this budget here is 99.46. So
across the whole district?
No, that's just for Jamaica.
Right. We just had a reappraisal.
So you just had a reappraisal back in fiscal year 18, was it?
Right.
Yeah, okay. So that's a very large difference. And that has nothing to do with what this board voted for a budget. Has nothing to, that CLA has nothing to do with that. Right, so if you were to, another example would be, if the budget from last year, fiscal year 20, was exactly the same, and that's what was being presented, the CLA from last year to this year also dropped from 101.49 to 99.46. Your tax rate would go up even though the budget was exactly the same. So it's not just about the expenses that the board is approving or not approving.
Okay, Rick, then Phoebe, then you in the back.
Just to speak to the CLA, Townsend's CLA this year is almost dead on what it was last year. And the original projections anyway was still for a 16.23% increase. So that can't be blamed on the CLA. I mean, I want to make that really clear because we got hit by CLA last year. But this year it's almost dead on. We're still looking at a 16+% increase in the 30 cent. You know, so that is directly attributable to the costs.
Right.
Yes.
Right. I was saying if the budget didn't change at all from one year to the next. But yes, you're right.
Phoebe.
Phoebe Connolly, Newfane. I just wanted to answer the question about what do those 65 students from Jamaica, like what do they get? I'm sorry, I think it's your comment or question about the students from Jamaica and what do students get. I think one thing that we have to realize is what those students get is if you take a Leland and Gray employee that's been at Leland and Gray for 2 years and a Jamaica employee that's been at Jamaica for 2 years, we could tell you every single thing about those 65 kids that are within that school and further within that community. And that's something that the current structure makes happen. And I think that's one of the most amazing things about being in this community is that we get to be educators who know our students and really know them. So that being said, I agree, 19%, whatever the numbers are, is an incredible increase. And I've been at many board meetings to see and hear, to also be dumbfounded that we're in the situation that we are at this point. So really, none of us in this room are in an envious position because you all have to figure out what to do about the increase and we potentially have to pay it. So I feel like that's kind of how we're gonna figure this out, is recognizing we're all in a crappy situation, but we know all those 65 kids and we wanna do what's best for them. So good luck.
You, sir.
Greg Jolly from Jamaica. So if I understand correctly from what was just described as the CLA, that even if Jamaica school closed, helping the district decrease their budget needs, that we could still be looking at sizable percentage increases in our taxes because of the CLA. So even if we shut a school that we want to have in the town to save the district money, we will still be potentially looking at large percentage increases to our taxes. That's what I just heard. That's why people are concerned.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
We discussed those numbers kind of, last week. Closing Jamaica isn't where we're going to find the bulk of the savings. And I think, Laura, you had some information, one about the small schools grant that Jamaica brings to the district is quite valuable. And the total budget that we spend there is around 300?
I think it's closer to 400. I think it's 388 I'm just trying to get in to look again. But it also would trigger losing the small schools grant, which is around $91,000. So it's really, between the two, it's not a lot of money that it would reduce this budget by.
Look, can I ask you a question about that? Yeah. The small schools grant that you're talking about with Jamaica, that's actually what we were calling the merger support grant. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's a flat number that is given to us currently today because the four towns merged together to form one district. Mm-hmm. There are new calculations, so new ways to calculate. The state board created new restrictions around small schools grants, and I'm not sure Jamaica would or wouldn't wouldn't get them without having merged. That is a in perpetuity grant we get as long as the school stays open.
I was going to say, as long as the
school closes. Right. And just because somebody asked it earlier, the decision of the study committee to present articles of agreement to the 5 towns was to include an article saying that no school would close without a vote of the community. And that was something that was a little unusual from most articles of agreement around the state. There may be 1 or 2 others who did it, but this West River District, what became the West River District, the people who proposed the study and the articles really felt it was important. The schools were all important in each community, and that if a community wanted to keep their school open, they could. It didn't mean that they have to be configured the same way they are, whether they're pre-K 6, pre-K 5, but it needed to be, we need to be able to keep a school open if a community decides to do so. A community can decide to close it, but just important that it's part of the articles.
Okay, I got you guys all out there. I got one up here, and then there's one way in the back, right? Behind you. Mike, go ahead, and then somebody was way back there, right? Yeah, okay, right after Mike, and then I got you and you.
Just talking about the small schools grant, and Jamaica, because that is the most obvious thing if we were to look at that. I just want to point out, I think I heard when I watched the last meeting that Townsend's dangerously close to losing its small schools grant based on the number of students. So it just for everybody to realize that if Jamaica were to close and a lot of those students came to Townsend, it might not just be 90,000 we lose, it might be 180,000 in small schools grants that we lose. If it puts Townsend over.
Well, okay. So there's 2 triggers. It's if you're over 100 students, but then there's also a class size.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't count pre-K, right?
I don't believe so.
No.
Okay. All right, way in the back there, and then closer to the front, and then catch you.
Danielle West from Jamaica. So my understanding when we had merged together, as brought up before, it would be equal everything for the students. They would have same opportunities. This was going to increase their education. And one thing I've noticed this year is maybe a New Brook student gets this, but a Jamaica student doesn't or has to pay for it. Is that different in this budget? Does every student get the same exact thing? Like I was told the 5th grade field trip, New Brook students, it's paid for. Jamaica has to fundraise for it. So has that been taken into consideration in the new budgets?
Yes.
Yes. Also to go back to Keegan's about she gets a certain amount per student for supplies. We did that throughout actually the whole SU. We tied the amount of supplies that a teacher gets back to the amount of students in their class for equity purposes too. So.
Thank you.
I had a question. I'm Bonnie West from Jamaica. And on the small school grant, would it be advantage to us if Newbrook and Townsend are not eligible for small school grant, if some of their students was reconfigured and come back to Jamaica, so all 3 schools would be eligible for small schools grant and increase your revenue?
Unfortunately, as of fiscal year 18, if the town or the school district did not qualify for a small schools grant, then in Act 46 they don't get it in perpetuity.
That's
I can't
too
say
bad.
that word. Perpetuity.
Increase the revenue.
So Newbrook and did not. Well, it's actually Brookline and New Thane that actually get the revenue, but they did not qualify in fiscal year 18, so they don't get it going forward.
Does Townsend?
Yes.
And will they continue to?
That is the hope. It depends on class size.
I'm going to say if that's the case, so they can keep it, the student should be reconfigured so that we take advantage.
Karen Amadon, Jamaica. So there's a budget for all the schools, and then taxes are raised. The amount of taxes raised, is that the same amount of the budget, or does money go to the state?
Ever since Act 60 and Act 68, it's a statewide property tax. So no, it is not a one-to-one correspondence between what is decided on by each individual town approving a budget pre-Act 68.
Try to figure that out? And where are we at?
I do not know that figure.
So the state, well, it's not that it's just really, it's a formula. So the first thing that people need to recognize and understand is that spending happens at the local level. I know a lot of people, because of the system, the formula that we have, which is a statewide education funding formula, a lot of people think that it's the state that sets your spending, but it isn't. The local school districts around the state develop budgets and pass budgets and decide on spending. Then those figures are sent to the state, and then the state has to come up with the revenue to pay for that from the spending plans that happen in each district. So then it goes through a big funding formula, and Lori can speak to all the little pieces of the funding formula because she has to deal with it all the time. And there are lots of factors like weighting factors, which we are now hopefully looking at to maybe modify down the road. And then it gets redistributed back. And it's a very complicated formula that a lot of people don't understand, and you mentioned it as well, that it's really hard to understand, but it can be understood, and every step can be explained, and Lori is, I'm sure, really good at explaining it to any individual who wants to understand it, but it's just really important to recognize that it's the local spending. I will say that large spending districts can impact, everybody's spending impacts each other, right? So that's part of the reason why there's an excess spending threshold. Some people love it, some people hate it, but it is designed to encourage folks to not spend too much in their own individual district because everybody's spending impacts each other in this statewide funding formula.
And it's been that way since Act 60.
And 68.
Jamaica has been struggling with that every single year. We've cut back on everything. There's nothing more to cut back on. And now we have a principal who is struggling to do the job with 104 days a year, and we don't have a principal 5 days a week. Do the other schools have a principal 5 days a week? Are you both there 5 days a week?
Yes.
And that's hurting our school. It hurt our advisory group. I mean, we weren't doing the same things that the other advisory groups were doing because there wasn't a full-time principal. So it's tough.
So the reason Act 46 came about, and there were several proposals prior to Act 46, but they all came about because of declining in student population. I mean, and it's not only been coming on us for a really long time, it's continuing. And we're still seeing it continue. And it's continuing in a way that wasn't anticipated even 5 years ago. It's a national trend. It's not just Vermont. We're feeling it everywhere. It's a global challenge that we're dealing with right now. And I think, you know, I was in the legislature when we passed Act 46. And even I didn't anticipate it continuing to go, the trends to go the way they are. And when this district made the decision to open up school choice, that's what changed, inter-district school choice. That's what changed the numbers in Jamaica itself, and why parents get to choose within limits of whatever we said in our policy on inter-district school choice, and that's why the numbers in Jamaica went down. I think the number of students actually in Jamaica went down as well, but the number of students in the building there also went down because of parents choosing another school to send their child to.
Yep, you had your hand up for a while.
So real quick, and if it's not public information, I'll apologize for asking in advance. The school district that I currently work in, we lose a good portion of our population of high school students to go to like an ODP type program or like an alternative setting. And some of our students through special education needs will typically head to another school that's more conducive to maybe meeting some of those needs that kids have. Those schools are typically very expensive, they're very good, but my question is, based on the current population of kids that you have here, is there the intention of like reintegrating any students that are headed out to an alternative program to kind of get them to come back into our schools? Now, I get it that sometimes the best placement may not be a general education school or public school setting, but to be fair and equitable and inclusive, I think foundationally all kids from this community ought to be with other children, regardless of how old they are. So I'm curious, what portion of your budget is being sent out in tuition for those higher needs programs? And is there a possibility where you could rethink or use some of that funding that's going out to implement a program that can be here that could support the needs of those students in a fair and equitable way that would maybe also be cost effective? Does that question make sense?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll start, and if you want to jump in, feel free. We currently have 3 in-district programs, 2 that are housed here at Leland and Gray, 1 at Marlboro.
Okay.
That is part of the, when people say, what are you doing at the central office? That's part of what we are doing, is planning and preparing for that. The behavioral specialist that was hired is part of that long-term plan to do exactly what you're talking about. It's preparing the environment so that students that grow up here can stay here. Each individual decision is made by an individual education team. But what
and parents, I'm sure, too.
Absolutely. So our responsibility is to look at the demographics and the reality, and then prepare environments in which we can do exactly what you're talking about. In terms of the amount of money sent out, I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay.
But when we had our, now 2 years ago, audit of our system by the district management group, that was one of the big pushes, was to start staffing up your environment so that you can then receive those students back. But that is a long-term proposition. That is not a one-year thing.
Yeah, I understand. I'm long-term. I know immediately some things, sometimes it is what it is, and I can appreciate that. But I like knowing what will happen and what can be anticipated. And if we have time to come up with a solid plan that does take into consideration, like, let's make a plan beyond next year. Contract negotiations with teachers. It's really a huge burden on them to have to ask for, please accept my professionalism and pay me my value and worth. True, I heard the proposed increases per teacher being like $3,000 to $5,000, depending upon where they fall on the pay scale. In the grand scheme of things, that's not that much spread out over 52 weeks. In the private sector, a 3% or a $3,000 increase over the course of the year is really like a cost of living increase and maybe a night out to dinner if you go to a good place. Thank you for my question.
So, just to go back to the school choice thing, and it's a little off topic, but can the Jamaica students who went to Townsend, can they, if they want, if we do special things, come back to Jamaica?
Yeah.
Can I take this question?
Sure. Sure.
Yeah, the board's policy is that when you make a school choice decision, that becomes your home school, and we open up school choice every March. So if I am in Townsend right now, I live in Townsend, and I chose to go to Jamaica, Jamaica is now my home school, but in March of the year, my parents and I can apply for that, and depending on space in all the other schools, what the board has tasked me to do is look at what the current population is, and then determine based on the board's class size guidelines, how many slots are available for school choice. But that is an annual choice that is available to parents.
Yes, sir.
A question, going back to the discussion about the local districts or the towns set the budgets, and then the state has to figure out how to pay for it. So my question is, with Jamaica having a 19.5% increase in front of us, is 19.5% of that increase coming to this district? Is all the money that we're going to be putting forward, paying in our taxes, is it coming back into this district, into these schools, into our kids?
No.
Part of that is the excess spending.
Go ahead.
Where exactly does the excess spending penalty money go? Does it just filter through with how they divide it across the entire state?
Montpelier.
Well, it goes to the ed fund. That's where it goes. And it depends, and then, you know, as all of the tax dollars go to the ed fund, and then it's dispersed based on the spending. I will tell you that Friday, I did learn that the ed spending fund, or the ed fund has an $8.8 million surplus right now, or fund balance, which they will be most likely raising. So the yield is something that the commissioner uses to raise and lower tax rates. And so they're most likely, and there's never, I can't be quoted on it because I'm not sure what will happen in the end, but before town meeting, the yield will probably go up because they'll use that $8.8 million to offset. And that means your tax rate will go down. Will it go down a lot? It will probably go down 2 pennies, roughly. So, but that's the balancing act. It's the same type of thing that the districts do. You know, they might have a fund balance, in which case, in a future year, they use some of that money to pay down their tax rate, right? So West River's only this is only the second year in, so potentially next year, if there's a fund balance, they could do that.
Yes.
Thank you. So realistically, the likelihood of this body of caring, heartfelt community members, the likelihood of cutting $1.25 million out of this budget is probably not going to happen. Fair statement? Because you don't want to alienate your schools, you don't want to alienate your communities, no one wants to fire a teacher, because if you're that person that's like, sorry, well, the only thing that's worse than that is saying, sorry kids, you're not worth the time or money either. So, big picture, how do we fix this? Is there an opportunity this year to come up with a feasible, sustainable plan? Or is this one of those moments where it's like, you know what? It is what it is. We've kicked the can down the road long enough, and now we're here. And this is what it is. It's not going to improve. At best, we can do some strategic planning and come up with a better plan next time? I'm looking for clarity. Is there anything we can do to fix this now, or is it what it is and we just have to figure out something better long-term after town meeting day?
I can answer that, if you want to hear my answer.
There's one opinion, sure.
In my opinion, you can't fix this right now. It's going to be a long-term thing, and there's going to be drastic changes. It's going to have to be, okay, we're going to have to look into combining supervisory unions. We're going to have to look into cutting that excessive administrative cost that we have. We're going to have to look into buildings that have outlived their usefulness. For me, I don't think it's closing an elementary school is going to do it. Every town should have a public place in it. It might have to be that this building might have to close. We might have to be a sending school for high school kids. That might be the answer. I'm not going to recommend that, but I'm going to tell you that might be the answer.
But for this fiscal year and
This fiscal year, it looks, last year, Newfane is the one who bit the bullet last year. Newfane and Brookline. Newfane had like the 12%, Brookline was 10%, and then there was like, I think, 4 and 2, something like that, for Townsend and Jamaica, the way the budget went. But I knew that and predicted that for years, that the first year we were gonna get banged because we had the lowest cost per pupil at that level, and then we all of a sudden we had to bring all those students up to where everyone else was at a higher level. So they took less of that $1 million increase in the budget because it was a $1 million increase last year. Okay, so theoretically, the budget's going up what it would cost to run a small school every year. And it's going to do that because you have salaries, there's increases in salaries, medical has been jumping up the last 2 years like crazy. Special education, and that's going to be, special education is even going to get worse. The state has a new funding formula that they're going to be sending us less and less every year, no matter what our needs are. So, you know, it's going to get worse. We're going to have to look and be proactive. Where are we going to save the money? What are we going to cut? I don't want to see any program cut for any child. I don't. I want to see more programs added. But we're not an endless fountain of money if everyone's going to say my taxes are going up 20%, and we're not getting any more. And it's true, but this was bound to happen. And we have, you know, now the retreat might close, so you got those people that might be moving. You don't, you know, it's an economic thing. It's just if the economics turn around. More people will move here, more people will have kids, you know. Can't do that overnight.
You're going to tax rates and they're not going to move here. I'll tell you that right.
You know, and we're actually losing people because of that too. You're absolutely right.
Okay, Drew, you were next. We got this now. So Drew, go ahead.
I would disagree. I think there's something we can do. We're adding a whole bunch of new employees to maintain the same level that we have today. I think we look back to our administration and we say, continue to provide the same level today without the new employees. It may be time to ask our employees to step up and provide a little bit more. We're going to ask the taxpayers to throw 20% more on the table. Why don't we look at our teachers and staff and say, we need you to put a little on the table too. Maybe you need to run a little bit more lean. And this is no different than any other business in this country. When your product gets too expensive, you got to cut costs, you got to run more lean, you got to run a better operation. And we can't just keep throwing people at this problem. We're not adding services, but we're adding new employees. And maybe it's time to look at our administration and direct them to say, figure out how to do this more efficiently. And I think we can fix it this year. There's a big chunk of this money that is new employees and new benefits. This is not maintaining, this is adding staff. to maintain the same number of programs. You know, cutting $500,000 out of this budget is possible, and it would have a significant effect on the tax rate.
But you would still need, to truly fix the tax rate piece, it would have to, $500,000 sounds like a lot, but it's really not gonna be sufficient.
So
Even if you
because
cut
we
$1
can't
million
solve it all,
from the
doesn't mean we
budget, it
shouldn't
would
try to
still
get
wouldn't be high
somewhere.
enough.
This
It would
is
still be
what we
high.
were talking about in conversation.
sorry.
Everything gets directed to me, we go back and forth.
My
You can
apologies.
speak to it. So, yeah, I mean, in this budget, there are still 4.25 FTEs that are added to this that admittedly do not add new programs. They do add services to some students that aren't getting them now. You know, there's additional guidance, there's additional nurse, there's a math teacher, I believe, isn't that, to address AP?
0.75.
The 0.75 math teacher. You know, there are some, I mean, there are some things that are new, but I mean, we are adding essentially 4.25 to maintain the status quo. It's not wrong. You had a question?
Yes. If and when this budget fails, what's your first step? I mean, realistically, I mean, you're putting out 19% to Jamaica, 16% to Townsend, and the votes are commingled or whatever. If this budget fails, what's your first step? As a board, what's your first step?
We have meetings like this where we say, okay, what do you want to see different? And I mean, we already know that this is a very high tax rate. You know, my hope is that if we you know, go back and maybe look at some more ways to bring this down, it's not going to get to. I mean, we need 1.2 million to cut to get under the excess spending threshold, and 1.2 million is. They asked for an example at the last meeting, and you know, it's like no more electives, no more AP courses, you know, bare minimums. So that's what 1.2 million looks like now. So we're not going to get to where we want to be in this budget without some really, really draconian cuts. So we would look at further cuts and we would talk about what we were going to do, but the real answer to this is not to continue to cut and do things the way we're doing now. It's to really sit down and have a serious conversation about how do we deliver education more to our students for less money.
But it's not unheard of that you have to come back to the drawing board if this, I mean, it's happened in the past. Jamaica has been, historically, has supported every single school budget that's ever been, not without question, but has always supported. Townsend has not. You've gone, I mean, I'm sorry, but you haven't. I mean, the Townsend, you know, so the possibility is that this may not pass is out there. So, I mean, Jamaica, to this point, has always said, okay, yes, if they're costing this amount of money, our kids are worth it. I mean, I've lived in Jamaica over 50 years, and I've never not, and served on school board for 15 of those years, and I've never not been, you know, supportive of a budget. But I've always asked questions, but I've been supportive of the budget. This one is tough, and I have to say, I just want to know, right away, are you going to get together and say, what are we going to do? Because if you have to come back, you have to come back. I mean, you have to have a budget. That's law.
Exactly.
So, and that's why I'm asking the question.
We would come back and figure it out.
Okay,
Exactly.
so you'll figure it out.
Your hand was up and then. Okay, Karen.
Let's look at this from another angle.
Or not, Karen.
Instead of looking at it from the education standpoint, when this union merged, I was hoping that you would have more buying power. In other words, you got X number of teachers that are under insurance policy. Can you dicker with the insurance company because you've got this massive teachers? Can you go to the fuel companies and start putting this stuff out to bid and say, we got this school, this school, this school, and this school. You know, what can you do for the price of oil? And every little bit could add up to a fair amount. You know, you got books. So you go to a publisher and you say, what can you do for this many books? We got this school, and this school. Now, I don't know if you're already doing that, but it doesn't look like there's any savings there.
Well, I can tell you this, the healthcare costs are now state mandated. You know, the state now negotiates the healthcare and sets the benefit rate. As for the others, I know Lori, I know we do some. Lori can probably speak to, you know,
Sure.
what we do and how we negotiate it, but we do have that.
Yeah, we do fuel, absolutely. I put out a bid every year and include Jamaica School. Actually, the town of Jamaica also comes in on the bid, and all the other schools.
But do you combine them?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I take the total consumption for all the schools and put
I
that
know
out.
Townsend has a chip burner, nobody else does, so, you know, but that, it's hard to get anything off that fuel.
Right. Anywhere that we can combine, we are doing or plan to do.
Have been growing.
Karen,
Yeah, we've been doing
Karen, and
that.
then we'll come back up here.
I would like to ask that one of the board members that voted yes ask to unapprove the budget and you look at it and come back on the 27th.
Okay.
Does anyone want to do that?
Hang on. Emily?
I was just
Al,
going to speak. I was just going to speak briefly to the impacts of what of reducing. I mean, I wasn't here at the last meeting, so I didn't vote, so I'm not going to be able to do that. But if we can, there's no question we can lower the budget. The school board has the authority to do that anytime they want, right? And if our budget fails, as Claire mentioned, our responsibility would be to come back and look again and see what we can do to, I mean, we're not actually required by law to lower it, but that is my assumption is that that's what this board would do. The thing that I want to make sure everybody remembers is that, first of all, the driving factor behind, not the only factor, but the driving factor behind the challenges we're facing right now is the continuing decline in enrollment. And when if we're going to make cuts in any form here, we're reducing our programming in one form or another. That's what we will do, because we have no choice in that. And we know that, and we're prepared to do that if we need to. But for so many years, in all the years I've been a school board member here, it has been the decision of most boards that I've sat on over and over again to not reduce programming because we become less attractive to students. And so we have worked, we haven't succeeded always. We ended up losing the French program at Leland and Gray. It's not something any of us wanted to do, but we have reduced some programming. When I first started on the board here, we had, at Leland and Gray anyway, we had Latin, you know, that we did away with that a long time ago. We have reduced our programming, and the more we reduce our programming, the less attractive we become. And if we're less attractive, we have less and less students, which is what drives our, so it's a conundrum that we have to deal with. It does not mean that we cannot come up with other proposals to find other ways, without reducing our programming necessarily, to lower our spending. Whether we can do that, it's very unlikely for us to be able to do it before we have to vote on this budget to present it at town meeting day, because these are not decisions that this board will be making alone. Those decisions are significant, and they will have to be taken to the communities. Every community needs to have input into those decisions that we will have to make, and they're not simple. And we did it once. We did sit down and actually present to the communities a possibility of shifting the grade configurations throughout the buildings to save some, I don't know, it was $1 million, or I can't remember, 1.4 million at the time. And there was a huge outpouring then telling us not to do it. But times are different now, and that was only a year and a half ago or something. But I think that we're in a different place right now, and we're going to have those conversations, there's no doubt about it. But I just want to make sure everybody understands, if we do make cuts, we will cut our programming in one way or another. And it's going to be tough no matter what.
And I think we all realize that from
Yep.
Jamaica, and we're not
Yep,
wanting
no,
to
I hear
cuts,
you.
but Drew had some points, and
Yep.
I'm just asking that you look at it.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks. Al, we got you, then Howie, then we'll go out to Paula. And Jen. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
So to kind of come back
So
to
what do you got
Keegan's
for Al?
question about what can we do now versus later, I would say yes, we can touch on the margins, and it might make sense to do that. But when and also back to Patty's question about, what did we do to prepare this budget? So initially, we got a budget that was a 7.7% increase. The board decided, let the budget committee go back and see what we can come up with. We decided to decrease 2%, try to get down to 5.7%. The administration pulled together the information they had, made as many cuts as they possibly could, came up with an additional $140,000, got us down to the current budget, 6.3%. And they said at that point, if we cut any more, we're going to cut deep and in programmatic. And so that's when we decided we didn't want to do that. We didn't want to go any further. And I completely agree with Keegan. We need a plan for the future. And I think that the budget committee will probably need to have multiple sessions each month for the next 6 to 9 months. I'm thinking more next year's budget, the budget after that. This is going to be a multi-year process in order to tackle that $1.2 million to get back to the education spending threshold. So the 6% increase in the budget, how does that translate to the 19%? It's all the things that have been talked about, the CLA. I mean, Jamaica got hit hard because of the combination of the CLA and the education spending being doubled. So it gets doubled, right? So it's think of a loan shark charging you an extra 100% on you being over. The penalty is extreme. So that is really what has caused us to go from the 6% to what ends up being 19% for you. And we're not going to solve that in a day. We're not going to solve it between now and the budget. We might be able to chip at the margins, and I'm sure that's what we'll do over the next couple of weeks, but there needs to be a longer-term solution.
Okay, Howie, I think. Ben,
Yeah. I asked last meeting to see what a level funded budget, a cash, same dollar value, level funded budget would look like, but I was outvoted on that. I would still like to see what cuts, we know that there would be deep cuts involved. What deep cuts do we have to make to get to a level dollar funded budget so we can go to the voters and say, hey, we did our part. We held the line on spending. If your taxes are going up, it's not on us. We didn't generate any increase. And I think really that's our only chance of getting the budget passed, because I don't really see the communities swallowing this increase.
Hang on. You guys are so far down the line. Paul, I think it was you, then
Yeah.
Rick, then Jen, then, okay, go ahead. And then there's hands over here.
Is it true that you were thinking about cutting a teacher in Jamaica, the school in Jamaica? Has there been talk of that? If you don't mind me asking.
No, it's fine. Of course, I have to maintain flexibility for after parental school choice happens in March. But in order to create a budget with 9 students leaving the 5th grade and a projected 1 coming, there is a projected 2 teachers and a para-educator at Jamaica rather than 3 teachers.
I was just wondering if that would affect the students that might want to go back and when you would make that decision.
So after
March.
We will do all this,
Okay.
March will happen, and then the board will say, solve that, and I will have to do that.
Rick?
Yes, I may have misheard Emily, or she may have misspoke, because this is all kind of new. But there's one little piece of information I think we need to get right out for everybody here tonight. This budget will not be voted on at town meeting. Don't expect for this to come up at town meeting. I just want to make sure that we're perfectly clear on that. This is going to be voted on by Australian ballot on March 25th.
That's right.
So, don't go to town meeting and expect to do anything, because that's not gonna happen. I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear there.
Thank you. Jeff?
I'd like to make a motion that we rescind the budget vote from last meeting and open up discussion and take a look at the areas that Drew pointed out.
I just want to make sure we get the motion right.
Okay, tell me what it is.
You got it. You got it.
You got it.
Is there a second for
I'll
that
second
motion? Okay.
Aaron, you got that?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to rescind the budget that we put forward at the last meeting to allow us to take a look at some of the other things that have been brought up tonight. Any further discussion on that? Seems like we've been discussing it for about an hour and 45 minutes now. Okay, so no further discussion. You ready to vote? All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, the motion carries. So we're still working with this budget, but it is no longer approved budget. We've received. Mike, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I just had a, hearing what the sentiment in the room is and thinking about things, I'm wondering if before March, we should be re-looking at the school choice policy, because my concern is, right now, it's like a max class room size, right?
Correct.
But as I pointed out earlier, a few more students, we could lose $90,000 small schools grant in Townsend. So maybe we want to reconsider that policy just to be forward-looking enough to say class size or total amount of students, because I don't, or we have to decide that we're fine with losing that small schools grant in Townsend. Either way, it might be prudent to relook at the policy before we open it up for choice to see, hey, if we can save, keep 90 grand from the state coming in, let's keep it coming in.
What's the guarantee on how long the school grants are coming in, Lori?
In perpetuity, right?
With the state.
In perpetuity, year by year.
Only the merger support grant.
Under 20 or under.
Does that,
Average class size 20 or under.
and
K
our policy is under 20?
We don't have a school size.
Gotcha.
We have individual classroom
Right.
size. And we do it K.
And it's both.
K3 and then 4-5.
It's a both, and it's a both.
Is it actually over 2 year, it's a 2-year average too, 2-year at the end.
Ooh. Okay, good luck with that one.
Okay, so is that something we could ask the policy committee to just take a quick look at?
I will prepare something for the policy committee, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe you haven't spoken yet.
Who comes up with the threshold? I mean,
What
if-
threshold?
If the amount that they say we should be educating our child to, who comes up to that $17,000? Okay, so if all of the schools are having difficulty coming up with that amount to budget, wouldn't you think they'd rethink that amount of money?
They'll make it worse.
Well, I mean, come on, I mean, it doesn't make any sense if every school, or they enjoy getting the excess money up in Montpelier, to sit there and wait for something to do with it. What else are they doing? They're not helping us if that money is just sitting up there.
No idea.
Maybe we need, who wants to run for mayor?
Ken.
Was there another one over there? I know you want to speak again. Was there another one over there? There were hands everywhere for a while. Okay. Go ahead, and I believe you had your hand up too as well, right? So go ahead, ladies first.
So I don't really have a question, it's more of a suggestion. 19% is scary, but I think with the right amount of communication and outreach to your community members, instead of scaring everyone away with what 19% looks like, not everyone is looking at that 19% increase. A good portion, so between 66 and 75% of Vermont residents qualify for the income sensitivity. And I think you might have a good opportunity of getting the things you want in your schools and the quality of education you want to provide, not only through the teachers, but for the children as well. If you guys could, I'm only here because I heard someone freaking out in a grocery store. So if you guys want to step up your game of communication and clarity and education of your public, we would be more than happy to likely say yes to anything you want, because we do love our communities, we love our schools, our teachers, and our kids. But you gotta help us and understand what your aims and goals are. Like, let's talk about a multi-year plan. Let's have a night where you invite folks to come in and get a little bit of an education finance understanding. This is feasible. I would cut, like, please don't cut your programming. If anything, increase it. Come up with a cool budget that puts in awesome, like, give us an astronomy lab. I'll say yes. But you gotta find a way where you're better able to communicate, because 19% is gonna scare the bejesus out of people. Find a better way to communicate what those needs are and how we're going to do it. And that's the last thing I say. I promise.
I doubt it.
Well, for now, I'm actually gonna go
Can I
home because I have
just
to go to
respond?
school tomorrow.
Sure.
I just want to respond.
Go ahead.
So there are packets of information about the income sensitivity over there and how it's calculated. So I don't know that we have time tonight to go through all the steps. I'm happy to sit down with anybody. I'm not a tax expert, but I can walk through the formula. So.
Can we put that on the agenda for our next meeting?
To walk through the
To
income
walk through that? I think that would be a great idea, that we're advertising it ahead of time.
Tax rate scenarios.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bring that to the 27th.
Okay. I think you had your hand up next, sir, then you, then back to behind you. Go ahead, sir.
I'm stepping down the policy chair.
I'm still bandwagon. Just, I've been thinking something over. What is the mission of your board as far as student education? Are you trying to produce 100% college students? You're trying to produce 50% college students, 50% tradespeople? What are the counselors doing in talking to people in like their second year of high school, like they used to do when I went to high school? In other words, if I wasn't making grades to go to college, you sat down with the counselor and the counselor would say, look, Ben, I don't think you're ever going to be college material. Why don't we start talking about a trade?
You can't say that anymore.
No.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to say that anymore.
Maybe it's time for reality to start sinking in, because everybody's not going to be a college student.
It's a good question, and actually the answer is written on the back of our name tags, because it's something we want to keep in front of us. We sat down and worked through this as a district before we became operational. One of the first things we did was to come up with sort of our goal, our mission. And in the West River District, all students will have an outstanding educational experience in a safe and welcoming environment so that they may achieve and surpass their learning goals. The West River District is responsible to the needs of its community and provides the necessary systems, staffing, and resources needed to ensure that all of our students will become informed, empowered, and engaged global citizens. We've also talked about how that means that they're ready to go on to the next stage of life after high school, whether it be college or trades or the military service or straight into the job market. I mean, there are a number of pathways for kids after they leave high school, and we'd like to make sure that they're ready for whichever pathway they choose to try and pursue. That's our goal.
That's great.
That is a good question, thank you. I believe you were next, and then there was someone there. Okay, I got Scotty. Oh, I got Scotty too, okay. You first.
Hi, I'm Mary Ann Bouchard, I'm from Jamaica. I just wanted to say thank you for wanting to reopen and look at the budget again. I found out about the 19% increase, and as a potential home buyer, I'm actually hoping to close on my home next year. It really put me off to where I was starting to look at other towns. But I think that if we just had a little bit more clearer communication as to how exactly it's being allocated, because you hear the 19% and you automatically freak out. It's, oh my God, and I actually did the math, and it's another mortgage payment for my husband and I, who already work 2 jobs each, just to make ends meet. So it's gonna be very rough. It's gonna affect everybody. It's not just homeowners, it's gonna be renters. Their rent's gonna go up. I know a lot of people that survive on food pantry and emergency donations, and I'm sure it's not just something that's akin to Jamaica itself. It's all around southern Vermont, but it's a huge number. So as long as we keep the communication open exactly as to how this is being allocated. I'm saying thank you for willing to open it up and start looking a little bit more closely at hopefully shaving this down a little bit. Like 17% maybe? Please?
Patty,
Yeah. I recall when we were doing Act 46, and we talked about doing like a 5-year plan and building budgets based on that 5-year plan. And I don't know how we go from being reactionary to proactive, but somewhere in there, I guess it has to flow somehow. And it sounds impossible to do myself, but I remember that and the high school I went to, that's how they did it. They made a 20-year plan, and they'd know when they were going to build a new elementary school for a town, when that building would be obsolete. And it seemed to work up to a point. I don't know where they are now, but I remember that was one of our goals during the Act 46, was to not be going through this every year, because you guys, it's hard, I know, and I appreciate all the really thoughtful time that you've spent. I watched the January 6th meeting, and it was painful. So really appreciate all the time you put into it.
Scott.
I'm Scotty. I'm principal at Newbrook Elementary School, and the thing that's really striking me about this situation that I think is really unfair is that we're writing one budget that impacts all of the people in all 4 towns, and all of their children. And it sounds like we all agree that the kids deserve a great education, but it impacts us in drastically different ways by no fault of ours. And the people in Brookline are not looking at the same reality as you folks are looking at. And so I agree that this group right here maybe could shave or do little bits and pieces to make things better, but really the system itself is flawed and it's unjust. And the poor people of Jamaica are looking at a year where that doesn't make any sense. I mean, if I was buying a house this year, I'd be doing the same thing you're doing.
Believe me, I wanted to run screaming.
But please don't think that's not this body's work, and I'm not part of this body, but that's not their work. Their work is to make a good budget that makes sense for the kids that we're serving. And I'll tell you, this year I feel like I've got what I need to serve the children in Newfane and Brookline and that come to my school. And I'm very, very appreciative of that. But again, I mean, I don't understand all the math and the figures behind this that leads us to a 19% for you and a 0% for Brookline. But I really feel like that's where the fault is. I think that our budgeting is. I really trust all these people, and I think our budgeting is what it needs to be, and maybe we can make changes. Maybe we can have another look. I'm not against that at all, but I just want to make sure that we all recognize that the people of Jamaica are here. You know, the people of Brookline are not here, and that's not because of the work we've done, but instead it's because of what's happening out of our hands. And it really, something needs to change, because I've been working really hard to get my school to have lots of kids in it, and I've been doing that by trying to brag about what we do. But if we get to nickel and dime our programming, that's not going to work, and then people will choose to buy houses in other towns, and I want them to buy houses in the towns I serve.
All right, Drew.
So I'm going to agree with Howie, which doesn't happen very often, but I'm going to agree with Howie. I think this administration can come back to this board with a budget that does not cut any programming, that's level funded through efficiency. I think you have a lot of talent. I think we've given you
Give me a lot of credit.
Besides the administration alone, we have a budget committee as well.
Well,
Help, I mean, they-
I'm going to recommend that we disband the budget committee in a little while, because you were right, and I was wrong at that meeting, so I want to get to that. But I believe this administration can look at our schools, look at efficiencies, look at the staff that we have, and I think we can get this budget. I think they can do the work, and I think we can come back with a tax rate that's reasonable for everybody. And the idea, I still am struggling with this idea that we need, more people to do the same amount of work.